Probably should have made sure this guy was still streaming.
And so if you can get a school of them, like 6, 7 strong, sticking around.
Zero. Wow. Uh. Changing all the fucking settings. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
A little shark type.
Maybe some sort of barb.
Yo, what's up, Jack?
Yo, how's it going?
I know.
Goes it goes.
Welcome to the cave.
Thanks.
Just checking out some fish.
Fish. Love fish.
This leggy freaking
These are,
what is he doing?
these are pea puffers.
They puff peas? I didn't even know you could smoke peas.
They puff up like little peas.
Oh, gotcha.
When they get mad, when they get all upset and emotional.
Are they like?
I believe like right now it's vacuum. This is crazy.
Do what? You're kind of breaking up.
I was laughing. Like,
yeah, you're breaking up real bad. I didn't hear you. Let me close this video. Might be on my end. I'm not sure. So what's up, Dr. Darko? How's it been?
Pretty all right, Got like.
How you been? I mean,
pretty all right. Yeah, on vacation last week, so feel refreshed from
nice.
that.
Did you go anywhere or just chill at home?
Yeah, I was in Southern Ohio. At a thing. I help run like a 300-person event down there. So, yeah, got to go DJ and
for vacation.
Yeah. Right, Southern Ohio vacation shouldn't be in the same sentence.
Well, I meant organizing the event.
Oh yeah. I mean that's like fun for me.
Event during your vacation.
Right. Yeah. I mean I don't know. I can't just attend things. Like I get really bored and anxious. Just like I don't know. I'm like what am I supposed to be doing? Right. Yeah. It's cool to be able to be part of like the facilitation. Right.
I gotta run the. Hell yeah.
Sorry, my cat is.
Appreciate that.
Fucking. Egregiously annoying. Oh yeah. How about you? How's your week?
Busy. Had to work two back-to-back 12-hour shifts.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's all right.
Right. Yeah, I was chatting with some dude at work and was like, I'm crossing over the 50-hour mark. And he's just like, I'm at 60 already and I have to come in tomorrow. Okay. I'll stop whining then.
I think I got like 65 hours this week. 64, 65, something like that.
Nice.
Be a decent paycheck.
Right. No doubt.
Yeah, that's a good check. Shit, I didn't even know my mic was open when I was vacuuming. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, people.
I wasn't that loud.
That's real world. People doing real shit.
I got the noise cancellation on, so.
Look, the wife's been gone overnight. She's coming home. I want some booty, so I'm trying to clean the house.
What's up? Them chores in.
Right.
Sam, if Mike did some chores around the house, would he get some booty?
Well, he wouldn't have been cut off to begin with, but.
Well, I mean, I'm not cut off, but you know what I mean. You know what
buy
I mean.
him a new vacuum.
It's more likely than not.
Right. Might not even have to ask for it. Just like, oh, you have all this free time now that you don't have to spend doing chores. What are you gonna do with it?
Yeah, exactly. It might just happen naturally. I might not have to be like,
in,
dude.
in 15 years, I don't think I've ever seen Michael do a dish or anything.
Hell yeah.
No.
What? Michael.
It's good woman
Michael
material.
P. Berry. You need to step your game up, sir. Come on. Do some dishes.
I mean, how can he step
Real
it up
men
any
do
higher than
housework.
that?
The fuck you talking about?
How can he step it up any higher than that?
What?
He's never did a dish in 15 years. You can't get any higher than that.
I mean, I
This
guess
game,
that's
that's
true.
peak game right there.
That's true, I guess. I guess that's true. If he hasn't
No.
done a dish, Sam ain't mad at him, I guess. I
Exactly.
No.
guess.
I just
He's
don't
done
want
some.
him in my kitchen. The
All right.
kitchen is my space,
All right.
my
Yeah. Let the women handle it.
yeah.
My
Anytime
grandma
he
raised
tries to get his own
like
food, his stuff isn't put away in the correct spots. He's not doing it right, and then I have to go in there and fucking freak out because my stuff isn't right or he didn't do something the way that I like everything done in a certain way in the kitchen. So
you can tell a
because
lot
I
of
just
guys were you can tell a lot of guys that were never told to get the hell out of the kitchen.
yeah so I just kick him out of there. That's my. I feel like it'd be like if I went into like a man's garage and he has like all his tools set up in a special way and he greases everything in a certain way when he's putting something together. And I just go in there and start trying to make something and I'm just making
It's
a wreck out of it.
exactly it's the same thing. Unless your husband's a chef.
Yeah,
Chef.
Then what do you do?
exactly.
Oh shit! Right. I know I got that blunt somewhere. If
So
I
you
can
think
get-
you think that how did that balance the scales? You think you'll get in tonight?
Who? Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
hell
Hell
I'm
yeah.
sure
Of course I will.
He's
that'll
like,
work.
I vacuum downstairs, upstairs, and the garage. I'm definitely
Mhm.
getting right in
Oh,
there.
I don't have a garage. I wish I had a garage. I really do wish I had a garage. That'd make things a lot easier in life.
Hell yeah.
My father-in-law has a garage.
Mm.
I don't. That's okay. I just send all my vehicles there, and he works on them for nothing. So
Oh,
it
that
works out.
So
yeah.
Jack, the topic tonight was does drama or why does drama sell? We kind of exhausted. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, but if you have anything you wanna
Did you find an
input,
answer? I
we'd
mean,
love to hear it.
right? Yeah, I mean, because yeah, I don't know. Very easy. I don't know. There's just humans seem to be uniquely attuned to it. I don't know why humans love gossip so much, but yeah.
Probably some leftover evolutionary traits, survival instincts kicking in there, among other
Also,
things.
I mean, I guess do you have like a theory on what evolutionary benefit that could serve?
Oh, I didn't mean like, I just meant like a social evolution. Just how, when you're living in a small group of people, tribe size, when uh, certain behaviors can't be tolerated. So, you gotta maintain a standard and kick them out if, they get too crazy.
Hmm. Yeah. Fair.
Let
Yeah.
me see. Let me add you to the. You mind typing something in chat real quick just so I can
Oh.
throw you into the video details. Yeah, we went through what all we go through. We went through a bunch of lists. I was talking to Chat GPT. Got the AI version of why humans are so dramatic.
What was that? I missed that.
Version of why humans are so. I can bring it back up here in a second. Let me see.
What was that? The list of like 10 things it gave you?
Yeah. It was those lists.
Oh no. I know. Never mind. I didn't miss that. No drama. Just drama's drama. I mean, it not even drama, just controversy. If you
Yeah.
say things, because it draws. If you say
All right, thank
something
you.
off color, it draws people to you to see. All right, so what's the big deal about what this person says? Right,
Drawing
so it draws
attention, yeah.
people. I mean, really.
That's definitely one of them.
Even like trauma, war, things like that. The news, like if the news reports on some big incident, you're gonna get a lot of viewers. When they're reporting on some like great thing, like somebody did some crazy act of kindness and yada yada, that's not gonna get anywhere near the amount of viewers as if somebody bombed downtown's such and such building, and you know there's a riot in the street. That's what's going to get all the viewers, and so they they push on that more
You know, that
because of that.
reminds you of your mortality
Mm.
without having to actually be in danger.
It's also very very
Let me see.
accessible.
About
Like
you.
yeah, like I don't know, some like deep like science content or hardcore philosophy discussions or law or whatever. You know, there's a lot of background knowledge that you would need to truly like to fully understand what's going on. But like the he said she said bullshit is very digestible, I guess.
Low tier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to like normatively load it, but like it's very accessible. Like everyone can see that, or you don't need to have a
Jack don't like
degree.
my normative statements. I make a lot of normative statements.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can make those. I just like I don't want to get roped into those because that's not necessarily my position.
This dude got you, Jack. You got like the fucking 70s porn star look going. Look at you. You got the fucking hair with the fucking
Hell yeah.
the shadow and the fucking mustache. Holy fuck, man. We got a real Ron Jeremy down here.
I know he just needs like a freaking
He's a hit with the
awesome
ladies.
one of those curly mustaches, with little curls on the side.
We need to talk.
He's
Now
so
tell
awesome.
me,
We need to talk about an OnlyFans future here.
I mean, tell me, do you have to tuck it into your boot or what? When you're walking so you don't trip? Or,
Oh yeah, of
I
course.
mean,
That's
do you have to tie it up or what? I mean, come on now.
right. Just wrap it around the leg a few times.
You only wear a mustache like that if you're fucking well endowed. Let me tell you that.
So I asked this Chat GPT, why do people love interpersonal drama? And it gave back 8 reasons. But we kind of honed in on number 7, a sense of superiority or moral judgment, because we were talking about how the climate is here on YouTube and shit.
Right.
And it came back with 7 main reasons. Basically, validation of personal choices, ego boost and social comparison, sense of control and order, moral superiority as a coping mechanism, group dynamics and social bonding, moral licensing, and Schadenfreude. It's like, here's some Schadenfreude for you. Any of that spark any interest?
I'm really surprised that it didn't bring up anything to do with like either mental illness or poor coping skills, or like
Yeah.
not having like complex
God complex.
areas of the brain developed that that bring enjoyment from like other things, achievements, and doing good unto the world, and things like I'm just surprised that it didn't bring up any like kind of mental aspects of it, as far as like it's mostly like desire filled. The most of the reasons given seem to be desire based.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of superficial too.
Right. That meme, the small minds discuss people, big minds discuss ideas, or what have you.
Do what?
Yeah, I forgot the actual quote. It's like big minds
There was
discuss
a quote,
ideas.
and you showed it.
Oh yeah, I had that up earlier. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was yeah, great minds discuss ideas. something like good minds discuss things, and then small minds discuss other people,
Yeah.
or something like that. Yeah, I've always been more. Maybe that just sounds kind of arrogant, probably. I'm sure, but I've always been way more interested in ideas and concepts and shit than I am what some dude down the street was doing.
So let me ask you all a question. So the lottery here in the state of Maine, they have an app. You can scan the lottery ticket and you get points. Well, my wife works at a convenience store, so every time somebody buys a loser and they throw them away, so all the employees grab them, take them out, scan them, get points. Anyways, my point is you can get a bunch of shit. Well, you can get a laptop computer on there, right? And I keep telling my wife though, I don't know if I want to get it because I feel like it would be bugged somehow. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's coming
Well,
from the state.
well,
So
what
I feel.
I think it's state regulated, but I don't think the state actually is the lottery. I think the state just regulates the lottery. I could be mistaken. And but on a secondary note, like, I mean, are you doing something like, would it matter if the state had it
Well,
bugged something? Are you doing something so
well, no,
egregiously
no,
illegal that you would have to
that's
hide
not what I
it?
mean. I just mean in general. Like, it's just, I feel like it's a way. I don't know. Just weird shit like that from the government creeps me the fuck out. Cause
I don't
like,
know.
I
I don't
just feel like it's a way, another way somehow for Big Brother to figure out how to keep tabs on them.
Honey, I'm pretty sure that Big Brother has the ability to keep tabs on you through every device that
I mean,
sees.
they're probably keeping tabs on you every day. So, well,
Yeah,
wasn't the Patriot
yeah.
Act? Wasn't the Patriot Act like if you're on a phone and shit? Because I mean, all phones calls get routed to the call center in Utah and then back out anyways.
Well, much
So like
of the Patriot Act expired, but parts
Wait,
of it
what?
are still in.
All phone calls? What?
all phone calls
Yeah.
get routed to a call center in Utah, then back out. At least landlines do. I don't know necessarily about cell phones. But at one point after 9/11 and the Patriot Act, they did that giant call center that and it scanned the conversations and it picked up on keywords. Like there were certain words and the way if you put it in a chain like a certain order or like certain phrase, they would pick up on it and then your conversation would be recorded and stored for further. Like this is all true, like 100% true. Like you can look it up.
Yeah. Well, that's why I just say all those stuff. Like uh uh or yeah, that's why I say all those words intentionally, you know, in just in random phone calls just to fuck with them. The FBI
Trigger
agent
thought,
assigned to my
huh?
case
Trigger.
must love me.
Keep them busy, huh?
Yeah.
But I am being serious. Like I might be not 100% on the details of how it works, but I do know at one point there was a giant call center in Utah that all phone calls got routed to, and then back out.
It just seems like a lot of resources. You would think that, if and when there's something like that exists, there would be like a specific like list of people who are, considered to be the most likely to be involved in such, and then put the resources in those people. Because to just record every call, even if we only did landlines, that would be so many calls. That would take so much like energy and people and storage space. Like it'd just be a lot of resources, I think, to be able to complete such a thing.
Well, I think storage
Probably
is less of an
probably
issue
save
now.
books
Like in
and stuff.
2000. Sorry, good.
Well, now, yeah.
Yeah, but like to go through all of that stuff, like the amount of people hours it would take to actually listen to all those conversations is like
Yeah.
fucking
2002,
astronomical.
They all
2003.
get switched to like I just looked this up to confirm it. They do. They still all get routed to Utah. Like 100%. All phone calls get routed to Utah.
Hmm.
Like you can Google this. It's 100% a fact. Like I don't think a lot of people realize that, but there's a big data center in Utah Like with trillions, that's all this center is just trillions and trillions of fucking gigabytes of fucking data and
I mean,
servers and shit.
when the whole Snowden thing came out, you know, they pretty much admitted that they had been that they could track all of our shit. You know,
Mhm.
Man, even this
anything you
shit's
say or
all
do
being
online is
recorded.
logged somewhere.
That was kind of my point, is even if you do get a free laptop, like what is, what's the big deal if you already have a smart TV and you already have cell phones,
That is true, I guess.
you might,
True, I guess.
it doesn't really way too deep to be worried. Yeah,
That's true.
exactly.
That's true.
Yeah, we conceded this one without a fight.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm not
So they
seeing
just
anything
do it
about
increments, small increments,
Well, and they
inch
do it in
here,
the
inch
name of
there.
safety. It seems like they always take away rights in the name of safety.
Oh yeah. Do what, Jack?
I'm not seeing anything about this routing calls.
I can't look anything up while I'm on this or it'll kick me off. What did you type in to find that, Leggy? Maybe that will help.
What? I just typed in phone call routes to Utah.
I looked it up. I didn't find anything on it.
Yeah, I also typed in
Yeah,
Utah.
phone calls
but
routes to Utah.
I also typed in Patriot Act Utah calls routed, and I'm getting a lot of stuff for 911 call routing stuff. But
It says this is what the AI overview says right here. Phone calls are routed to Utah through a network of switching systems. Of
Let me turn it into a question then. It's my AI's not picking it up. I put all landline phone calls routed through Utah. What'd you type?
phone calls routed, phone call routes to Utah. Or routes to Utah, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, I say routes, but whatever. Phone call routes through Utah to Utah. All right. Utah's new 911 call routing system reduced misrouted. I'm not sharing that screen, am I?
No. I love that everybody like immediately started looking up something that they were unsure of. It's like I really wish that everybody would, everybody
Oh,
in
see, it
general
didn't
would
give you
do
the
that.
AI overview. See, mine gave me the AI overview of it.
I mean, do you trust the
Yeah,
AI that's
mine didn't
listening to
do
your
that.
phone calls to tell you what it's
Oh,
actually
no,
doing?
I've got this stupid AI. No, I mean, but we can use it to get whatever information we can, and then judge it appropriately. But no, you can't ever trust anything 100%.
Yeah, so it seems like it's not for 9/11 as in September 11th, but for 9/11 as in 911 calls.
Yeah.
Even Kane knows what I'm talking about. Like what it's owned by NSA. It's an NSA building.
Yeah, Kane did say she lived near there.
Let me see.
Since there's Saratoga Springs. All right, let's see. Why did phone calls
changed it in 2015.
Get
I
routed to
just
Utah.
looked.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that
There I
New
got it.
York Times
Finally,
article.
my fucking dumbass AI is kicking in.
Oh, yeah, I got that one too.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
just they changed it in 2015. Because now
Yeah, it
after
makes sense. I mean,
2015, yeah, after 2015, they can only do it in select.
that's good. I kind of think maybe every law that they write, everyone should have to be renewed every so often,
I think most of them do that.
or it just falls out and it's not a law anymore.
Yeah, I mean most of them do that.
Is that a built-in feature?
Uh,
Oh, I didn't know that.
it's
What?
not necessarily, but yeah, that's like the sunsetting that I think. But like the Patriot Act has been renewed more than once. I know like the PAC Act.
Whoa, yeah.
Yeah, and even like the PAC Act, which is like the like health services for people who breathed in like the toxic fumes on 9/11.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that has to be renewed.
Those I think had expiration dates set when they were made, though.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
This is what I thought. This AI overview says most laws remain in effect unless they are amended or repealed.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But
so
yeah,
But others
some
have
laws,
expiration.
provision.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's what it is. Well, at least they're putting expiration dates on shit like the Patriot Act.
Because
Right.
there's some crazy laws still in effect, like in weird states, like that make no freaking sense. Like
You're not allowed to wear lederhosen or some shit.
Yeah,
Right.
you're not allowed to, walk an alligator on a leash.
I think in a town in Maine, there's still, or a county in Maine, there's still a law in the book that says on Sunday when you go to church, you have to take your rifle with you.
Right.
It's like weird. Yeah, there's like weird stuff. I've and I heard some like in Florida too. It's like you're not allowed to mow your lawn if it rained on a Thursday, or it's like there's some weird shit like makes no sense to anybody. But
Right. Yeah, they're called
it's like,
blue
wait,
laws.
What?
Well, it makes sense to some. What's the strangest law in the world, though? Can we look this up? What is the strangest
law in the world?
Yeah.
I remember hearing one not too long ago, and it was like, and it's still in effect. You're not allowed to stop a cow that's walking down the street in order to wash it. And I was like, wait, what?
Handling salmon suspiciously. It's like, bro, you're a little too suspicious with those fish. What the fuck are you up to? What? Handling salmon suspiciously? What the fuck does that mean?
Catching hands in India with hands.
How were they snaking these fish? What were they hiding these things in? How can you hide a salmon?
It is illegal
Chewing
to
gum.
sleep.
Oh, in Singapore. Yeah, I know that one.
Right. Yeah, it's illegal to sleep in a bathtub in Detroit.
Eating pigeons in Venice. I mean, that makes sense. I can get on.
That's like pigeons to me are like the equivalent to us seagulls.
Carrying a
feed them.
plank along the road.
Like pigeons are like rats, man.
Now tell me,
Carrying-
pigeons. If you feed one, does many come? 'Cause that's how it is with seagulls. And all it takes is you throw a fucking piece of bait out. There'd be no seagulls around other than one, and before you know it, there's a whole fucking flock of them.
Oh, that one's crazy. The wearing the Winnie the Pooh clothing in Poland because the character's design is considered inappropriate.
What the?
Because he's got no pants, I'm assuming. I don't know.
Wow. In Alaska, kangaroos are not allowed in barbershops at any time.
Right? Kangaroos?
Flushing the toilet after 1 p.m. in Sweden.
Wait. It's nuts.
Yeah. Can't bring
After
my
1
fucking
p.m.? God damn.
kangaroo into a barbershop.
Building a sandcastle in Spain. Really?
I understand that one because I think they
Be right back.
a bunch of tourists doing it, and like it was like messing up the integrity of the sand, and lots of it was getting washed away and stuff.
Holy shit.
Why is that in Sweden? Why are you not allowed to flush your toilet after 1 p.m.? Does the septic system not work after 1 p.m.? Like, I'm confused.
I have no idea. Maybe it's some type of water saving. I don't know. Makes no sense to me either.
I mean, driving drunk on a bike in Finland. I mean, you can still get an OUI for riding a bike in Maine.
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
that's a federal thing. Like you can get an OUI for riding a horse while drunk. Like literally anything that you drive is yeah.
That's kind of that's kind of dumb though, because at the end of the day, what if you're like say you're drinking and you're a heavy drinker and you're trying to do the right thing by not driving a deadly motor vehicle that's going to put other people at risk. So instead, you just keep yourself at risk and you go on home on your merry way on your bicycle. You're now taking that out of the equation for people too.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, I would argue there's just as much risk, and like I mean, because if you're riding a bike, you're on like a sidewalk, so you're guaranteed to be sharing like you know, like
Sure,
a
and you're gonna have less protection as if you were in a car, and if you fall on a bike, you're probably gonna get a lot more hurt.
Well, Sam. I mean,
What are
yes
we
and
talking
no.
about?
OUIs
OUI on a bike, on a bicycle.
I just think it sucks when you're like you know,
an alcoholic.
you're taking basically the only other you know, the option for somebody, you're taking that away and you're forcing them to either walk or get a taxi, which most people live way too far away from a bar to walk.
I was watching Live PD the
Yeah.
other day, and they stopped this guy on a bike, right? Well, the guy on the bike had like headphones in and shit, and he was just going down the road in a fucking city. I'm sorry, but if I'm on a bicycle and a cop turns on his blue lights, I'm not gonna think he's coming at me. You know what I mean? Like, just like, but anyways, the cop chased this fucking dude down and was like, "Why are you running from me?" Guy's like, "What are you talking about?" Like, I ain't running from you. He goes, "I didn't even know." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "It was just funny how you dared it. You made that turn and dared it through that." He goes, "It was a shortcut." He goes, "I'd take this route every day." He goes, "What are you talking about, man?" And the cop just gave him a hell of a hard time. I'm just like, what the fuck? That was in Washington State, matter of fact. Everett, Washington is where it was.
It's illegal not to smile in Milan. Fuck yeah. That's base as fuck.
Or isn't it even illegal to be too drunk in public?
Yeah. Oh
It's like
yeah.
this motherfucker walked by and didn't smile at me. Arrest him.
Yeah, that's that old like Ron White joke. Just I wasn't drunk in public. I was drunk in a bar. They threw me out into public.
Yeah.
Is Ron White still alive?
I have no idea.
I think so.
Yes.
That was quite a while ago.
Yep. He's 67. I thought he was.
Well, people, I'm bowing out gracefully for the day. I'm gonna I'm gonna retire to bed. Well, not bed, but my couch
Get
and
The,
ready
miss,
watching
for your
the
TV.
lady
missus
love.
gets home and the business
Yep.
starts.
Well, that's why too. She's only 7 minutes away, so.
Oh,
Oh,
hell
then
yeah.
yes. Get yourself
You gotta be
ready.
out to 7 minutes. Hell yeah. He's
So I'm
popping
gonna.
the champagne. He's got the ice ready.
Yeah, yeah.
Been chilling for the last 15.
I do have
That's
wine
what's
in the
up,
fridge.
man.
There is a bottle of wine in the fridge though.
Hell
that I,
yeah.
that I
That's
bought
what's
it.
up.
So, all right.
Hell yeah.
Well,
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
yes. Peace
Good
out,
stuff.
y'all.
All
Get
right.
your wrist
Have a good
on.
one.
And there were 3.
So,
Illegal to break more than 3
anti-money
dishes per
destruction
day in
laws
Florida.
Scotland.
Yeah, it's the weirdest. Yeah, Florida has some
3.
really weird ones.
2 is fine, but 3 is pushing it.
Yeah. Or chip the edges of more than 4 cups and or saucers.
Nice. Cup chipper. Those sound like some corporate laws. It's like pay attention while you're washing them dishes, motherfucker.
Exactly why men aren't allowed in the kitchen.
Okay.
Right? Because we're all daydreaming about titties and shit, dropping the dishes.
Oh my goodness. I can't even count how many dishes have been broken.
I mean, what do you think's gonna happen when you put a man and a woman beside each other washing dishes at work?
Oh, that's not even washing them. That's just them being on the table and walking bullishly by and having a cup fall or whatever. I wouldn't even imagine having to wash dishes and touch them more than already is touched.
In Indiana, if any person has a puppet show, wire dancing, or tumbling act and receives money for it, they will be fined $3 under the Act to Prevent Certain Immoral Practices.
Jeez. What is this? Don't cut the cactus.
It's immoral.
Right?
No shirtless driving.
Oh, damn. I'm staying out of Iowa. A man with a mustache may never kiss a woman in public in Iowa.
You're screwed. Better shave it.
Right.
Don't move to Florida.
Right. That's in
50
Iowa.
kilograms of spud.
I can kiss a man, though, apparently.
Weird laws. Oh yeah, they ain't gonna outlaw that.
Oh, yep. That's the list that I'm on.
That's the list.
Yeah.
Oh, can we? What can you stop by Connecticut? Hold on, here we go. Ordinance. Playing Scrabble while waiting for a politician to speak. A pickle not officially a pickle unless it bounces.
Yeah.
Balloons with advertising on them are illegal in Hartford. Bloomfield, it's against the law to eat in your car.
Damn, that's harsh.
Unlawful to walk backwards after sunset. Ooh, that's weird that people were doing that so much that they made a law. That shit is weird. Guilford, only white Christmas are allowed for display. Oh, I would be totally down for that if I was a freaking tyrannical dictator. Hartford, you aren't allowed
Straight
to cross
white.
the
That
street.
sounds kind of boring.
Oh, I love classic Christmas decorations. Like especially when you go to like really bougie neighborhoods and everything like so it's really authentic and like classic Christmas. It's not like really cheap, tacky, freaking.
So you like the all white ones?
Yeah, I like the all white ones. I like the candles in the windows and big things of Christmas swag, or I call it swag.
I think it looks good when they're all uniform like that. All
Yeah.
the same color, but I think that looks better. But I like it a little different. I like some green ones.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Yeah,
all
I
green.
see a lot of people that
every
like
stick.
to do the all blue. I see a lot of people do that one.
Yeah,
But
I like
just,
green though. So
but
yeah, I mean the all white ones do look good.
they look
I
nice.
ain't gonna
Yeah.
lie. That's how my aunt always did it. Hers was all white.
Yeah, like all my Christmas decorations, they're all like very classic. It's like bells, like deer antlers, like natural Christmas swag with like.
What the fuck is this? You may
big,
not educate
bows.
dogs.
Right.
The
That was
hell?
my favorite.
Hold
Why
on,
don't you
you may not.
fucking
What?
want
That
'em
is
all
weird.
feral and shit up in Connecticut?
No
Don't pet a
cross.
dog. Don't pet a stray in Connecticut.
Wait, you aren't allowed to cross the street while walking on your hands? That's stupid. The educating dog one.
Candles in the window.
Yeah, I was
What
talking
one was
about.
that?
I was
Oh,
saying like I
different
like
state.
I like
I'm way behind. see what other state. What state do we think would have the strangest fucking laws?
Usually, Florida has been one that I've seen the most weird ones I've heard come out of Florida.
What they got here?
Look how big their list is already.
Illegal to sing in public in a public place while attired in a swimsuit.
Women parachuting on a Sunday, or shall she risk arrest, fine, or jailing?
No Sundays. Rats to leave the ships docked in Tampa Bay. Fucking find those rats, man.
Wait, if an elephant is left tied to a parking meter, the parking meter fee has to be paid just like it would for a vehicle. Oh, I like that law. In Florida,
Fuck yeah.
failure to tell your neighbor that their house is on fire is illegal.
Yeah, fuck yeah. That should be. I'm not in favor of federal laws, but I'll go for that one.
Yeah. In Florida, it's illegal to fish while driving across a bridge.
I think there's one of them.
Maybe fined for falling.
This would be a quick caster.
Women may be fined for falling asleep under a hairdryer, as can the salon owner.
I forgot what state it was, but one of them is it's illegal to fish from a giraffe.
No way. That's so hilarious.
That's pip though, dude.
Right?
Like, what the
You roll up on a fucking giraffe fishing. What you doing, fishing? Stepping
How
over
do
the
they get
thing?
on a giraffe? Isn't it crazy that people and giraffes have the same amount of neck bones?
I heard they get the least amount of sleep out of most animals.
Really?
I heard they have the
12 hours
worst
a
sore
night.
throats.
They are all ate up with. I think they got the most diseases and all kinds of shit. They're pretty sickly animals, I hear. I don't know. Maybe it's. I'm curious now. Strictly sickly. Yes, giraffes can get sick. That's not what I meant. They suffer from a variety of conditions. Skin disease. That's normal shit. There's just sore throat caused by bacteria, viral infection, sore muscles. I bet they get some fucking sore neck. Whiplash can occur
Well, that
during
makes sense.
transport. That's
Oh,
during transport.
I would have thought it was like when the males fight and it's like crazy and their necks are like wagging all over the place.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. I figured that was where the whiplash was coming from.
Leave you with a broke neck.
Jeez.
They can also vomit, but it's rare for the vomit to come out of their mouth. Instead, it usually comes out of the fourth stomach and into the second. It's like, oh, I just vomited it into my second stomach.
Do they have 4 stomachs like cows do? I wonder how many they have.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I think most herbivores have multiple stomachs.
Yeah. One stomach, so weird.
With 4 compartments. I mean, ruminate.
Oh, weird. I literally had a black little dot of something on my screen, and it was exactly where it was said 4.
Symbiomasum down to my abdomasum. It's the rumen. I guess that's the first part. Small intestine. I don't know what.
But we're totally only supposed to eat vegetables and leaves, guys.
It suck to be a ruminator. Damn, I love meat.
I know.
And I think I'm almost done with my reading to debunk the first third of Teriak's video about how plants are trying to poison you.
Oh, jeez, that's stupid too. That's
Nightshades.
on the opposite.
Nightshades are.
It's just as dumb.
If he's talking about tomatoes, I agree with that.
No, he's talking about all vegetables. That like they're
Yeah.
pushing, like big food is pushing plants on you to keep you sick because they're in cahoots with big pharma to sell you drugs you don't need. And that you should only eat like, you know, fatty cuts of beef.
No,
Nothing
we
but
need
steak
both,
all day.
guys. Both sides are so stupid. We need
Are you
both.
talk- Are you talking about the guy that does he debate on verbal combat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the dumb bad faith hack.
I don't know about all that. I really don't know him that well yet. I've seen him on there a couple times. I haven't watched his videos.
I think they are trying to push more vegetable
Let's check it
matter
out.
than we need as a species. Like they want to supplement more of our portions of meat with greens
What's
and stuff
his-
like that.
Not
But
bad.
but I think that he might have something on that. But we are totally 100% supposed to be having like an array of different foods.
Yeah, we need all kinds of various minerals and shit that you can't
Yeah.
find in meat.
Oh yeah, no.
Or
What's
just
what's
one
his
thing.
what's his screen name on here on YouTube?
Teriak, Tareyyak. But yeah, he has his like fourth or fifth oldest video is, you know, how they're trying to poison you and why they don't want you eating meat.
Well, I think they are trying to push people to eat less meat. I think he's right about that, but the whole that there's a conspiracy to like, you know, make everybody eat that. I think they make more money off of soy and certain products that they are trying to supplement corn, things like that. But that's a totally different story than never eat meat. You know, never eat anything but, you know, meat and shit. Like, come on. Just went from one extreme to the other.
Right, yeah.
They
Yeah,
just
if you
make more money off of stuff,
If
and they
you-
might make a little
yeah.
bit more money in the pharmaceutical world as well. Like there's a little bit more money involved and stuff, and you know, more money circulates. Besides that, no way, you're not supposed to eat 100% meat. I can't stand these people.
Right.
Is this
Yeah,
one the one you're
Kane.
talking about right here?
Yeah. Whole video is so painful.
I can't.
Yeah, there's no sound. I don't know if it's muted intentionally.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I thought it was just.
I forgot about I
Last time
forget
I-
about that. I don't get sound on the video when I'm sharing my other screen for some reason. I got to load it as a video.
Oh.
Not bad.
Nice.
I had no clue. I'm just sitting here watching it. Y'all start like, what the fuck is
Right.
going on here?
Saw the sound thing with the line through it. Like, maybe that's on purpose.
It's like I'm just vibing with it for a second here.
Right.
Then we'll start it.
The first thing, like, basically that we have here is that, like, hear about these seed oils, and what we mean by seed oil is like vegetable oils. I think like rapeseed oil or peanut oil is another one. Like any of these kind of like oils that you find, they're typically polyunsaturated fats. What they'll preach is that like the unsaturated fats, they're the healthy fats. The saturated fats, which is like animal fats, coconut oil is a saturated fat as well. Those are quote unquote unhealthy. But when you break it down in the body, because these fats are saturated, protein doesn't bind to them, sugar doesn't bind to them, so they're not cancerous in terms of that. Whereas the unsaturated fats, because they're unsaturated, the there's more chemicals that can actually bind to them, like the proteins and stuff like that, which is what causes the cancer essentially. So like just kind of run through the seed oils.
Wait, what did he say?
It sounded like he was saying proteins
Yeah,
attached to the oil, and like that is somehow causing cancer. But if proteins was
Okay,
enough
yeah, that's
to
what I
cause
was
cancer,
wondering.
how is he
Did he
eating all
say?
the meat and not getting cancer, and that's healthy? That makes no fucking sense.
yeah. No, so
Yeah, I was
he's
just wondering if he said
yeah.
it's causing cancer.
Right. Yeah, no, I watched this whole thing and took notes on all the claims that he made, and yeah, there's a lot of statements that like I just have a lot of question marks by, or I'm like, I don't even know like what you mean by this, or like what you're trying to imply, but like that's not like even if you're doing like
Not
the
to be like,
So is he right? Is he right about the part of being unsaturated and they don't bind to it as well?
no.
he's right
Um
about the differences that one is saturated, like one group is and one group is not, and it's the seed oils that are the ones that are bad for you. That's what he's saying.
or I mean
But
seed oils aren't necessarily bad for you. So what he's saying, what he's trying to get at is this like mechanistic explanation, because like animal products are mostly saturated fats. That's why and vegetable stuff is polyunsaturated or just unsaturated. That's why butter is a solid at room temperature and like vegetable oil is a liquid. That's just like a an emergent property from saturated versus unsaturated. But yeah, the unsaturated basically means that there's like double bonds in the fatty acid chain, which are more reactive than single bonds, which is
like a double layer.
yeah. Or I mean, so like fatty acids are just like long strings of carbons attached to each other, and in saturated fats, it's all single bonds throughout, and in unsaturated, there's a double bond or two or three, whatever. Polyunsaturated fatty acids is a wide category of like 20 different fucking things. So to throw them all into the same box and be like they're all equally unhealthy is kind of ignorant.
Well, not only that, but even so I am agreeing with him that a lot of the seed oils are bad saturated fats, and that there are good healthier oils. But even when we're talking about these quote healthier oils, like if they're prepared in the wrong way, like it goes bad quickly. If it's heated to the wrong temperature, it can also become cancerous. It's like all these other factors, how it's packaged, how it's pressed, that can like have the same cancerous effect as the unsaturated. Like even if we're talking about the specific like group that he's talking about with the good oils, like there's so many ways to have bad olive oil, for instance. Like a ton that make them carcinogenic. And so I don't know, I just feel like that's a terrible standard, because it's so hard to get any good oil anywhere with none of that shit in it, and it's really expensive. That's not a really reachable solution for most people.
Right. And yeah, the issue is a lot of the data associated with these seed oils, like most, like all of your fast food chains, that are serving you like fried foods, like French fries or chicken nuggets, are frying them in seed oils. So if you just look at like, increased seed oil consumption versus like, not, like there's obviously going to be a difference, because like there's a lot of confounding variables in there of like,
Sure.
like just because you have more seed oils.
People are also fatter, or eating a whole bunch of fried foods anyway, with a lot higher calories, and that's going to cause secondary genetic effects that are going to be more likely to have cancerous, properties in them. Like, and if they're eating a bunch of fucking fried food, then they're probably eating a bunch of boxed food at MGO, like GMOs, and like all of it. So it's like there's so much other shit that goes on
extra
top.
virgin olive oil.
What?
That's about all I use, extra virgin olive oil. So I fry all my shit in that.
Right. But
yeah, so you're not supposed to put extra virgin oil over a certain temperature. It becomes toxic.
What does it become toxic? Like there's like, or rather, there's no evidence to show that it becomes toxic at a certain temperature.
Cancer, though? I don't know. I never really thought about it because I don't get it to where it's smoking or anything.
Right. Well, yeah, I think vegetable oils in general have a higher smoke point than like your Crisco or your butter or whatever. But yeah, the only possible like the thing that's unclear is when you like heat it and then cool it and then heat it and then cool it. So again, like your fast food places where you have like a big basket of fries that are like fluctuating in temperature pretty widely, there could be some unique issues there, but like also again, like is it, like is the issue the oil changing temperature a lot, or is the issue that you're eating McDonald's for 2.5 meals a day?
Yeah. Yeah.
Itself, they're typically high in omega-6 to omega-3 ratios, which means the more you consume, the more omega-6 you're getting, and the less omega-3 you're getting. Basically, the reason why this is bad is because it causes heart disease, cancer, and inflammatory conditions. Then you have the oxidation and stability, which is what I talked about there, because the polyunsaturated fats prone to oxidation, and oxidation fats can lead to production of harmful free radicals, which is what we're talking about, causing stress, aging, and chronic diseases. And you have high heat processing, which is another thing that happens in these, because like a lot of these seed oils are just like byproducts of making other stuff, and then they pump it full of like all these other stuff, like butane, stuff like that as well. So it basically degrades the quality of the oil, and then you're throwing that, because they have a high heat temperature, you're throwing that onto your pan and then coating your food in this stuff. And a lot of these fast food places as well have these oils thrown on them as well to add flavor, even though the fact that they're being cut with like these chemical solvents, like I said, like butane and shit like that as well. And you have like health concerns, which again, like we mentioned before, inflammation because of the high omega-6 content. Uh, which is like chronic diseases like arthritis, like inflammation in your joints, inflammation in your hips, any back pains, all that kind of shit. So, and like I mentioned as well, like cancers that it causes as well. Like we're discovering now with all these cancers that we're getting, like it's literally coming because of all this inflammation that's coming from the body as well. And you have metabolic effects. So like in terms of this, like it's basically because it contributes to like insulin resistance. It means that your insulin is never actually you're basically getting a resistance to the insulin, so your body needs to produce more insulin just to get that effect. And then what that's doing is it's inflaming your body even more, and it's slowing your metabolism down as well. And then when it comes to heart health as well, a lot of these studies are done where it's like it'll take like the original part of it, whereas it's not actually processing the oil itself after it's been done all this heavily processed as well. Um, and just to note as well, like how can these like all these foods that are heavily processed be cheaper than the organic? Think about it. Like even the word ultra processed means that you're putting in more processing, you're putting in more stuff. So like imagine this, like any kind of material you have in the world, it is cheaper to buy it raw than it is to buy it when it's processed, because the process requires some sort of labor, requires
Wait, just because you're processing shit, that don't mean you're adding something to it, does it?
I mean, you're adding labor in it, so in theory, that should increase the cost. Is the point that he's getting at? But also, like, yeah, I don't know, not factoring in or organic stuff doesn't keep well is really like
Yeah.
the
No,
issue.
I was like, wait a minute, what? Like, of course you when you have like GMOs and stuff, like your yields are so much bigger because your plant is so much better. They're growing larger, they're growing fast, and they're less susceptible to like insect damage, mold damage, all these other things. So like you as a farmer, if you're having something more processed, your yields are gonna be so much freaking higher. Like I don't understand how he doesn't get and like you said, it's and then it keeps, and then a lot of times the food also once
You cut out.
oh, sorry. And then once it's also grown, then it's like you said, it's also keeping longer after that. So if you have 70% of the yield of these tiny shitty strawberries, and they're going to be going bad in 4 or 5 days, like think about the difference between you have instead 100%, or you're getting 120% the best yield you could ever give, and you have 21 days to sell them. Like same thing with chickens and all this. Like a regular chicken takes like 130 days to grow or something, and like one of these chickens on steroids and all this stuff you're injecting is growing in like 35 days or something. So I don't know the exact numbers, but there's a large difference, and they're producing more meat and all these other things. Like that's why it's cheaper, because you can make more of it in a bigger bulk. That's why it's cheaper. It's not a conspiracy.
Right.
Till you cook it, then it shrinks down to 1/3 its size.
But yeah,
Well,
no,
meat
just
shrinks anyway. That's normal.
Yeah, but these shrink a lot more. These artificially
Well, if you
chemically
have
pumped up ones.
high fat, like you're gonna see like, how lean it is. And if it's like, 70-30 versus, 95-5, you have 30% you know, fats in there, then when you cook it, almost all that fat is going to turn into a liquid.
Right.
So you're all that, yeah, you're gonna lose all that.
Right. Gonna rend out, and it's just great for making
Yeah.
like a roux or whatever. But yeah, I don't think this dude has cooked any of his meals, so he just doesn't understand these these things.
And he's not, no offense, like to be like a little bit judgmental looks wise, but I wouldn't say that he looks like he's like a strapping, healthy young male.
Oh yeah, no, he admits this later that he lives a completely sedentary lifestyle. He works out 30 minutes a week,
Yeah.
like at most.
Oh
And
man, I work out more than a day, and I'm like a freaking old lady. So
right, yeah, no, yeah.
yeah. That's why I was looking at him. I was like, man, he's talking a lot of shit for someone that doesn't look like you're in like, I eat this and I should, I don't know. If you got a regimen like that, you're being in some peak physical form.
Right. And that's the thing is like a lot of your diet stuff, it's not like switching to carnivore, even like a shitty carnivore diet, like it's not going to kill you in like a week or a month or a year or a decade. In a couple of decades, like maybe. But it's a lifetime exposure risk. It's not like
Basically, the only way to do that is to take a bunch of fucking supplements, which is the same thing vegans who are taking meat out of their diet are doing this same fucking thing on their side. And each side is taking a bunch of supplements because we're supposed to eat both.
Right. Yeah. And like, I mean, I don't know, like the diet that he recommends is literally like go get the like bulk beef from your local, big chain store and, just the fattiest cuts you can get and eat nothing but that. But like, yeah, I mean, if you're doing like a nose to tail carnivore diet, like, if you're eating fucking kidneys and bull testicles and shit, yeah, I mean, it's significantly more viable. Like, you don't have to supplement as much. Same thing with vegans. Like, if you're, not just eating lettuce every day.
Organs are actually the good ones for you,
right?
Not the muscle. The organ meat's where all the real nutritious vitamin part is. Even though it's disgusting. Oh, could they have made it any worse?
Right.
Unless you guys like organ meat, I don't know. Some people are into that.
I don't like food, so.
Me either. I fucking hate food.
Say he was grifting or something?
Hmm?
Or did you really believe?
Sorry, what was that?
What?
Did you say he was grifting or something, or did you say he really believed this, or what?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the way that he's pitching this is a grift because it's like he'll reference like all these studies. If you notice throughout this whole video, he never pulls a single one up. If you look in the description, there is nothing cited. He went on www.imright.com and found all the stuff that agrees with him. But yeah, he's like cherry picking epidemiological studies and citing a lot of like mechanistic studies to try to like demonize a thing to prove his point. Because he references this a lot, where it's all the studies that disagree with him are bought and paid for and are corrupt, but all the studies that agree with him, are the good ones and the right ones. So yeah, I don't know. He's just talking out of both sides of his mouth.
Yeah, I think everybody does that shit.
Right. Or, I mean, I don't, but
We try.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's hard not to have any biases.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, so
I try to look at all the information, but you can't look at all the information. What's up, Mike?
I mean, it's not about like it's impossible to get rid of your biases. Like that's a like the that's like the midbrain take is like, oh, I'm totally free of bias. No one is like that. That's not how that works. You need to be aware of your biases and like and account for them. And like yeah, so if you're just asserting that like I'm not biased at all, then I can know that I can trust 0% of what you say. But I like anything that this dude says, I'm gonna be biased against it because like he's already demonstrated that he's an idiot, but he might say true things that I think are false because I hate him. But yeah.
I don't think we're all born with bias. Actually, I feel like a lot of us are born with no bias, and that through experience and recognition of patterns in front of us, we have learned bias, like
Yeah, it makes sense.
it's learned, like that's what you've come into this contact with the same scenario over and over. You're going to recognize patterns, and then you're going to
Pattern
start,
recognition. Yep.
yeah, you're going to develop being like, I know that when I go to such and such place, such and such happens, or I don't know. That's all.
I see what you're
anti,
saying,
so.
but I guess I like wholeheartedly like disagree. I guess if we think about
You think
3,000
it
years
starts
ago,
from there?
I don't think that humans are good at seeking truth. I think there's a lot of stuff like in the way, like we're not built to be,
I think we're good at. I think we're good at seeking it. I don't know if we always. I don't know if we're good at finding it,
When
but I think we're real good at
dudes,
seeking
man,
it.
they look at like they can look at the most fucked up looking person and just have absolutely no judgment at all. And like, or even like a person that like, I might turn away because experience has shown me this person could be fucking mentally ill or violent. A child would go up to them with nothing, with no fear, truly no bias. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it's like learned as we get older. We learn pattern recognition. We start to make overall judgments because you can kind of determine the likelihood of a lot of scenarios, whether we want to admit that. I don't know. I feel like that's just being honest.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would be born.
Bias.
Why would you be born with biases?
That's what I'm saying. I just don't
make sense.
Or I mean, so
Most-
like I don't know if we're
most
using bias in
children
the same way here.
that.
But like
Yeah,
if you're thinking about like confirmation bias or false attribution bias, like you do a thing and you get a different, you feel sick, so you take some, weird whatever the fuck thing, and you feel better, and you're like, oh, it's because I
Yeah,
snorted
like
100,000
people
milligrams
that
of vitamin
take
C.
stuff. Sure.
But like like that's not that doesn't demonstrate a causal link between what you did and the result that came out. Like
No, but when it happens over and over and over again, it becomes a causal link.
No, I would still say no. I mean, like you can.
No, it's like you fuck around and find out. You're like always going out, always drinking, always getting into the wrong crowds. Eventually, you're gonna run into some trouble. That's like cause and effect there.
I mean, I feel like a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like there's
Wait,
a lot
hold
of
on.
rich.
What's the disagreement here? Are you saying that you're born with bias?
Yeah, I'm saying
I
that.
don't think.
I'm saying that
Is that
humans
what
are
you're
not
arguing-
naturally
is that what you're
gifted.
arguing with her about?
Or yeah, like I'm saying that
I'm
humans are not
7
naturally
hours
gifted.
in. I'm barely coherent at this point, but
For sure, you're right. Yeah, no, I'm
I'm
saying
trying to follow.
humans are not naturally gifted at like finding truth. And I think she disagrees.
Yeah,
Finding truth. Okay.
I don't know. I think.
Well, how we get on bias? Then?
Well, I mean, if we're gonna go there, then yeah, I think most people are stupid at the end of the day, but I
Right.
think people also, at least I can recognize patterns. So I guess I can't speak for everybody. And I like to seek truth. I'm only going
Yeah, I
by
do too.
that.
I think a lot of people are constantly looking for. I mean, if people weren't seeking truths, there wouldn't be a self help section in the fucking library, bookstore.
I mean, I don't know. If that's the greatest. I mean, like, how can we validate that those things? Or I mean,
it's still such a small
Or
portion
even
that even like is interested in things like that. I'd say the overall majority of the population is not, and they'll keep doing the same freaking things that cause them problem and have no idea why.
right. But yeah, but I guess like I don't know. It's not like maybe people like find ways to solve their problems, but I think when you get down to like the nitty gritty of like why that worked, oftentimes it's not what people think it is, and I
What's
would
up,
say
Mike?
that is like,
What's up, man?
hi Mike, you're a nice
Yeah,
guy,
so-
I hear.
Yeah, what's up, man? Jack, yeah, I want to ask you a question, man. You seem very judgmental, and that's only my opinion. I could be completely wrong,
For sure.
totally wrong. But you seem very judgmental. You seem like you judge people in a way that you probably shouldn't. And,
wait, ain't that what you just walked in doing?
No, I mean, in
Just
other
walked
words,
in throwing down.
You're judging me, judging
no,
people.
no, you're trying to like basically diagnose people
What?
and say what people are, but you don't really know them yet.
I mean,
And I've seen you get same. No, I've seen you get in that same conundrum on different panels where you want to basically tell somebody who they are, but you don't really know who they are.
No, I'm not
So
judging
what do
who
you
they
think?
are. I'm not judging their character. Like I'm judging their actions. Like I don't know if you've ever watched this video and like seen how he vaguely gestures at studies but never actually cites them and like doesn't have a like rigorous understanding of the research or like the prerequisite background to understand most of this stuff. But he's like selling you a lifestyle about how they are lying to you and they want to keep this information from you and they're all pined against you and I'm the one with the secret esoteric knowledge who can sell you a lifestyle. And like that's how he's building his following, and I think that's cringe and lame and gay.
And that's very plausible. That's very plausible. And you're right. People do try to sell their own narrative to build their own cultism. Is the best way to say it. Like in other words. But no, you're right. People do try to build their own narrative. So I agree with you there. But you have to be careful when you try to diagnose people because they could be just playing a game. They could be completely just gaslighting. That's all I'm trying to say. Because there are so many people on these YouTube streets, whatever you want to call them, that are just playing a parody. Does that make sense, Jack? It's just a parody.
Yeah. That's something I'm definitely very.
Role.
I'm definitely like very paranoid about. Is like I don't know. Like, are these people like just real deep into the trolling and I'm missing it? But yeah, I mean, like
That's why I asked you if you said if he was gripped.
I'm not against you. Me and you have talked before.
Right.
I'm a really good troll, and I do it at a point where I don't try to get into anyone's personal life or anything like that. But I think you're starting to see the troll ways, like the trolling. Like people will try to like eke into like your psyche. They'll listen and they'll try to get little factors of what you like, what you don't like, and they'll try to almost customize their troll to you. Does that make sense? Like they're trying to make like a custom troll.
Go through all that effort for little old me.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were supposed to do the like ultimate verbal combat thing.
Waste your fucking time, bro.
I'm telling you, people gentlemen and lady, people get so invested in this. It's crazy how much they think this is more important than it really is. It is the craziest thing I've ever seen. People dedicate their entire life to this. It's the craziest I've ever seen.
I mean, if you were making millions of dollars, I can see dedicating your life to it. But
yeah, I mean, Tim Pool's been doing that for years.
Doing that, huh?
Tim Pool's been doing that for years. Look how much money he got from Russia.
Yeah, but I think I'll say this the best I can. You're very high.
That's like some slander right there, because I don't think that's been proven at all or anything.
No, he doesn't need it.
And actually,
yeah, you're very hypersensitive, and you pick up
any link to that from what I heard.
Yeah.
Did you read the Tenet indictment, or like I don't know what?
No, honestly, I didn't read the indictment because I don't really care that much. But
yeah, well, it's good, Kane. It's good to educate yourself on what's going on because there are people that are really.
I don't put too much stock into Tim Pool's opinion, but what did from my understanding, it was just one of the ad agencies or something might have got some funding from a Russian corporation or something.
Yeah, Tenet Media was getting money from Russia.
Or they did?
Yes, they did. They were getting about $10 million.
That shit?
What?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, see, the problem is that you bring up like Russian interference. Yeah, the issue is like you bring up Russian interference in front of conservatives, and they'd freak the fuck out and start screeching Russiagate. So we can't even have that conversation most of the time. Not like
Well, from what I remember,
Tim Pool.
From what I
remember,
it was the
liberals.
liberals.
He got out of his bedroom.
From what
Tim Pool got.
Hold up. From what I remember, it was liberals that was screaming about Russia for fucking 4 years.
Yeah. I'm sorry. How many indictments did the Mueller report turn out?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
King,
So from
King.
the if we compare the Benghazi hearings and like Hillary's emails and the RussiaGate investigation, how many indictments did each turn out?
0.
Whose
The
side
Mueller
was
report
this?
turned out 30 credible indictments. Like people,
I mean, no convictions. Like everything was just like
there were
But
at
wouldn't
least
that,
8
like,
convictions.
kind of like, wouldn't that tell you something that like only one side, like both sides are getting caught dirty shit, and only one side seems to keep getting all these convictions?
do you see all the shit that crap that Obama's doing? The lambasting
Oh
people
yeah,
for
he is.
not voting Democrat. He's like talking down to people. Did you see that?
I saw
Sam, did you see that shit? That is crazy.
It's fucking storming.
He's like, you wait, Biden and Kamala. I'm like, what are you talking about?
But yeah,
Down
so
to people.
out of the
Talking
people
Threatened
that Trump
services,
pardoned
brother.
right before
Threatened
leaving
services.
was Paul Manafort and Roger Stone, both of which who were indicted and like convicted of collusion with Russia
Mhm.
as a result of the Mueller report.
He
So
also released like the most like minorities ever,
So,
and
He what?
recalled the entire
Yeah.
justice. Did the first reform on like in
who does everyone think? Who does everyone think is going to be the best president? The lesser of two evils. Who's going to be the best president? I'm just asking everyone's opinion, just their opinion.
I think
That's all.
best president isn't even valid.
Arnold
No, it's
Schwarzenegger.
like the lesser of two evils. The people that are running right now. Who's going to be the better of the two evils? Who's going to be the better of the two evils?
I don't know.
Well,
The
it's
guy who
not-
wants to throw out
not
the
a fair question.
Constitution or the other person.
I think Trump will better the economy.
Conservatives
The
are
economy.
constitutionalists.
Yeah. I think Trump will have a better economy. Do
Why?
I think he's a good person? It's not. That's not what I'm saying.
Why do you think
But
he'll
I'm
be
saying
better in the
better
economy?
of two evils.
Why do you think that Trump will be better on the economy? He slowed the growth of it last time,
Yeah. Well,
and he
What's this,
deficit
he
spent like a
wants to throw out the
motherfucker.
Constitution. I hear that claim all the time.
Oh, hang on.
Already,
Let me.
there's a ton, like almost
Throw out the
like
Constitution. When did he say
five,
let's
six-
throw out the
$5-6
Constitution?
dollars that have been printed under Biden. So like I don't know. So there's like no way to even compare the two of the deficits.
sure. Yeah. The economy is always better
What's
under
that from, Jack?
He truthed it out. Sorry, I'm trying to pull it out.
Constitution. Where's that shit come from?
He truthed it out on Truth Social, his social media platform. So I'm trying to find the
Because
exact
he
link.
joked about being a dictator on day one.
No. It's because he said we need to indefinitely suspend the
Jack, what
Constitution.
would-
Here, let me
Sure.
read this Tenet Media here. I don't believe he said that shit.
I don't think he
That's
said that.
out
But
of
what was
context
your your interpretation, Jack? In your own opinion, what do you think the best way to go forward is? If you're able to kind of
Fucking tweet. Come on,
Yeah.
bro.
I mean, I think you
Are
need
you
to.
pulling up a tweet?
I mean, it's a truth from Truth Social, but yeah, the equivalent of a tweet.
All right, bro.
Okay, so if Kamala tomorrow
Sounds like
tweeted
a
out
topic,
that she
yeah.
wanted to suspend the Constitution indefinitely, like you'd be like, that's just a tweet. Who cares?
Indefinitely.
yeah.
I mean,
I hear you.
I mean, that would be
No, I
that'd
hear
be
you.
kind of
So that
crazy.
that is true. But
But yeah, I don't know.
yeah, well, let's
So
see this tweet, and then
for sure.
and then you got to analyze and make sure it's not fake and shit.
I mean, it's from his Truth Social account, which is the social media that he owns.
I mean, did you actually go to his account and scroll down to the tweet itself?
Yes.
Or are you just passing around? Huh? I'm just asking.
You
Or
know-
did you just passing around some shit you grabbed from a fucking
As much as we
some
love
website or something?
as much as we love Trump, Trump says the craziest shit. He does say some
He does say
crazy
some stupid. Yeah, he says some dumbass shit.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
I
he
don't.
does some crazy shit. But I mean, 99% of the time, he's right.
But
On
he's a
lot of
guy.
shit.
He's just open to shit, man. He'll entertain even the stupidest
Yeah.
idea because there might be some
He
fucking
don't
money.
Give a
Yeah,
fuck.
somewhere.
That's the kind of I think that's the kind of guy we need in office. A guy who's like, you know what? I'm just going to say what I feel. That's it. You know, I mean, I guess that's
Jack,
old school. That's
what
old
happened to
school
Shane? Did
thinking.
she
But
drop out?
yeah, but
Tenet
I
Media
just I like
was an American, right?
I like this about I like the fact that Trump just says what he feels. I like it. That's all I'm trying to say, gentlemen. That's it. Yeah.
I couldn't tell what she was saying. Who did she say she would vote for?
I don't think she said, but I know Sam and Mike, her
There
husband,
she is.
they're very
Welcome back,
liberal. They're kind of in the
Mrs.
middle, so I'm not
James.
exactly sure where she would side.
Are you with Trump or Kamala?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, Trump.
Okay.
Brand
Yeah,
gay
you're a
and
I
Trumper.
couldn't tell what you were saying over there earlier. I was like,
But Sam, at the same token, you're like me. You're a Trumper, but you're also you know that he's still a maniac sometimes. Like he says some crazy shit.
Yeah.
He does
No,
do some.
of
No,
course.
I mean, but
Yeah.
but
but
Sam,
look
I
at what he
love it.
did though.
He's
He
not
handled it.
polished by any means. He's rough around the edges.
Yeah,
No,
he's
he's
rough as
definitely
hell, bro.
he doesn't know how to be.
But that's what I said. I said I love the fact that he is a wild card. He is that wild man. He is because a
Jack
president. What?
Jack over here taking 20 minutes to find this one tweet that he's
yeah.
basing his
Sorry,
whole
I just didn't hit
fucking. He
enter.
wants to
My
take
bad.
away the Constitution rhetoric on.
Jack's gonna twist his mustache 15 more times and he'll find it.
Tenet,
I'm just
all
fucking-
right, let me
No,
read this.
how can you not when you have long hair? It's not even. I'm playing with my hair.
I just think I
It
really
helps you
think
get the nervous energy out.
I think I just, in my opinion, I think Trump is better for the country than Kamala. That's just what I think. Are they both morons, crazy people? Yeah, but I
Did you
think he
guys
would.
see? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh, good, brother. I think he would be better for the country. I think
Like
he would
how?
be better than
In what
that.
way?
Definitely. Well, hold on. Did you guys hear when Andrew Wilson was called Tim Pool out on constantly talking about Civil War and shit?
Yes, yes.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Oh, you didn't see that shit?
Oh,
No,
yeah.
because I don't really watch Tim Pool anymore. He became irrelevant to me years ago.
Well, Sam, you're very political. Tim Pool
I
to
am,
me
but I
is.
don't take anything that
I
dude says
know,
seriously.
I know,
He
but-
showed his cards the minute he started
Yeah.
being like outside of that little room. Like there was a totally different Tim from that moment on.
Tim Pool to me, Sam, he's a political shill. Like he's just saying
He
stuff.
still be bought out, and he'll still be like,
Yeah, he's a shill.
It's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I don't
You're
wanna
right,
get
you're right.
into my
He doesn't.
grievances with
He
Tim
doesn't
Pool.
even. Yeah, he doesn't even know what he stands for. You know what I'm trying to say? He's that kind of guy that's just like he'll say whatever in the moment.
I'm not. I don't know.
Milk toast
I don't
fence
like
setter. That's what he says.
writer,
That's what he calls
fucking
himself all
hero.
the time. A milk toast
Yeah.
fence setter.
Yeah.
Who do you like? Let me ask you this. Everyone up here, who is your favorite political commentator? Like, whether it be, who is your favorite? I'll tell you mine. If you want me to start first, I'll tell you mine.
Go ahead.
I love Bill Maher. I love Bill Maher.
Oh, dude.
I think I love him.
I don't know. He said a lot of things to me that fucking.
But I mean, he's so honest about how he feels. Like he doesn't.
No, he'll definitely come out sometimes and like spit some truth.
Fucking Jeff's gonna have to come up.
So anyone else?
he's got some
Do you
opinions on
like?
this.
So do you like the other political? I mean, you have
Political
Bill
commentator
Maher.
to me, the way I
Yeah.
see politics, would be like old Bill Cooper or William Cooper.
Well, how old are you, Jack? How old are you? How far off from Gen X are you?
Well, Jack's a youngin. Jack's like 30 something.
Yeah, I'm 32.
Yeah, you're
32.
young. You're
Oh,
dude.
yeah, that's
You're
right. You told me that.
yeah, young as shit, dude. You're like a kid.
What do you mean?
You
I
don't
was
compared to these old men.
I was half dead 5 years ago. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, you're 32 years old. We're up here in our 50s. I mean, I'd love
Oh
to.
fuck, you're
I
like
would
pretty
love
much
to be
dead then.
32.
Jesus
I'd
fuck.
love to be 32. I'd love it. I'd love to be 32
But
again.
I'm an old soul.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, Sam's soul is 186 years old.
Same.
So
My soul
yeah,
is also very old.
Is it?
yeah. And I'm not. I'm a young soul. I'm on my. They said that I believe in reincarnation. I don't know if you guys believe. I'm jumping subjects. I believe in reincarnation, and I believe. I was told I'm on my first life, so I'm a young soul. So I'm a moron. I'm an idiot. I make mistakes all the time. But older souls have more wisdom. They have more wisdom, and they have more guidance within themselves. That makes sense to everybody.
I
But
don't
when
really subscribe to the idea of a soul, so that's
you don't believe in souls,
I don't think so. I don't know.
all right. Let me hone in on this. So why don't you
I
believe
do. Like,
in
even my mom has called me.
My
She's like,
screens
even
are
since I was like
bugging out.
6, she's always be like, "You're like an old lady. Why do you always act like an old lady stuck in a
Yes.
child's body?" Like, and she would
Sam?
say shit like that. It's the
Sam,
weirdest fucking
no.
thing from my perspective.
Sam, my ex-wife, she was an old soul, and she always would give advice, even when she was like in her 20s, like giving advice to people in their 60s. It's like, how the hell do you know all this stuff? Like, how do you know all this connection? You know, and then some people just have the knowledge that they have, you know, of experiences and things like that. But Jack, let me ask you this. Why do you think that there's no souls? Do you think that there's no people that let me ask you this. Do you think do you believe in reincarnation? People have lived before. That's my question to you.
No.
People have lived before.
No, not. I mean, I don't. That's like okay. So I'm gonna broadly answer like a big chunk of claims with this probably, but I so like metaphysical claims like so I'm a pretty staunch materialist. I like data and stuff that we can measure. So like and you're talking about like a metaphysical claim and like there's no way to measure like whether or not someone has been a fucking giraffe or whatever before. So like I can't. So like I'm not gonna say like no that's not true. But like I don't have any good reason to believe that. And I don't really subscribe to that idea. But like, yeah, I wouldn't say that it's like hardcore wrong because there's no empirical evidence for it. If that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense.
I think it really makes a difference if like you can like I don't know. Like I feel like some people have that like interconnection and like just some people like just don't like and even I know people who want to they just don't feel it.
Yeah.
They don't feel it.
And Sam, I've met people that were dumb as crap, like just completely mundane and they don't know what they're talking about. And I've met people that were 20 years younger than me that were wiser than anyone we've ever met in our lives. So there has to be some kind of validity to somebody living in the past, knowing something when they were born. And I could be completely wrong. All I'm trying to say is that I do believe that some people live previous lives. And Jack, nothing, no disrespect or anything like that. But if you don't believe in it, you don't believe in it.
Right.
I'm just saying I believe people are just naturally born wiser. They're just wiser people.
I don't know if anybody would actually have older soul. So I think like it just takes some people like longer. Like you can keep making the same mistakes over and over and over through your lives, or you can go closer towards enlightenment. I would imagine, I don't know, either you get a certain amount of tries or however the fuck it works, and you're either, you go forward or you don't.
Well, Sam, do you believe that some people love deeper and they have more empathy than other people? Do you believe that they have?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, of course.
Like, in other words, some people
That's
have
that's measurable.
but some people have a nurturing soul. You know what I'm saying? Like a nurturing soul where they want to.
Like people die of broken hearts. There's like a medical diagnosis for that.
Yeah. You believe in that?
That's true. People do die of broken hearts.
I do. I believe in it. I believe when your heart is broken and a piece of you is missing, that you never get that piece back. You never get it back. And you try to chase and you try to fill that hole that you're missing, but you never get it. So Sam, you're right. So it is possible, and you're very lucky to have love in your life. You're lucky to have that with your husband. But people they'll lose that piece of them. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like preach to anybody listening, but you lose that piece of your heart, and you can pass from that loss of love. And I think, Sam, you're right. I think you're right on that.
Yeah, I think that's limited to like that broken heart syndrome or whatever seems to be limited to like older couples. So like like once you're
Old
retired
couples
and
that
like
are they're like spiritually friggin' connected, man.
yeah, sure.
Yeah. So
But yeah,
Jack,
like
I
once
want you
you
to
like
listen.
if you're 70 and you've been married
Yeah,
for
it's
40
like
years
so
and then your
sweet.
husband dies, like yeah, you're gonna be
Yeah.
like your mental condition can probably spiral enough to like kind of
It's more than that, Jack. You could be
Yeah,
married for 10
that's
years.
at that point you are in such state of shock and mourning that your body can't go on at the end of the day.
It's your mind too, Jack. You could be married for 10 years.
Like your mind, your body, yeah, like both.
Yes,
You're-
if you're
you
so
can't-
if you're so completely in love with somebody, if you are so head over heels in love, this person is your everything. This is your entire life, and they pass. Whether you're 70 or 20, it can affect you physically. That's the whole thing. I think me and Sam were trying to say. It can affect you physically,
oh yeah, I mean that's just like the
and
mind
I
body.
believe that we are.
Yeah, sorry, that's just like the mind body connection though.
So,
Like that's a pretty like well observed thing. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Jack,
Yeah.
have you had the opportunity? Because I mean, you don't have kids, right? You don't have any kids yet, right? You don't have
Correct.
kids yet, right?
Yeah.
No. Okay. So, and you've never like probably been in truly, truly, truly in love, right? Not yet. I mean, you're still a young guy. You got plenty of time.
I don't think I
But-
have.
But I think
But
I've done
when
that
you-
at least twice.
Yeah, Kane, I've been in love so deeply. It was breathtaking how deeply you're in love. And then when you lose it, you don't know where to go from there. And having children, I have children, multiple children. And all I'm trying to say is that when you have that kind of love, or you have that kind of love for children, your children, it takes you outside yourself. It does. I mean, I can't put it into words. You have to experience it for yourself. But it's something else.
Yeah, I know
And,
exactly what you're talking about. I have what's called codependent tendencies. So yeah, I totally get it.
But I'm going to tell you this.
Oh yeah, so you would be a wreck if
yeah.
yeah.
That's a joke. To be
Yeah.
clear, sorry. I'm very funny.
I had a family member of mine, is going through a separation. In other words, they were together for many, many years, and they're going through a separation. And I'm doing the best I can to support them, because I love them both. I love them dearly, but I can't take sides. I just have to say, look, it's going to be okay. It's going to be hard. It's going to, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's tough. It's tough when you're together 5, 6, 7 years. It's tough to split up. It's tough. You know.
Oh,
Justifies
5, 6, 7, I think. I might
justifies
know.
you. He wants to do away with the Constitution.
Yeah.
He says,
But have you?
What?
a massive fraud this type of magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections.
Mm.
Yep. So I think we can. I mean, we probably all agree that Trump lost the last election, and should know better. Like, I mean, all of the weird fraud claims have been debunked.
I think they rigged that shit.
No, that's not
in
true.
a bunch of different small ways.
There's a bunch that are really great and hard, legitimate too.
Kane, so I sent you the list of
Just
all
by
the.
how they
The left admits to mass cheating. The only thing they admit that there was that there was cheating, yes. That there was mass cheating, yes. The only thing they don't admit to is, was it enough to have overturned the election?
Well, plus the case in Pennsylvania, pretty much they illegally changed the law to allow that type of
Oh, there was
voting.
like mass cheating, mass
So that
I mean,
alone
and
right
that
there
happened.
gave
you
them
know,
That
Pennsylvania.
happened in what,
an
2019
outrageous amount of votes.
in Pennsylvania? That law,
I know,
the
but
one out of the 63 cases that they won, that law was enacted in the year of 2019, right? So it was way before this election. They had plenty of time to challenge it before then.
Way before, that's like within months prior. It
Jack,
was
there's
during
Wait.
the next year. It was during the next.
Jack, there's no way in hell that Biden got more votes than
No
Obama.
fucking way. Come on, get the
81
fuck out of
million,
here.
dude.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
wait,
think you
wait.
underestimate how much Trump
More
sucks.
votes than ever in history, but then 10 more million votes than that ever in history. Come
I've
on.
never seen the establishment react like that to a president
Come
in my
on.
lifetime.
Yeah, see the problem
You know
is
that's bullshit.
the problem is
You
that
know it's bullshit.
no,
Entire
no, I don't.
establishment.
Like I
You
literally
know.
like 2020 was the very first time that I had ever voted, and I went out just because Trump was that bad.
Dude, there was so many fucking votes. It was unbelievable. And not
So what is-
only did they get the most
You know.
votes ever in history by a long shot, then Biden got 10 more million votes on top of that.
Yeah, it's weird how you're framing it as like Trump got the most, and then like plus even more of
It's
like more than
baffling.
that. Like no, Biden got the most votes out of anyone. Trump got the second most. And yeah,
No.
I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that you phrase it that way. That like, oh, Trump got the most, and then Biden got like even the most stir.
So what,
It was
what do you?
ridiculous.
I don't
You
see
know
Hillary
that's
allowing
bullshit.
Kamala.
You know that there wasn't that many people fucking voting.
There ain't no
Jack.
way Hillary is
Oh.
going to allow Kamala to be
Yes.
the first female president. Ain't
Jack,
no
Jack,
fucking
what do
way.
you?
I bet
what-
she'll fight that with everything she has.
Jack, what do
I've
you hate
voted
about-
in 4 elections so far.
Let me ask. Let me ask
Every
Jack.
election I could ever vote for. I voted Democrat twice and I voted Republican twice.
That's how you got to be. You got to change with the times, man. You can't just
Yeah,
be, you can't
because
be
my mind is
completely
truly
stupid to a
open,
law.
man.
Yeah, it's how. That's
Jack,
how
I'm
I work.
open to change, to, showing me.
You got to ride the wave as it goes,
Yep,
man.
hell
Because they
fucking
use that
yes.
shit. They know people want to get locked in, so they create a thing and then they change it. And then you got to
Jack,
always be
what do
ready
you,
to jump ship to the new thing.
Jack, what do you hate about Trump? What do you dislike about him? I'm just asking you, man to man, what do you dislike about him? Is it his personality? What do you dislike? Because I think he has great, amazing points with politics. But what do you dislike? Do you dislike
He's
his?
not refined. He's not a politician. It would be nice if he was refined
Yeah,
and
you're right.
held
Sam,
a
you're
little
right.
more integrity as
But
a
you
gentleman.
can't. You can't cage a tiger.
I don't care
So-
that he's not refined, but I do wish he had a little better of a more moral
Yeah.
value system.
You
He
can't
goes
do it, man.
crazy. He's been a Playboy bachelor his whole life.
Yeah.
He's not the
Trump's a maniac.
easiest one to convince. Yeah, he's kind of a maniac. But
Yeah,
right
he's a-
now he has
he's an-
another option. Like it's fucking shit.
The
or
best
Republican,
thing.
a polished
Sam,
turd. What the fuck?
See, I said this. Trump is going to Trump. That's it. He's going to be him. That's it. You take
mean,
him. Yeah.
He thinks women let you grab him by the pussy because all the women around him probably have let them.
They
let him
do.
grab
That
by
was
the
not the
pussy.
whole conversation. It was
know?
women who
That's what
want
he's used to.
expensive gifts will let you just grab them by the shit.
Yeah.
And that's
Can you
fucking true.
imagine?
That's true.
Can
Why
There's
they're
nothing
there.
wrong about that
If you're,
statement.
if you're some woman, can you imagine being the president? Panties were dropping for Bill Clinton.
Oh,
They
yeah.
were dropping.
Can you
for
imagine
fucking,
Kennedy back in the day? He was known for
Oh,
it.
yeah. I mean, they were dropping, so the most influential man in the world, the panties are going to drop. And I'm sorry, a woman's going to give it up. It is what it
Dude,
is.
and I think he got caught on a tape talking about buying like a girl like a $40,000 of furniture or something on the first night. I can't remember who was it.
When's the last time?
Fucking
When's the last
kidding
time?
me, bro? That's
When's the
most
last time we've heard of
ridiculous-
a president having an affair
fucking
with a movie star?
Can you imagine Sam
My bad. I didn't mean to talk over you,
being
Shameless.
with Trump and then it's recorded online?
Oh
Oh my.
way. I would never. Ugh.
Sam,
Old man
Sam,
gross me out.
Sam is gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge, Sam.
No.
I'm completely joking. Mike's gonna kill
Looks
me.
like he could be my fucking grandpa or something.
I'm totally joking. But no, you know,
When's the last
a
time we heard
conflict-
anything about a president having an affair with a movie star?
Yeah.
Movie star. That's a nice way to
It would be,
put that.
It would be Kennedy. It'd be Kennedy, right? A movie star would be Kennedy. That was Marilyn Monroe.
That's
The
crazy.
he
last
was-
Gotta be happy.
one was in a porn or something, and it was in like one of his girlfriends in a movie.
Not skanks. You're talking about skanks. That would be Alden.
Hey, adult
like-
films are
like
films too.
actual-
Okay.
Yeah.
An actual movie star.
Marlon
A
Mason.
movie star would be Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe. That's a movie star. You know, like an actual movie star. Because they were together. They were.
Sorry.
Kennedy had
Bob
secret.
was with her too.
Kennedy had secret
Flop
tunnels built.
seconds.
Secret tunnels built so he can get what do you call it? Her out of the freaking White House, like
Yeah,
without
right.
anyone seeing her.
Marilyn
So
Monroe?
Stormy Daniels was in
He had-
The 40-Year-Old Virgin
Yeah,
and
probably not
Knocked
just
Up
her.
in the mid to late aughts.
Well, Stormy Daniels is skin. We're talking about Marilyn Monroe.
I mean,
we're talking
also
about
a skank allegedly. I don't know. Isn't this
greatest
the
actress.
person
He's stuck on
famous
drugs,
for like the upskirt shot who said like the
Yeah.
best dresses are made to be taken off? And I don't know what your
no,
criteria
she
for
was- she was-
skank is here.
Yeah, no. Jack, she was a super hoe. She was just a popular super hoe. That's all. She was a super hoe. But I mean, she was
agree
with
with
the
Kanye.
she was with the president and his brother.
Stormy Daniels is low tier, man. I never
Yeah.
thought she was very attractive. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, I
He's just
didn't.
one film.
I
He's
didn't
got to
see
thank her
her.
blondes too. I don't know what it is.
I didn't see her as hot. I didn't see it.
Nah.
But
I mean, he
Apparently-
himself calls her horse face, right? That's
allegedly, Bill Clinton was the whore master. Like he had so many women
man, Bill.
when he was in office. Allegedly, he had so many side pieces when Bill Clinton was in office. That's apparently, allegedly. Yeah.
Anyway,
He
so reasons I don't like
so
Trump is because he's anti-American. Like he preaches a lot against American values.
He's like,
he doesn't
"Anyway,
really-
can you shut the fuck up and let me talk.
Yeah,
shit
or well,
about
he asked me a question and then Sam answered for me, just like, oh, he just doesn't like that he's unrefined. He's just just because he's not presidential.
No.
So I don't like that he's anti-American. He doesn't seem to value free speech or any of the values in the Constitution. He doesn't seem to respect our military. He was a very ineffective president, even when he had like a trifecta in the Senate and the House. He wasn't able to get anything done except by executive order. He was not great for the economy. All he did was like do crazy amounts of deficit spending. He wasn't great on the border. I mean, even if you look at the most recent stuff where he nuked the conservative leaning border bill, so he could have something to run on.
Conservative leaning, there was a fucking shit ton of money on a bunch of bullshit in there.
September 23rd,
They put a bunch of bullshit attached to the bill. and
Like
it was
what?
Sign it. If you don't, then we'll
Like
tell
a
everybody
Like what?
on the news
Like what?
that you were against it.
Sam, I'm gonna need you to cite me exactly the one that you're talking about. So, like, again, there was
Butterface.
two versions of that bill, right? There was one with a bunch of like dog-eared shit on it, and then there was another one that was passed that was stripped down of all the foreign aid and all that shit, and it was being pushed forward by the Republicans, and then they voted it down. Why was that?
What else was in it?
It was
Jack,
just the border
just
bill.
admit-
It was just the border bill. Most
Yeah,
conservatives and
yeah,
experts
yeah,
agreed
yeah,
that's what they
Never-
wanted.
I've
Border
never seen a
bill.
bill that was just
then they
Great.
still-
Then I'm sorry that you're unfamiliar with the legislation that Trump shot down so that he could have an issue to run on. But maybe you should go read
Sorry,
some of that a
I
little bit more.
Look up
Oh,
every
Jack,
fucking
you're being
piece of
very
political everything that happens. That
Jack,
upsets
you're being very sassy right now. But the
That's
bottom
just
line
a
is,
sassy guy. That's just his.
Hey, he came to argue, and
personality.
he was he came revved up,
Right.
and then and had to sit here for like an hour and a half where we were just all
Yeah.
chilling and
Right.
civil, talking about fish and stuff
Jack,
like
the
that.
bottom
He was,
line, Jack,
he
the
was
bottom
hating it,
line
man. He
is,
was like, I can't wait to talk about something controversial.
yeah, okay, my bad. Jack, the bottom line is
I'm
that
good,
Trump's,
though. I'm just
Trump's
tired of shit, or I would argue with you, but
yeah, Trump's gonna
we've been going
win
for 7
because
hours.
Stone Cold said so. Let me get a hell yeah. Trump's gonna win, and you're just mad about it. You're pissed off that Trump's gonna win. That's it. That's
Dude,
all
you
it
know
is.
Trump is as unrefined as he is. He's entertaining
I don't
as
know if he's
fucking
gonna win,
hell.
but
Yeah, that's not a trait that I value in a president. Okay.
just putting Trump aside, though, do you
We
think
killed
Kamala?
him. He
Do you
cried
think
like a little
Kamala's qualified?
baby.
Do you think Kamala Harris is qualified to run the free world?
You know,
Infinitely more than Trump. Yes.
I mean, Trump's already did it for 4 years, so we didn't
on.
implode. So
Hold on,
Yeah, out
Sam.
of the last 16 years, we've had like just under 4 of.
So,
Republicans.
Jack,
without saying Trump, tell me what's good about Kamala.
Oh wait,
That's not how like that works. Like Kamala's a little bit left to me economically, but like I mean, given that she's been part of the administration that has passed more bipartisan legislation that like actually matters and does stuff than any other fucking administration in American history. Yeah, just on that alone.
Okay, well, Jack,
They passed
Jack,
more
President
bipartisan
Trump.
Oh, it's just not
President
even worth
Trump.
it.
Let me check that claim real quick.
Hold on, real quick. President Trump, Jack, was elected president of the United States. Kamala Harris slept her way to the top. That's the truth. That's the truth. She's a hoe. She's a hoe.
Yeah.
Great, you want to elect a dude because he's fucking entertaining, and so I want to elect her because she's a hoe. I guess if that's the fucking like tier of argument that we're making.
And Trump rode the daddy wave money train all the way to presidency.
Jack,
to be fair.
Yeah, the dude who wants to put a 20% global tariff on everything so that everything can increase in price 20%, because it's not like the corporations are going to eat that fucking cost. Like, yeah, sure.
Right.
No, that money comes from the outside,
Yeah.
not the inside.
You
So,
don't
Jack,
know.
Why do you get so triggered? No, Jack. Why do you get so triggered about Trump? Why do you get so angry? Is it because you
Because
want a
he's
dad like Trump?
anti-American? Because he's anti-American and because I love my country.
That's crazy, yo.
So where'd you get this claim that
taking away the Americans' ability to protect themselves? They're always the ones trying to
Why is
shoot
this
down
shit
free
not-
speech, and you have like the audacity to talk about gun rights and free speech as the reason why you're not that you're for the left. That's fucking crazy. You can't be that fucking crazy.
Sure. I
Please.
mean, again, we can just look
Who's
at the
smart
records.
to be that
We can
fucking
look at the
crazy?
records, all right? So, like, which president said they wanted to strip away the citizenship of everyone who, like, burned an American flag? Who passed a bump stock ban by executive order? And, like, who, what the fuck are you even talking about, Sam?
A bump stock ban.
Yes, a
That's
bump
the-
stock ban that Trump passed himself by executive order. Didn't go through Congress. It's like one of the biggest pieces of gun rights legislation in the recent history. Yeah, it is crazy. It's crazy that he fucking did it.
Sam, I got this.
What, a bump stock
So,
ban?
I got this. So a bump stock ban. So basically, let me ask you this. Have you ever shot an AR-15?
Yeah.
You ever shot one?
Yeah, of course.
I'm just asking if you ever shot one.
Yes. I've shot a lot of guns. I love guns.
You love guns. So, but you're against and you're pro a bump stock
No.
ban, right?
Trump is the person who signed the bump stock ban in.
Dude, but lefties are always talking about
just
making.
did it to
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I am not lefties, okay, Sam? Okay, Sam, I know you're great at pattern recognition, Sam. Yeah, Sam, you're great at pattern recognition. You want to put all lefties in the same box, and yeah, I get it. You know, you're super. You're just an above. You're a superhuman truth seeker. Okay.
You're fucking dumber than you look.
Sam, let me take it. Let me take it. Sam, please, Sam, let me take it. So,
Go for it.
so brother, what do you think is the wrong thing? Like, do you have a problem with high capacity magazines? Do you have a problem with the bump stocks?
No, he's the one saying that he's pro 2A when we all fucking know damn straight that the left is overwhelmingly majoritarily against
But
fucking
he's a
gun
progressive.
laws.
He's a progressive. The left
I-
is too.
The
But- but-
progressives,
not a
a lot
progressive.
of ones are too against
Hold on.
guns.
Sam and Kane.
Well, what are
but
you then?
no, but
I
but
don't know
like
what I am. I mean, it's all
He
ridiculous.
wants to be
No,
a classical
seriously.
liberal. They don't exist anymore, buddy.
No,
Time to
that-
move with the
that
open
camp is
window.
gone. I mean, you can have classical
I
liberal
mean,
opinions, but
all
that
I'm trying
camp
to
is
say-
gone.
all I'm trying to say is tell us what you don't like about progression, what the bill is. Do you not like high capacity magazines? Do you not like the bump stocks? Like, what is your problem? What do you not like about the
He's
bill?
pro
Okay,
bump
Okay,
stocks.
Mike, I'm gonna say this
Or
really
not
slow for you.
bump
Really
stocks.
slow for you. Okay, Mike. Trump.
Pro gun
Yeah,
rights.
Trump.
Please slow it down because I'm stupid. Please slow it down.
So during
I'm
Trump's
very-
presidency, he signed into law by executive order a bump stock ban, limiting the rights of gun owners. This is not like I'm not pro banning bump stocks. What I'm saying is that Trump signed one of the like biggest sweeping like gun rights
negative against Trump.
restrictions like in recent history. Biden
Okay.
undid that.
Okay.
So if I'm pro bump stocks, if I'm pro guns, then I like Biden or the Democrats or Kamala more than Trump because Trump signed a fucking bump stock ban. Okay, I'm gonna say it like one more time.
You can't
Trump
just have that.
banned bump stocks. You know that, right?
You're gonna stroke out. You need to take a breath.
No, I have 3 pages of notes on optimistic nihilism here that I haven't even gotten to yet. Okay, all right.
I mean, why are you feeling the need to like yell and shout right now?
Because Mike's just like I don't know, asking me why I'm against bump stocks or high capacity magazines or
Okay.
something.
I mean, but wait,
That's the
you just didn't
question.
quite understand what you were saying. But why?
I
why the fuck
I
are
don't
you
know.
swerving out though.
So like when I have to repeat it for the 4th time, that triggers the Spurg button in my brain.
I guess. I mean.
I mean, if you're
but I mean,
swerving, you're
I
swerving.
wanted to ask you because earlier you made the claim that you said Joe Biden, the Biden administration, has passed more bipartisan bills than any administration in history. I can't find anything to confirm that.
Kane, can I
I've
ask
been looking for it.
Kane, can I ask him something? So listen, I want to ask you an honest question. I mean, let's just drop all this BS. What do you think is the best resolution for what's going on?
For the
asking you-
Republican Party to get their fucking
Yeah.
shit together instead of just being Trump dick sucks. Because I think
Okay.
we do need a strong Republican Party in this country because progressives are just gonna like go fucking crazy otherwise. But I am not a Republican. But like instead we just have this dumb fuck fascist populist fucking leader.
That's all right.
Yeah, I
That's
would.
okay.
I'm not a
No, no,
Republican
no,
either, but the
no,
way
no,
he
no,
reformed
no,
the
no,
Republican Party was the best thing that
Sam
ever
and,
happened.
Sam and Kane, real quick. Without the cursing, because you don't need to curse. Get your point across. You would like to have a more like more dialogue, right?
Yeah,
And talking
We allow
about
free
things.
self-expression
I'm
around here.
conservative. I want rules to be more conservative.
Yeah, and you don't have a
Yeah.
party right now because it's just the party of Trump. It's Trump or nothing, and Trump decides who's a
Nothing-
real
Nothing-
Republican or who's a
nothing else to
rhino.
choose. We're
Okay.
not getting.
Yeah,
getting
exactly. And I think that's like
we're
the
getting
absolute
votes
worst part of
out.
this fucking country is that
Votes
Trump was able to
first.
take the shit over like so
Or
easily.
The regular turd.
When you curse, you lose. Just talk without cursing. Just
He did the
tell
right
me
thing.
what you think. Just
Buy
tell
a
me what you
rope.
think. Because I think no. Listen to me,
Nah, don't
brother.
say
I
that
think
shit here, dude.
I think
don't like any hints toward unalive and shit.
Yeah,
All right.
I
don't
think
appreciate that.
I'm sorry, Ken. I don't mean to cut you off.
Buy a rope or
Yeah.
no shit like that.
Yeah. So I think you're an educated
find a
person.
free
I think you have a
expression. I
good
don't like
point. Yeah, I think you have a good point. But just talk regular. Don't curse at people. Don't yell at people. Once you start losing control, you lose respect from the people on the panel.
I
That's
don't
all.
give
That's
a
all.
fuck about if you're pro Trump. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck about your respect. Like you are like the cancer that is destroying
Okay,
my
I am-
country.
I am- so, yeah, so
he's
Yeah.
his
I am
destiny
pro
parent
Trump.
right now.
okay,
He's
that's
he's
okay.
mimicking
That's okay.
destiny.
That's all right. I'll talk over you. I am pro Trump. Trump is
You
our
don't
king.
care about Trump. I
I
don't
am
give a fuck
pro-Trump.
about your opinion. You're not a human being anymore.
Yeah, no,
I am
you want a
pro
god
Trump.
emperor, and I, kind of like the American system. Like we are not the same.
You're
Like
making
I don't know how you like try to
ridiculous.
co-opt patriotism
Nobody
and
on the
shit, but
progressive Democrat
You
side
sound kind of
under
silly. You're the
Kamala
one
is
that
going to make that happen.
you sound like you've been programmed by a cult machine.
They're not going to make that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm
I'll
the one
Everything
I'm
we
the
have
one
to
programmed by a cult
do
machine,
now
while
Yeah,
other people are like, "Oh, I want
exactly.
King
all
Trump."
Now,
Yeah, yeah,
our
yeah.
you're the
politicians
only
fucking
one.
us over, or the Americans making a
I'm
little
gonna tell
bit
you this. I'm gonna tell
more
you this.
money in
Hold on.
this time
You're
Shameless.
the
and
only
being
one
able to
Shameless.
feed
assuming that he worships
themselves.
Trump
That's
like a
it.
god
That's
king.
all we're choosing from here.
Go
Yeah.
ahead,
So
Sam.
Shameless and Kane. So, brother, Trump owns you. He owns your mind. He owns your actions,
Right.
and
He's our
you're
god
let,
king.
Mm.
yeah, you're letting
He
him
wouldn't do
own you.
anything to lose my vote.
If you simply said, I don't agree with Trump, I think he has some good
I
points,
disagree
but
with
I
you
don't
on
agree.
several
No,
things.
no, hear me
Yeah,
out.
so
Hear
do
me
I.
out. Just hear me out. I don't agree with everything he says because I don't. Bro, I am pro Trump. I love Trump. I love that man. But I don't agree with everything he says. I don't agree with
I've never
everything
met
he
one
says.
human being alive that I agree with everything they said.
But
I
listen
mean,
to me.
it's ridiculous.
Not you, Kane. Not you, Kane. But like to just hear Trump out, hear our president out, hear him out, because at the end of the day, he has our best interest in heart. President
No, he's
Trump.
gonna get his. Either side is gonna get theirs, regardless who we choose. We're choosing between a polished shit or a shit. What don't you?
Actually, so when you curse, you lose, Sam. So can you say that again?
I'm gonna say, sorry.
Because otherwise, you won't have my respect.
Stuff, Roby.
Don't.
You
But
respect
listen,
my authority.
listen to me. President Trump has the most respect from the most amount of people of all time. Is he imperfect?
False.
Yes,
That's
he
just
is.
wrong.
Let's just hear me out. Hear me out. He says
From a
stupid
certain
stuff.
sector.
He's not perfect. But what man is perfect? The only man that's perfect is Jesus Christ. That's the only man that's perfect.
Yeah, I heard he was a homo.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, wow.
Trump?
No,
Trump?
Jesus.
Wow.
Jesus
Say
fucking
Jesus.
Christ. I believe is his full name.
Shut that shit up. That's
So
some dumb
Jesus is
shit.
gay?
That's just slander.
I allegedly, like, I don't know. It's just some stuff that I heard from some
Yeah.
people.
Like some recent
Yeah.
gossip.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. What you're saying right now is just validating your stupidity. That's okay. That's all right.
Yeah.
But I think
Why-
Trump
why
is
would you
imperfect. He's
children-
imperfect. He's imperfect, and he's learning as he goes. That's what I think. But for you to talk about Jesus that way is disgusting to me.
I mean, nobody has disrespected your points of view or anything you believe, and I think it's kind of weird that you think like he's less of a human being just because of the things that he believes.
I don't think
mean,
I
he's not
said
saying
he's
he
less of a
believes
human
anything
being. I just
outlandish
think
and
he's the
shit.
cancer destroying my
You
country
said
and
you
should be
don't give a
deported.
fuck- You said you don't give the slightest bit of fuck about anything he has to say or anything about him because he votes for Trump or something like that.
I don't
Yeah.
think I've said that in
If
this
you want my
conversation.
Kind of weird. I mean,
No, it's all right. It's all right. And
mean,
Kane, you have the
I-
best.
Don't
sure
give
I
him a
didn't
hard
learn
time.
it
It's
right,
hard.
but
It's
it was
hard to
just
be a
kinda-
sandy-haired colored boy and not be fucking harassed if you like Trump.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
Whatever.
and Sam, let's back off of him because if you put too much pressure on him, he'll get pissed. But the thing is that listen, man, listen. You
It
can
is,
believe
though.
what
It
you.
is hard.
I
don't
know,
know if
I
you
know.
never really experienced that. I think, Mike.
I know,
You're
Sam.
just a
I
lot
know.
darker.
Sam, you're very passionate. I know. I've known you for 2.5 years. I know, Sam. You're very passionate. But listen, brother, you can think what you want to think, and that's cool, and you can express what you want to think. But what you think is not always the truth. That's all. That's all. But Trump is a really good man. He is a good man.
Yeah, he's
Trump, the
best
guy
president.
who
Yeah,
cheated
best.
on his wife with a porn star while he had a newborn kid at home, is a good
That's
man.
the least thing. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit.
Okay, cool. So a good man is one who cheats on his wife while she's taking care of a newborn.
All I care about is policy.
Get a word in here.
Plain, pure paper. I don't give a fuck about anything else.
But
You
what
can be
about-
the biggest idiot
but
in the
what
world.
about-
But if your
yeah,
policy
but
is
what-
good, that's all I care about.
America.
What about Bill Clinton? What about Bill Clinton cheating on
MC
his
Nemesis.
wife?
Does anybody know MC Nemesis?
Oh yeah, he's
Yeah.
a great guy.
On Amazon.
But what
Yeah.
about
He's the one
what
that you let
about-
up last time, remember? And he freaked out on you.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think.
Oh, is he the algae
Like
blooms
that.
guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, let him
Sam,
up.
you
He's a
can-
great. He's actually.
Yeah. Sam, you can't reason with
He
certain
tried to get me
people.
kicked off the
It
screen.
is what
Fuck
it
that
is.
guy.
It is
I
what it
banned him
is.
permanently. Banned.
Ting.
Yeah, banned from studio. See you, motherfucker.
Oh, you mind?
All right. Was you vouching for that guy, dude? I hope
Me?
he was being
No.
sarcastic.
MC
I don't know
Nemesis?
who it is.
No, I would not
No, he
have
No,
him
I
up
don't know
there.
who that is.
banned him
Oh.
from
Not unless
studio.
you have a banner or something. You can.
He did something. He was about trying to. He was
Yeah,
about to.
he's a
He
great
came
guy.
up.
He just wants to
He
I don't know
came
who
up
it is.
and he came up on another panel and he was like
buy
talking a
his
bunch of
music
crap.
too, please.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got an EP
Yeah, but
out
Sam,
called
you know,
MAGA
the
Party.
thing is that you can't.
Yeah, he's a rapper.
Mega party.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
He needs a barbecuer though. He's trying to grift for a barbecuer if you guys got money.
Oh, and you're using Google, which is like super biased. It will like.
I mean, I hate to ban
push all the
straight
stupid
ban
lefty
somebody from.
sources to the top.
I hate to
showing you
straight
his
ban somebody for my shit like that, but he threatened to get me shut down last time. So
Yeah,
Oh,
remember
he's-
that?
I mean,
Yeah.
if you come on
So
my
what-
stream
what
and
is-
threaten to
what
get my
is-
shit shut down your first time on, I think I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
straight
yeah,
fucking.
yeah.
Oh, what are we
So
looking
what
at?
is
Sorry.
what is the end goal? What do we want to get across? What's the end goal?
No.
The
How
end
poor-
goal is
The
to,
end goal, what?
Is
Yeah,
it really
the end
don't
goal
matter
is that
much
Trump
either
is
way?
a Trump
here's what I'm
sucks.
saying. What is our message? What is our message? What do we want to get across as our message?
Trump sucks
Let's get
and
down
pick
there.
someone better. Get your shit together.
It's hilarious. Who's that?
what's up?
He's got the Jeff
Oh,
Rain-
the-
he's got the
Really
Jeff
Oh.
great
reindeers.
for the
That's-
party. They're not gonna.
I don't know whose face that was though.
What's going on
Well,
here,
Sam,
guys?
well, Sam, you know I love you. I love you, Sam.
I love
So
you too, Mike.
we have fun joking around and laughing. But like the thing is that like what are we trying to accomplish here? Like what are we trying to get our message across? Do we think that someone is
Yeah.
talking out of turn? Like what is the whole premise of what we're doing here?
Oh, I.
Oh, I'm trying to get people to think better.
You mean here on this panel, like getting the word out, or are you talking about like worldwide, or like everybody? I'm confused. Like I want to talk on this, speak on this. So
So what is your message? What do you want to accomplish in this experience?
I mean, I would like to maybe like agree on things and then discuss the things that we don't agree on. Like let's get it going here.
So what is your biggest disagreement? What is your biggest disagreement? Like, do you not like politics or like someone's views or like what is pissing you off the most?
Trump's the fascist, and a populist hack, and stupid, and the oldest candidate running for president ever. So I pretty much think it's like elder abuse for him to be running. Like it's kind of crazy that they're letting him do that. Like have you seen the cognitive decline? Like it's
It's literally just their words that they like spit back.
Yeah, that's why it's funny. It's all the same shit that you people were saying, but it doesn't feel that good when it's thrown back at you, I guess.
You flip it back. You flip it back over.
When it's funny, yeah, generally. Sometimes also when it's not.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing is like, what are we trying to accomplish here? Like what are we trying to get a point? What's the whole issue? It's just like people don't I don't know. I have no idea. So
Everybody
we're
knows. Everybody's just too much of a fucking pussy to make any real change. Because at the end of the day, to make any real fucking momentum on either fucking side is to really get shit done, and that causes issues.
Yeah.
Such a Russian talking point. It's crazy.
No, it's good. It's good.
That's true. It's one or the other. There's just too much of
Exactly.
half of the demographic in order to insert one's rule over the other, there has to be some
Oh, shit.
dishing out here.
Was that hand banana with fucking antlers on? Holy shit.
Oh my goodness!
Did you
I
Hand
don't
see
know
banana.
that?
why he's so interested in Jeff. He's so nice. Jeff is
Sam,
so
did
nice.
you see
I
that?
don't
You
understand why he
saw-
wants to harass him.
Sam, did you see
I
that?
haven't been watching him because I want him to know that I'm at it.
It was fucking hand banana with antlers on. Holy shit.
Dude, he's so, I don't know why he's so interested in Jeff. He's got like some weird fixation on him.
All right, Jack.
wish
Give
he
me
would
another. Give me another
harass someone
wild,
else. That deserves
outrageous claim. Look up.
Big
Holy
food is trying to
shit.
That
poison
makes
you.
you hate Trump. Give me some more fucking propaganda you've learned. Oh, he's trying to poison me now.
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
I'm sorry, but that was
That's just
so-
part of eating shittier shit food. Like, you have to make a decision in life. Grow the fuck up.
that
Yeah,
was
you should look up the
funny
border
as
bill.
shit.
you should look up the border bill, why the border bill didn't pass, and like what was in the border bill that got, and like the border bill that was shot down
It
because
had
of a
bunch
certain
of
person.
bullshit in it, from my understanding.
For sure. Well,
Oh shit.
I would like to know what that bunch of bullshit is, because I'm pretty sure they were trying to get one through with a bunch of bullshit, and then that didn't work out, so they put another one through without the bunch of bullshit, and that one did not pass for because someone needed something to run on.
Oh fuck.
I remember that was the propaganda I heard, but
That's
Sure.
so
Yeah. I
stupid.
mean, hey, listen, if you don't want to believe stuff from
No,
Kevin
it's
McCarthy's
so
mouth,
stupid that for 4 years you would let in like tens of millions of immigrants, and then right before the election try to pass a fucking bill, and then put a bunch of bullshit in it, and then give them a fucking sloppy seconds fucking option, and then when they want that, then all of a sudden it's their fault that the border isn't in fucking order. That's crazy.
so Trump again had control
I
of both
don't
houses
know
of
how you
Congress
reach these conclusions.
for
who blocked
majority.
the border being built for 4 years?
Sam, calm down. Jesus
Jeez, I
Christ.
don't get how he wraps his head around it.
Holy shit. Sam is on fire right now. Fuck you. Fuck you. I love it.
Well, I mean, who
I'm
blocked funding for a
passionate.
border wall for
It's
4
been a long
years?
time since I talked about politics.
Like what border
Oh,
wall?
shit.
Do you think there's no wall at our border?
There
I mean, he
but
was
there's
trying to get
people
more. They
coming
kept
through
blocking
it, but in
funding for
mass
4 years.
numbers.
Do you think
Anybody that
do you
comes
think
here
it's
is
it's
relieved
it's
into the
people
fucking
hopping the
bubble.
wall that is contributing the most
I never
to?
said hopping the wall. They're just being let in, full doors open.
They got buses.
With
They got
blank ass
organizations.
Okay, so then
they
what the
have
fuck is a wall gonna help, Sam? Like, are you retarded?
Dude, exactly. So you try to do that shit fucking 4 months out of 4 years before the election.
No.
and think that,
Sam,
oh, well, it's
Sam,
conservative.
Sam, if
No,
they're just being
that
let
would be
through,
the dumbest
Sam,
reason to, like,
Sam, if they're
It's
just
just
being
like
let
they
through
said-
the border wall, why waste money on a fucking border wall? Please explain that to me.
Bro.
I'll wait.
Entry.
Okay. Oh, so are we gonna build a wall over the port of entry?
There are two different conversations here, buddy.
Okay, so you're saying that there's millions of people pouring in, like they're just being let in through the port of entry, through the wall.
They're being let in and
They
they're
have buses
illegal.
picking them up. They have buses waiting on them to pick them up and distribute them to different cities.
Yo,
throughout the
this shit is crazy, bro.
Dude, right now, one of the reasons why they don't have any freaking money to help people for disaster relief is because how many millions of dollars have been spent by FEMA funding to fund these fucking immigrants housing and all kinds of food and medical or whatever the frick they need.
Yeah. Bullshit, man.
Oh,
American citizens should be
wouldn't
getting
it-
that
it doesn't
funding,
even make
especially we
sense
just,
that you
had
think,
a
oh, well,
fucking.
It's ruining our chance because 4 months before they wouldn't allow the border bill. Like,
Hey,
what?
but hey, Sam, you got to remember though, everybody that got hit in North Carolina by that hurricane got $700. They all got a $700 check.
$750.
That wouldn't even cover their rent while they're not living there.
A
Yo, this
fucking
is
immigrant, an
Dude,
immigrant would
they
refuse
were
that
in
shit.
these
They'd
bills.
spit
They were
on a
granted
$700.
$700 just per ticket, just for one plane ticket. That doesn't include room, board, and food, and all this other stuff. Cell phones, tracking apps. It's freaking crazy.
It's bad.
That no amount of not signing that bill is going to make that big of a difference. You guys are fucked on that.
Hit my cash
on that,
app,
on that,
B.
on that front.
Hit my cash app.
All right, who read the bill? Did anybody read this bill? I didn't.
And the only time I glanced over anything was in this first bill. But even in the second one, it's really making not that big of a difference.
Did you read the bill, Jack?
Not the whole thing, no.
I did. So I went over the whole thing.
You
So
didn't read
basically,
it?
yeah. So
I don't
I'm in
believe you.
Virginia. I'm in Virginia. So yeah, North Carolina's right next door to me, and
Which is basically Mexico.
you know,
You
me
read, you
working.
read the whole thing, Mike?
I did read the whole. I read the whole bill. I did.
What kind of bullshit was in there?
A lot of miscommunication, a lot of bullshit. So basically, it contradicting its own narrative. So basically, they'll give you money, but they won't. But they will. But they won't. And then the whole thing is to help out businesses, small businesses, but they're not helping out the individual person. You know, so people are screwed. They really are screwed.
So from Don
know,
Davis's like House.gov website, who is North Carolina's first district representative, he in here talks about during Friday's floor debate, Democrats argued the bill HR 3602 was a rehash of HR 2, which is a bill House Republicans passed last year that would reinstate Trump era
propaganda
from North Carolina's first district.
Propaganda, dude.
That's right. So 3602 implements, $750 for relief fund. $750 is nothing. That's nothing.
This looks like
That's
propaganda.
That's nothing.
Okay, what does propaganda look like, Kane? Like,
Ariana
is propaganda when you see something that conflicts with your reality, or like stuff you don't agree with?
It looks exactly like propaganda.
Oh, for sure.
Even if they did vote it down, even if it was
that's what I mean.
bill, if
It
they're
just says they
reinstating
voted
something
down
they
and-
fucking took away for 3 3/4 years.
Yeah.
That shit is
So
bullshit.
It's propaganda.
That's bullshit. You don't get
Just saying they voted it down.
shit.
Hold on.
I
You know
wouldn't
they
have
did.
signed that
So what?
shit either.
So wait,
Hold
on.
so it's not propaganda that they voted it down, but everything else inside of this is definitely propaganda, or like what?
Narrative shit with
No,
like
I'm saying,
twerking
what's the
and
point?
sticking option.
What's the point? Okay. Nobody didn't
I
believe
don't
that
care.
they didn't
wouldn't.
vote
To
it
me, it
down.
matters nothing if that's
We
propaganda.
know they voted it down. So why do we need an article about it?
That's all right. So Jack, are you a Democrat, like a diehard
Yeah,
Democrat?
what's up with
No,
this ball gag Jesus? Every comment he's
I don't
made has
think
been
he-
about Mike. I'm about to boot his ass.
Who's that?
Fucking ball gag Jesus.
Yeah, that.
Oh, ball
yeah.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
they're an ish. They're here literally.
Get-
They're just
get-
Mike troll.
yeah,
they live follow Mike.
Mike
at
troll?
all
Alright,
different
he's
channels.
gone.
Get rid of them. Get rid of them. That's. I'll tell you behind the scenes who that is. Yeah, but that's one person.
They follow him over at Jeff's. I've seen him. I've seen that account follow him in a few places.
They're disgusting people. They talk about. They were talking.
Yeah. They
Matthews on
always
channel.
have. They have like almost nothing intelligent to ever add to the conversation.
Children, and my ex-wife, everything. Just disgusting stuff. So we know who it is. Sam knows who it is. You know who it
Alright.
is. It's
They're
that little. It's that little
Thomas
guy.
Lee.
You know who it is.
Oh.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So I'm trying to get back to what I was saying. So Jack, what do you think is going to be the outcome? Like,
Hold up, before we get back to that, let me ask Hebrew, where you at on this? You for Kamala or Trump?
Hebrew's not here. Hebrew left a bit ago.
Huh?
Or
My
Hebrew's
shit must be lagged up.
not in the
'cause he's
studio?
Still,
Yeah, I think he like
okay.
didn't say.
Yeah, he dropped out like
anything.
12 minutes ago.
my screen,
Yeah.
he's still showing on my studio. Like, remember how shameless you did earlier? When you
Yeah,
left?
yeah.
My shit was still up.
yeah. So let me ask you this, and I'd like to know this, Jack. What do you think is going to be the outcome? Do you think that Kamala is going to be the answer to change things, or do you think it's going to be a travesty? I want your opinion.
I mean, I think Kamala's a little bit more like to the left than I am, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to contextualize like this decision. Like you know, if it was fucking Mitt Romney like versus Trump, like I would be pushing for Mitt Romney. Like like yeah, I don't know. Like Trump is just uniquely terrible. And I don't know. Everyone is just apparently deranged or fucking delusional. In order to like, you know, rationalize why Trump is better.
Most
but
of
yeah.
us have lived longer than you.
I don't. That doesn't mean a fucking thing.
That matters a lot.
No, it matters not at all.
Because after you've
No. So, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is I'm the oldest soul on this fucking panel. Okay, I'm the oldest soul on this fucking panel. I have way more wisdom than everybody here. Okay.
Yeah.
Sam.
You have a lot of wisdom, but
No,
you're
Sam,
still
Sam,
being
Sam.
stubborn about some things.
Sam, Jack, try to talk to people without cursing.
No, fuck you, Mike.
I'm just saying, try it.
Fuck you, Mike. Why?
Just try it.
Fuck you, Mike. Why?
It takes so much energy for me to think about not cursing.
Because you'll get your point across a lot better without cursing at people.
According to what?
That's all I'm trying to say.
According to you?
According to reality.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can I call reality and ask them, like, you know, hey,
Okay.
like, is cursing helping or hurting my fucking point here?
You cursing it and demeaning people doesn't help your point get across.
Depends on how often you curse.
No. It doesn't help me get
How
my
you
point
use it.
across, but it's just fun for me.
It's just fun.
Well, it shows your lack of IQ, because when you're cursing at people, you're showing that you're not as smart as us. That's what you're doing.
No,
I'm starting to see some of those
so-
drama cues that we read earlier.
So when you say us,
When you-
like you mean
when-
like
when
you
you-
and Sam,
when
Sam
you-
who's
I can talk over you all day long. When you talk to somebody with diction without cursing at them, then you are commanding the room.
What
But
do you
you're
do for a
acting
job?
like,
What's your job? Jack?
you're acting like a moron right now, bro. You
yeah,
are.
I
When
don't
you're
I don't
cursing
I
at
don't think
people-
me cursing has anything to do with like how authoritarian like you lean. So I don't really think
Right.
that really
Okay,
matters.
That's okay. Just keep on spurging. Keep on spurging out. Go ahead.
I mean,
For sure.
not
Yeah.
everyone does
So
think-
these like weird personal attacks is what you do when like you know that you have no point and like can't actually like make a good case for what you believe in.
I
And
have
you
no
know,
point.
it's just
You're the one cursing at people. You're cursing at people.
you're the
for
one who
no
cares.
reason. For no, I care because I care
Fair,
about
I
your
think we've all been
well-being.
cussing a bit, but he's been getting a little more animated with it. But whatever.
I care about your
I don't think
well-being.
anybody's feelings are hurt. You're Sam. Your feelings aren't hurt. Right?
No, I'm a straight white
No.
male. You can't hurt my feelings, okay?
You're not allowed
you-
to have hurt feelings, Jack.
Right. I was born with no
Jack,
feelings.
you're straight. You're straight. Jack, you're straight. That's a
I mean, I
news to
think
me.
the curse word used in the right place can enhance a point.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
I think
Yeah,
I think
that's
Jack
certain.
tries to be combative, but he's not winning any battles here. That's all.
Well, yeah, no, not against
I
like
just think
partisan
he's not
hack
winning
fucks.
battle.
Yeah, no, that's a losing battle. That's me playing tennis
See,
against
it-
the fucking wall.
Yeah, see, the more
I think that's kind of bad faith. I don't think anybody here is a partisan hack. I think everybody actually believes what they
Right.
believe, just because they've looked
Jack,
at the
I think-
situation.
Yeah,
and
you can
came to that
believe.
conclusion.
Okay. So
So for you to
partisan
just
hack
throw
is
that
not a
accusation
grifter.
out there is kind of pathetic. Like,
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
you know,
Jack,
partisan
I
hack
think
and
you-
grifter are two different descriptors, right?
So, Jack, I think you need to change the way that you speak, because I think that you're not doing yourself a favor. Because you curse, you yell, you elevate your speech. It's there's no reason for it, because no one's attacking you. If people were attacking you, I could totally understand you reacting back. But there's nobody attacking you.
I don't.
That's what I keep.
I don't know, like, why I should value like your opinion. Like you don't know, like in my real life, I change opinions all the time with a lot of swearing and being very animated and like loud and yeah,
Mhm.
you know, like it's not necessarily like the driving factor for why people believe in me, but like it's something that they're not, harping on. It's like, oh, he made a lot of really good points, but he swore, so he definitely was wrong. I've never, no one has ever told me that in my life, so I don't know why, like what basis you're making the statement on, but
Sure. Well, I'm telling you now, and you're acknowledging it. So you're acknowledging it as in you are
acknowledging
taking
what?
ownership.
What am I acknowledging?
You're taking ownership. You're taking ownership of your behavior. You are.
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah. I'm what could be called an adult.
Yeah, Jack, just relax. Just relax, dude. Just relax. Just chill. Just chill. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I was trying to say is just chill out.
Why? Why? Why?
Because you're getting very hyper for no reason.
No, I'm
no
getting hyper for a
reason to-
very good reason. Because I feel like the fabric that is holding my country together is being eroded by a bunch of like dumb fucks, and I don't know,
The
like
same way about what the left has been doing for the past.
So who are the dumb fucks? Is that me?
In the last
Is that-
16 years, like a little over 3.5 of them were Republican. Like the overwhelming majority of like since I've been above a teenager, right above a teenager, the middle of a preteen, the country started going downhill.
I mean,
The truth
that's
of
what
the matter
everyone,
is,
what everyone
the truth
believes.
of the
Everyone
matter
believes
is
they're in
the
end
only
times.
The only good part of that was under Trump. And
By what
Sure.
metric?
for
I agree.
like almost 10 years I was a Democratic voter. But it's like I'm telling you, honey, you're just not there yet.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you can just appeal to a bunch of
There you go.
nonsensical bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't know who's. Hey, Mike, you're not muted.
Yeah. And I'll try to be more quiet and not swear as much.
I don't give a
'Cause
fuck
I'm
about being quiet
doing it.
or swearing. Like, I don't know why. Like that's a
No,
retarded
I-
point.
Yourself however you like.
I should relax. I should because it's hard because I could really play off your energy.
Oh, for sure.
So,
You were
you know,
feeding her
you-
all that feminine energy, bro. Oh, I mean,
and I
wait.
can get and then instead of de-escalating, I can like get pulled
Can you hear me?
into a
Can you guys
spiral.
hear me? Can
Yes.
you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, Jack, I don't know what you have going on. I don't know what you have going on. I'm not judging you, bro. Listen, you live your best life. You live your best life, but you seem very angry about what's going on. I'm only giving you my honest opinion. I could be completely wrong, but don't disrespect Shameless. Don't do
no,
that.
I was being loud
No,
and cussing and
you're okay.
over-talking him.
No,
and all
you're
Shameless is
okay.
I'm just as guilty.
You're okay. But all I'm trying to tell you is, Jack, is that you seem very pissed off, and we've talked to you with a lot of respect. No one has disrespected you. Nobody has put you down. Nobody has.
I'm not offended. He didn't offend me.
Yeah,
He
No, I
nobody has
wasn't
put you
offended
in the
by
corner.
anything he did.
Not at all, not at all. But what I'm trying to say, Jack, is that if you want me to troll you, I can troll the shit out of you. But I'm not doing it because I have respect for you. I have respect for Kane. I'm not doing that. But you have some anger issues. I'm not exactly sure where they come
I
from.
think he has some computational issues.
But no one's picking on you, brother. And Kane, I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. No one's disrespecting you. No one's disrespecting you. No one's putting you in a corner. So I'm not sure why you're so angry. I can't figure it out.
For sure.
But
Actually,
I'm
you know
not
what?
gonna-
I like after
The angry thing is
introspecting
kinda-
for a few moments, like I've actually realized like why I'm so angry, and it's because your mom is so busy getting railed by like the
That's-
dozens of dudes that are like in line
Wow.
to like fuck her from every
Are you
end, that like she doesn't have time for
seriously
me.
saying some shit like that, dude, and you pretend
So
to be an intellectual.
so you just hold on. You said
What
my
the
mom
fuck,
is being railed by dudes. My mom is
He's like,
past.
I'm an intellectual. He
My mom-
basically said, all
No,
you
it's
guys.
okay, it's
Hold
okay,
up,
it's
Mike.
okay.
Hold up, dude. Hold up. He said all of us. He has the most wisdom out of everybody on this panel, and he just resorted to a fucking mom getting railed joke.
Yeah, they're hilarious,
I
dog.
think he was trying to
Fucking-
lighten the mood, and it didn't go over well. Didn't land the
So,
way it was
yeah,
supposed
no,
to.
that's
I don't
okay,
think
that's
it was
okay.
malicious.
Can I? No, it is malicious.
was
Can I say
lighten the
something
mood.
real? Can I say something real quick? Can I say something? So
That's
my
how you
mom has
lighten the mood.
passed away. My mom has
Yeah.
passed away, and
Well,
I will take the high road.
there's a
I will
lot of
take the
crux
high
on
road.
mom things. He doesn't
I
know.
will. Yeah, I will take the high road. I didn't talk about
Jake doesn't know that.
anyone's mother or anything like that. But I can tell you this: in person, in real life,
Or
you
Jack,
would
sorry.
you would no longer breathe if you told me that to
Oh,
my
what the fuck is
face.
this, Kane? I can't say buy a rope, but he can make death threats. This
You
is
would no
this is some
longer
shit.
breathe if you told me that to my
Oh, look,
face.
he's doubling down.
About my passed away mother.
For
My
sure.
mother has
That's what
passed
makes it even
away.
worse, right? Like we don't even have to lose any time because she's asleep or whatever. Like, you know, she's just like around, but she's just like so booked. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah. So how long have you been mentally ill? How long?
My whole life.
You
Okay.
know, one of these days you're gonna twist your upper lip off. You know?
Yeah. No. Kane. Can I grab this? So do you take multiple medications?
No. Just like, you know, 9.
Because you're flinching. So you just basically talked about my passed away mother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So why would you do that? Because I didn't threaten you.
'Cause
I
it's
didn't
just-
say anything about
because she's just such a good lay, and because you did threaten me. You threatened that if I said that in front of you, I would no longer breathe, which sounds like you're gonna
wouldn't.
choke me.
No, you wouldn't. You
After you
wouldn't.
said
You would not. You would not. So would you say it to my face? Would
Yeah,
you say that to
absolutely.
my-
Yeah, absolutely. And
You would?
actually, in all of my past lives, I've laughed in my killer's faces.
Your past lives. So have you lived before?
Oh yeah, like dozens of times. Like, 'cause you know, reincarnation's like totally demonstrable. And yeah, like, you know, I've been murdered in almost all of them for saying some really out of pocket shit.
If you look
So
at the
you've been-
universe, it does
No, it's
seem to
okay, it's okay.
operate.
Hold
Everything,
on.
hold up. Everything does seem to recycle. So
Yeah,
it
so
makes
you've
sense
been-
that
so-
it would be an immortal soul.
Yeah, you're good. So you've been murdered before? Is that what you said? You've been K-worded before?
Yeah. Yeah. In
Why is that?
many of my
Is that
past
a
lives.
progression? Is that a progression?
Sure.
What was the name of this
Fucking
stream again?
prick
Something
every
about
time.
why drama sells.
There it is.
Sam, he just talked
It does.
about
I mean, I have-
my passed away mother and making a joke about it. Like it's funny. That's like disgusting. Jack, you're a disgusting person, dude. You're disgusting.
Well,
No,
all
we-
we can do is not pour like gas
Yeah.
on fire.
I mean,
Yeah,
it was
well-
disgusting.
You
He's
don't
not
just-
gonna.
yeah,
he's not gonna
we cannot
apologize
eat-
about it.
Yeah, Mike, you seem really judgmental,
Yeah.
and like I don't know like why you're acting like this. Like you could get your point better across like if you weren't so fucking judgy, I think. Because like when you're judging people's like personal
Jack,
lives, you know, like that's getting, you know, a little bit weird. You're making a lot of
No,
presumptions.
no. Right. Jack, when can we meet up? When can we meet up and talk in person?
Oh, come on.
Uh,
Do this shit elsewhere.
I'm free next weekend.
If you
I have a
guys wanna
debate
meet
next
up, do
Sunday.
it in DMs, okay?
No, just
If you
talk.
guys,
Just
if you guys
talk-
want to
just
meet
talk
up, do
in
it in
person.
DMs.
Just talk in person. Just talk in person. Just hash it out.
Yeah, just a quick chat. Yeah. I mean, I'm free during the day like most weeks. I work second shift. But yeah, next weekend I have a debate Sunday evening, but you know, otherwise I'm good.
Why are you so nervous? Why are you flipping your words? Why are you so nervous?
What do you mean flipping my words?
Oh my goodness, bro!
them
I
over, bench
can't
pressing
fucking
them.
take the
Fucking-
weird fucking attacks on Jack anymore.
I know,
It's
man.
getting,
Let us,
it's
So-
starting to get
Hold up on this
cringy
shit,
and
it's
fucking
getting-
weird now.
Right.
Now, like,
So yeah. So
Hey,
Sam,
can
you
you
don't
hear
you don't
me?
think Sam, you don't think that him talking about my
I think that
mother-
Jack kind of has a prissy fucking sass
she
ass
thinks it was a
attitude,
joke.
and that's the truth of it. And I think he turns a lot of people off because of that. But that's just Jack. That's just his personality. And,
And I
like
think, to
after
be
you
fair,
know
you
him
were
for a
pressing
while,
him.
like you just kind of like learn to get over that and accept Jack for who he is, and
Yeah.
like, and
I
then
agree.
and then communicate with him. Like that's
I agree
just
with you.
that's just
Gotcha.
how I see it. You know.
I mean,
So
you kind
I
of pushed
just-
him into a corner.
No,
when
no,
he,
you're
to
And
be
you, like,
fair,
really
when he
seem to
said
not like
that,
that.
when he
You
said
love
that,
pressing
he
in on
was
it
so
really
hard.
hard.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
got to
So
the end of
Sam,
his rope.
so Sam, I've respected you the whole
Yeah, I
time.
know. And
And
you know, Mike,
Him,
I
him, tell-
I
talking
fucking
about
support
him
you a
talking about
lot
my
too.
mother. Him talking about my dead mother. That's
I know
okay with
he
you?
didn't know that. He didn't know that. It's like he doesn't know. Like he's from a totally different like side of YouTube.
He does
He
know
doesn't.
that. He
No, I
knows
don't think.
that.
Yeah, I didn't know it before and I didn't care, and now I know it now and I didn't care. If that helps.
It's like it's a
So you
pure
don't
accident.
apologize
So
for
you
the
don't.
severity.
So Jack, you don't care that my mother's dead, and you're talking
No,
about
he didn't say he
fucking
didn't
him?
care. He said he didn't know, and I don't think it was malicious. He was like trying to make light of the situation, like your mom, like that, and like
You
it
told
went
a
really
12-year-old
bad. It
joke.
landed really bad because of the situation, because everybody
Yeah. So Jack,
like
would you like to?
humiliates you
Would you,
in on that topic. So it's like it ended up not landing the right way. But regardless, like it's been like several minutes now of like you just being like nitpicky at Jack, and it's like getting weird now. And I'm like trying to be super nice about it. Can we like please move on from this conversation
Do we, Errol?
and like get back to any other conversation? Why drama cells? Fucking anything else besides this? Like focusing in on Jack.
Of course I'm disturbed. I mean, we're all disturbed, and if we're not, why not? Doesn't this blend of blindness and blandness want to make you do something crazy?
Christian
All they're doing
Slater.
is crying and confession and complaining. A bunch of fucking pussies. Fuck them.
Did you ladies get all your emotions out? Do you feel better now?
I'm sorry, I had a fucking
is
period
everybody-
right there. I was so trying to keep it in. Be a
Jesus
lady. I fucking gotta shake it the fuck out. I'll have a cigarette.
Oh, wait. There
I mean, you were out of line, Jack. That's some bullshit. That's some little baby ass.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
I
just-
know he was pressing
Yeah,
you,
man,
and he had you
well.
to your wits' end and shit. But
Oh no, that's not. That wasn't like my wits' end at all.
somebody's mom.
for so
I mean,
long,
Shameless
honestly.
apparently.
I couldn't believe you took
I don't
that
know.
shit for that long. And I love Mike. I have a high threshold for Mike, but he is getting crazy with it, and it's like it's getting fucking weird. Fucking
didn't kick
sitting
him
here
off, he
being
just
quiet,
left, I
can't even
guess.
talk about anything because it's just fucking focusing in and focusing in.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I still had like at least 2 more in the chamber that I could have that I could have unleashed, but
No, I don't want you to even have to go that far. You shouldn't have to. People should speak up and fucking after a certain amount of time. There's a duty as a fellow human to fucking be
Got
like,
some
all right,
water up.
cross the line.
Let me get something up.
I was hoping Kane would have
All right, now I
fucking
think we could definitely.
handled that a little more. Kane, drop the ball, Kane.
yeah, Kane, he threatened my life. Okay. I can't tell him to buy a rope, but he can threaten to choke me out.
Kane,
The fuck?
I'm offended.
You said that shit first, though.
I'm
About
so
buying the
offended.
rope. But I mean, he came in talking shit right off the bat.
Yeah, calling me judgy, then judging me, trying to police my language, trying to
First
police
thing
my
he
speech.
said was saying something about judging you.
Yeah. Take the plank out
I
of his
would've
own ass before he
understood,
takes the
but I
splinter out of
was
I
mine.
like
He-
Mike, but I mean, I
only
can see why he's got all these trolls
Yeah.
and shit because he does focus on some shit.
Yeah.
But that's
I'm
like Mike has always been a little bit of a wild card too. I
I'm
have
gonna
a
let
high
you back up,
threshold.
Mike, but let's just move on from his
But
his personal.
I don't have any problem with that.
Who was hooting? Oh.
Welcome back, Mike.
Oh, there you
What's up? What's up?
go.
All right, I'm gonna bring these.
You
fucking-
both are.
Did you say I threatened your life, Jack?
Oh, here we go.
See, that's all he has.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
All right, I think we
Jack.
need to go over this list again because we're seeing a lot of these traits being displayed here in the last fucking hour of the 8.
I know.
Validation of personal choices, maybe some ego boost and social comparison going on. Sense of control and order, more superiority as a coping mechanism.
Oh shit.
group dynamics, social bonding, yeah, moral licensing.
Jane,
So this is what I
Jane,
was talking about the other day, that it's just easier to be in a I forget, I don't know if this was on this panel earlier, but that when you're just surrounded like in a certain group, you can like feed off their energy and really like it really helps the surrounding situation. You are in a like you just
Is
like
this
you learn the
Jeff in chat
behaviors
or
of the
fucking?
groups you're in, you know. So sorry, I'm so fucking high. I smoked so
No,
much
you're
weed.
good. I'm completely new to. I don't know any of these people, so
you said
I just have to
you said
trust
you're
your guys'
so
judgment.
high.
I smoked so much weed. I'm like my fucking thought just fucking.
I
burst
can't smoke
in my head.
weed. I can't smoke weed. I can't
I don't
because
really
I
almost ever do. I almost never do. Only a couple times
because
a
I
year. There's
carry
like
a
2 days that
firearm, so
I'll
I
blast.
can't smoke. I can't smoke.
Okay, that's.
What?
I thought that was like a pair. Oh wait. this
Yeah,
is
no,
different.
there is a parody of Jeff in the chat right now for sure because it's Gen X
Got
G
it.
off.
Okay.
Why
Oh,
you have a
okay. I
problem with
clicked
Jeff?
wrong.
You have a problem with Jeff?
No,
I think
I
it's a
Ain't nobody
fake
said
Jeff.
what?
that, man. We're talking about
Oh no.
this. Somebody posing as Jeff
Yeah,
troll account.
Yeah, there's 2 in
yeah.
there.
Gen X G off Mike's daddy. Joined April 27th, 2024. I wonder what you did that day that got his. He got pushed him so far. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna make a fucking Mike parody account.
Yeah.
Or no, I don't think that's Jeff.
Follow
I think that's a
Jeff.
Jeff parody account. That's like doubly trolling Mike. I don't know.
That's definitely not Jeff. No, I don't think anybody thought it was Jeff.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, probate here.
I have to
You
go
gotta go get
acquire.
some makeup.
I have to go acquire more beer.
Is this
I'm gonna run away for 12 minutes.
is this just
Years. That's like an inside joke too. The guy, the bear thing.
yeah, this is like it's getting boring.
Well, damn, sorry.
I'm
not
sorry. I'm
Mr.
glad.
Entertaining after 8
needed-
hours of
I
streaming.
needed that.
Sorry, I'm not up to your standards, Mike.
I love Kane. I love you, man.
want-
I'm fucking
you want
with
the
you. I'm fucking with you.
You want the floor here? You take control. You take the reins, bro.
Kane, I'm just messing with you, bro. I'm just messing with you. I'm always cool to you. You know that. I'm always joking around.
What do you want?
Jack, your mustache twisting is getting annoying.
That's
Sam,
judgmental.
you're a hot wife. You know that's great.
Whoa, what the fuck?
I don't know what else to say.
Do you know what hot
I got
wife means,
respect for-
dog?
She's a hot wife.
No,
you know?
that is something. That is a specific thing, and no.
Oh yeah. Sorry, there's a difference between
I
a hot wife, all one word, and hot space wife. Yeah, for sure. It's just harder to like hear that.
I got respect for Mike PP. So I always
A hot
shout
wife
him.
is a married woman who has sexual relation outside of her marriage.
Yeah, that's what a hot wife
With the
is.
full knowledge. With the
Whoa!
full
I didn't
knowledge
know you did
of her husband.
that.
I was like, no,
Whoa,
that means a
whoa.
certain thing. I don't think you know what that means.
Basically, a
Whoa!
fucking
I know. That's that. I was like,
So you basically called her a turbo whore, which is disrespectful, Mike, and you should work on that. Like, just because you didn't curse while saying it doesn't mean.
I know that's the youngest language.
Nice catch, Jack.
I only learned that like last year. Don't worry.
Well, I didn't know all that. I know
I-
Jack
I
wants to
didn't
be
know that
involved.
either.
Jack wants to be involved, but
I just
you know,
learned that a couple like last year.
yeah. I had no idea that that's what it meant. But,
For sure. Yeah, no, it's cool. Can't know everything. Just being older, doesn't mean
Jack knows everything, but us mortals.
not everything.
Jeff, have you ever taken one of Sam's bustiers and wore it? Oh God, Jack, are you playing for the other side?
What is going on?
Sam, how good would Jack look in one of your bustiers? How good would he look? Don't lie.
Oh, okay. You said Jeff, but I think you meant Jack
I'm
Jack.
about to
Jack.
boost this
for sure.
Gen X G off because it's getting fucking confusing. I
Anybody
can't
with
tell
a
which
gray
one of
hair
them's
is gay.
Gen X. Which
Yeah,
one's
Jack.
actually
Why,
Jeff.
Jack? Why do you hate the fact that you want to transition? You want to transition, and
What?
just go for it.
What is
Just go
going
for it.
Dude,
on?
why are you fixated on Jack?
What?
Well, because he has no other defense. You know, like he has no real points. Like he can't defend Trump. He's just like, oh, I'll just like personally attack him because that's the only thing I can do.
I don't
Oh,
know
is
what.
it
I
because
don't
of
know
this
why
Trump
people.
shit?
Yeah.
Jack,
I insulted both
I don't think
both his dead mom and his daddy Trump, and so now he's super triggered. And so
You're
he's
talking
like, well,
about
as long as I
mother-
don't swear, then
you're talking about
I'm
my
right.
mother again. You're talking about my mother again.
And your dad, Trump, Daddy Trump.
Okay, but you're talking about my dead mother. Why would you talk about someone's passed away relative? Why would you talk about something like
Because it's funny
Why?
and it upsets you.
I'm not upset. I just think you're a piece of shit.
Oh, okay,
for
that's
saying
fine. Yeah, it sounds like you're really upset,
Yeah, I
dog.
agree, man. That's pretty pathetic. Now that you know she's passed and you just still keep saying it, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, hey, listen. The only
Just 'cause
thing
you
that really
disagree
mattered.
politically.
Hey,
God
listen.
damn
He
it.
was the one who started the ad homs before me, so
Yeah,
I don't know why you're.
It sucks. It does suck
Yeah, but
because
still.
that's I don't like being put in this position because I like to defend Mike Cerrone. But I like to. I lean biasly towards him, and it's getting fucking weird now. I don't know
man.
how else to
Give it
say
a
it.
rest.
You shouldn't talk away. You should talk about someone's passed away relative.
I
That's
don't
I
give a
know.
fuck what you
But
think about what I should or
We
shouldn't
all
do.
he's
agree.
hitting back harder, Mike, because you keep fixating on him. You just want to keep criticizing him and fixating on him and criticizing him and fixating on him, and it's getting weird now.
Yeah, dude.
I
It's
didn't
been like
talk about.
40 minutes of this. What?
I
Maybe
didn't-
a
I
fucking
didn't talk-
hour. I don't even know
Am
how
I
much
gonna have to
it's
put you in a timeout?
I didn't
been
talk about
so
anyone's
long.
passed away relative. I
Let's
didn't talk
just
about
talk about
anyone's
this
I
passed away
know.
relative.
Nope,
but
you
he's
just
And
called
shut
me.
up,
back
people.
You
twice
just.
as hard because you keep attacking him, bro.
Why is that? Why is that?
Because
I
you have
don't know.
nothing else to stand on. That's the
I don't
only
know why
thing that
you
you
keep
have.
attacking him.
Because you're a little
You
man.
literally- I don't know why.
I'm a
You like-
little man. Okay, I'm a little man. So what did I attack you on? I didn't attack you on
You
anything.
keep
I'm-
talking about it the way he talks, the verbiage he uses, the way he twists his fucking mustache or whatever. It's just like any little thing you could think of to like.
That's not talking
I
about
don't
someone's
know
dead
why.
mother.
Can we
That's
just
not
can you
talking about
like
someone's
literally
dead
just
mother.
stop looking at his screen and focus on the
Yeah,
other two
yeah.
people in the room?
Talking about someone's twisting their mustache, not talking about someone's
I
having
know,
sex
but he's
with
just
their
coming
dead
back.
mother.
You threw shots,
said-
and he went
he
back
said-
harder, and now you're mad because
No,
he went
he
back
said-
harder.
Right. He
You
said
need
having
to
sex with
de-escalate
your
the
dead
situation,
mother.
and
Yes.
I'm trying to, and I've
That's
been
Yes,
trying
I did.
to about it, but you're not taking the fucking hint.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
And
you
now
also
he's
said that I like
thinking-
want to be a woman, that I have feminine energy. Like again, I can just yeah, and none of those are talking about a dead relative of mine. And yeah, so like yeah, you're right there where you haven't talked about a dead relative of mine because I haven't shared any of that fucking information. But like again, like you're mad, you're upset that
so
like
upset?
you
Why are you
lashed
so
out at me
upset,
and you
dude?
can't take the heat.
Yeah.
I think he's a fucking peasant.
And we're like, we don't have. I think Jack is like mature enough. Like he was already mature enough to have you come back on this panel after being attacked and just let it go, let it roll off his fucking back, and then you just did it again. And just came back doing it again.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious. I couldn't be more serious with.
So you think I'm to blame in this?
Yes.
I think you keep attacking him, and it's
You were the
getting
one on the
weird
constant
now.
attack, dude.
So you think that someone saying have sex with your dead
No,
mother
that was
is
after like
okay?
40 minutes of hammering him, bro.
Yeah.
You want him
About
to have
what?
a relentless amount
About
of
what?
patience with
Like
you.
I
About
said.
what?
And he seems to be a pretty fucking huge person to even
You pushed
come
him to
back
his
and not
limits,
leave
man.
and tell you to come back and just
And
let it roll
snapped
off his
on you, and
back
now you're crying
and move
about
on
it.
and act natural and move on with the shit. And then you just came back attacking and like within 2 minutes of being on the panel, you started going at him again. It's fucking. Can we please move past this? Like literally pretend that it didn't exist.
Are you?
All
Are
right,
you?
and let's move past to this
Yeah,
conversation.
we're serious,
And,
Mike.
and focus on it. Don't
The
even
very
look
first
at
thing
the
you said
screen,
when you came
anything
into
he
the
says,
panel was you
just
started
focus on me
criticizing Jack.
and Kane. and that would like make the situation much
I
more
started
comfortable for
cursing. I started
everyone all the
cursing
way
at
around.
somebody. Started cursing at somebody.
Yes.
Maybe you started
I'm
criticizing
cursing.
him and
I'm
critiquing
because
it.
I
First thing you
feel
said.
like I have no more patience left. I'm
Hmm.
exploding at this point. I'm having a period.
So I'm to blame.
I'm having a period. I'm telling you, I can't take this anymore. So yes, please, let's move past this and like anything you think of that like you want to criticize it, just take that out of your whole vocabulary. Let's move on
Gotcha.
with the situation, please. And I think there was a whole nother topic that you had picked out too, didn't you, Kate?
Look real quick.
Didn't you have a whole nother topic
Just
picked
fucking-
out?
Yeah, I think what was it? Pin message. Let me see.
Because I remember you saying something about having two topics before, and like you were choosing between like this one and another one.
Oh yeah, being hateful is weak was the topic.
Ah, whoa.
I think,
Okay.
I think that fucking applies here pretty well.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe I
I
should have
just,
went with that instead.
Yeah. So
I didn't even
Just a-
know that actually, but I
just
just
a
knew
quick-
that there was another topic that you had.
just a
Be right
quick
back in
question.
13 minutes. That's oddly
Yeah.
specific.
So
Oh,
you
it's a
think?
video?
Yeah. So you think I was the one to blame in this whole conversation?
I've been watching you keep like little jabs here and there, here and there,
Mm.
here and there, and then he started going back at you, and then you started going back at him harder, and it went back and forth like 4 times, and then he got out of control.
You just both being babies though.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
and
Well,
like
I'm
and
not.
even when
No,
like
it's okay.
I saw
It's
Jack
alright.
try to let it go, like you like kept going with it, and then he whipped back really hard, and then it like and
That's
then
what
now
happened.
you're
That's what happened.
postulating on that one.
Yeah,
incident,
talking
but
about
it's-
someone's passed away mother.
no, that was
Pulled the
after it
corn, old dude. That
escalated
shit's
really
I didn't
far.
realize it's been up for like 20 fucking minutes.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
a
that's-
long. I'm telling you, it was a long time, honey. It's
Yeah.
not a big deal. Just like forget about that and like let's just move on from that because it's just too much.
I
It's
think
too much energy.
I
It's
think
too much
Jeff's onto
energy.
something there. The new drama channel. I mean, I went for like 7 hours straight, not one bit of drama.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Not one bit of drama. And then
Like,
Mike
so
pops
easy,
in
dude,
and starts
you and-
talking shit to Jack.
You and I went 4 hours just talking back and forth for the first time. Like,
Yeah, well,
and
you
it felt
guys-
like
you guys-
so short too.
Yeah,
because we
no.
covered
Mike
so many
brought the
fucking topics.
drama tonight.
I got like I said, I have no problem with Sam. We never
No,
argue.
got a problem
like
with
I said,
Jack?
I like Mike. I like Mike,
Yeah,
but I
but-
know when
but-
there's certain times when I got to be real about.
yeah,
the
but I
lay
mean,
of the
we're
land.
talking about someone's dead mother. That's disgusting.
And that was far. Yeah, and that it was
That's
a low blow.
disgusting.
It was a low blow, but it's.
And I said it. You wouldn't say it to my face, and that's just being honest. I'm not trying to be rude.
It was like a long
That's true,
and
but
low
then you took that
troll
other
versus a
comment
hard
too
and
far.
fast one. It looks pretty
I
good
don't know what
Yeah.
happened. That's too far.
from my point of view. It looks like
Well,
Might
it
be
is what
fine
it is. I
anyway.
mean, someone
pretty-
talking
Say
about
that
their
shit.
passed away mother,
yeah.
they wouldn't say that
It's
to their
different
face.
than being
That's what I
so
said.
relentless, though. It's different because
Yeah,
it takes
well,
so much energy to keep going and keep going.
Yeah, people can do that. People can,
Takes
can
so
do
much
whatever they
fucking
want.
energy, man.
People can do whatever they want, and they're standing in front of you. They're not going to say shit. Not you, Sam. I'm just saying, but people will not say shit to your face. And that's all I was trying to say. That's all I was trying to say. That's it. You wouldn't say it to my
There's
face.
some people that won't say it to your face, and other people that think that saying it to your face that you ain't gonna do shit.
Well, not
I've
to you,
met
Sam.
people those too, and they would just say anything. You're like, damn, you're
Yeah.
real stupid, huh?
Not to you, Sam, because you're a woman, but like a man to say it to my face would end a different way. That's all. It would just end a different way.
I ain't fucking buying that.
Well, that's handy because I ain't fucking selling it. It's a fact.
Well, you guys enjoy. Have a great night.
Ugh.
Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You too,
And
man.
do your thing.
Thanks for
Good to
bringing the drama. You lived up to the title, man. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
no problem. No
Good
problem.
shit.
You know, anybody wants to
Thanks
come
for
by the
coming on.
house, they can come by the house and we can talk about it
Entertain me.
outside. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I hear
No
you.
problem. I'll
Cool.
talk to you. Brother.
All
Take
right.
care. Same. God bless you. Take care.
Yep. Later, bro.
Have a good one.
Mm.
I don't really think he means to do it. I truly think that Mike has been
What's
in the
up,
drama
Venison?
for
Welcome
so
back.
long. He's been in the drama sector for so long that it's like hard to not mimic those. And even people that I met that were like the fucking nicest people, once they like
Yeah.
got into that drama
Yeah.
after months and months and months, they started to reflect their behavior, what they said, and like all these just became like it's just like because that's like the form of currency in that world, you
If
know.
I start getting like that, I'll stop streaming. If
Well,
I get to where
and
I'm starting
but
to do
and
shit
I
like that.
seen people, like I said, I seen people that I knew that were like really great, like pretty well-rounded, like reasonably stoic people that just have become like wow, and they just say the most outrageous stuff now. I really, man, it is true. Like what you surround yourself is what like you're absorbing all the
I gotta
time.
say real quick, man. They need like a. I wish there was like a timer on these. Like when you highlight a comment, you gotta
Yeah.
on
Oh
StreamYard.
no,
You gotta
Dennison, I
click
hope
it
you aren't
off.
watching me
Otherwise,
freak out.
like on EV Mux or whatever it's called, you could set a time. Like it could be up 10 seconds, 15, 20 seconds, whatever.
Would you say Shameless?
I hope you didn't see me freaking out.
No, I didn't.
That was embarrassing.
You was pretty
Okay.
What
excited.
happened?
You were excitable. I wish you'd been live on cam. Cam dog.
I s-
I'd like
What
to see some of
happened?
those
I just
facial
had a
expressions.
fucking woman period.
Oh.
It was pretty embarrassing. So yeah. Anyway, let's pretend it didn't happen.
Change the subject, huh?
Yeah. That the good old switcheroo.
What was going on when I came up here?
Oh, Mike was here and
We
he
got
was
some
like
water. I'll be right back.
fixated on Jack for some reason for quite a while. And like I was trying to be well,
Which
we were
Mike and which
all
Jack?
trying to be really patient with it and kind of hoping it would, just come up and go down a little, but it just didn't. He just kept hammering away and hammering away. So
Which
eventually I had to say something and be like, yo, this is crazy. So yeah. That's
which
long
Mike and which
story.
Jack?
Mike Cerrone against Jack, that's away from his seat, looks like right now on the spectrum. He probably needed a break. I know that was a long battle. I would have been emotionally exhausted after that.
Do those two have a history?
No, I don't know what the fixation was. I don't understand. Or maybe because of the whole Trump, liberal Trump political debate. I don't know if that started it or if he just thought it was an easy target. I don't know exactly what the motivation was. But, so that happened. And I had to kind of get crazy and do some parenting.
So, the drama took over the Widest Drama Cell show. Huh?
Yes, it did. It did.
Oh, the irony.
I know. I was just like trying so hard to get past it and let it go, bubble up a little bit and just go on its merry way. But that did not happen. So how about you? What are you up to? I think we lost everybody. Everybody's gone now. What the fuck?
I'm not doing shit. I just took a shower, ate something. I was hanging over at a different Jack's place. and I saw y'all were still alive. I wanted to come over here and see what the conversation had evolved to, if it was still on the topic, if it had evolved to something else, or if it had been consumed by a Chironova.
Oh.
A Chironova.
Oh, it evolved my. I mean, we got into talking about everything, like shrimp and fish and just all kinds of stuff. The political stuff, the weird obsessive stuff, drama portion. We're all over the place. Couldn't imagine talking about just drama for 8 freaking hours. Jack Talcott's, I'm assuming. I don't know, unless there's another Jack I don't know of.
Yeah. It's a pretty chill vibe over there.
It is, but it's so weird and culty, and it's like there's this weird like it's so like there's like this we like I only went there like 2 or 3 times, but he kept talking about like having other people like do stuff on his behalf, like so that he could get like because he has the almighty words that are gonna make the huge difference, and everybody's gonna sing kumbaya if he just gets the chance. But you got to do the work. It's you as the bottom rung cult member that has to do the work on behalf of the cult leader. I was like, what the fuck? This is weird shit.
Is this it, Sam? Jack Talcott?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First of all, people have been telling politicians for lifetimes, oh, peace, man, love, make love, not war, man. like, hello, nobody, no one person is gonna make a difference in that. Our GDP is supported by military war. I mean, it's not happening. And then to have like people like prove their, faith to the little group by the amount of effort they can do for cult leader, so fucking weird. But people like it. People like it. So I mean, good for them. But I'm just not into it. It don't feel right. It feels like a weird narcissistic abuse type like relationship.
All I can say is I have polite, cordial conversations with the guy.
Oh yeah, he seems nice just to chill and have a conversation.
He does seem to know what he's talking about. I don't think he can end wars. I've told him that to his face, digitally speaking. And whenever I disagree with him, I let him know and I'm upfront about it. But he's never asked me to do anything. But I don't know.
Oh, you associate with this guy, Jack Talcott?
Yeah, I talk to him.
Oh well, he calls
at least
on
a couple of times a
followers
week.
of his
Oh,
to do that as like pledge almost. Like he calls on, I call on you to,
Well, let me check out one of his videos.
help me see this dream, and it will be a reality. Because I have foreseen it. Type like was it? I don't know, man. I just. I feel like if he had less conversation, we're so focused on religion and just chilling, like and having regular conversation, I think it would be a lot easier for me to enjoy that channel as much as it can bring someone joy. Do you like to have a lot of religious conversations?
I like to have conversations.
Yeah. I like
I don't
religion
know
a
about
little bit, but when it gets so deep and that's all you talk about, it starts to get a little bit.
Well,
large.
I've expressed some of my previous thinking on God talk, so to speak, to Jack. He knows I'm an atheist.
Oh, okay.
But when I don't think of it as religiously. I try hard to listen to his actual message, and I've heard him. In my opinion, he uses the word God too much, and he shouldn't use it at all because his descriptions of what God is and are much better and more effective and more important. But the fact that he offers those descriptions is precisely why I think I know what he means when he says God and when he's trying to deliver his message. And for the most part, I agree. I just, I don't believe in his particular specific vision.
You believe
But
there is a God, a creator?
no,
Something
I'm
greater than ourselves.
well, I mean, there's at least 1,000 people on my street that are greater than I am.
No, but I mean something greater than us as a
humankind.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I'm not even convinced the dolphins are better than us. But I'm a strong anti-theist.
Sure.
I find no evidence for God, and I'm also kind of convinced there isn't one.
There's a lot of really great atheists out there.
The theist version, right? Like, is so specific, it's easy to dismiss. And I'm kind of glad that he doesn't exist.
I don't know who has the fucking Star Trek text tone, but I love you, and I also used to have that text tone.
Oh.
Yeah, I had that way back in the day. That's the business.
Right. I had it when I had my BlackBerry. Also, our GDP is not supported by our military. Like, I don't know if you want to look at like Apple stocks compared to all the defense companies.
Yeah, our country is a lot run off of military fucking spending.
That's just not true.
That's not true.
Yeah,
a large
it
chunk
is.
of our
And
the
most
large
of the stuff
chunk
that
of
comes
our
out of the tech industry came out of DARPA.
huge military portion.
Okay, so again, if we're looking at like Apple or Intel compared to
touchscreens,
compared to what?
Compared to the defense industry. I mean, I guess I don't know what you mean by like large
Just
chunk.
looking at
Like,
what the stock is worth. What?
so all of our spending on like Raytheon and Boeing and Lockheed Martin, like the the percentage contribution to GDP of like those types of companies compared to like contribution to our GDP from Apple is like it's not even comparable. Anyway, why are you an anti-theist?
Most of our money as a nation is spent to military funding. It doesn't matter, but if a private company has a bigger net worth or whatever.
For sure. Okay, so that's a different claim.
You know what I mean? Like, or what that is worth overall. That doesn't translate to what does our country spend most of its money on.
Okay, so that's different. Okay, for sure. Sorry. So or whatever. I'm not trying to like be a jerk here, but you said like our GDP is mostly propped up by military spending. Yes, the military is our biggest line item spending, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, that's a different claim than like most of our GDP is is not defense stuff. Whatever. Sorry. Anyway. So why are you an anti-theist? New guy, not Jack Talcott, Denizen X. Sorry.
Right back.
Denison's awesome.
Well, I mean, the examples for God I've been given are pretty lousy. I'm glad no one like that exists. I'm glad we don't have a celestial dictator that thinks like Abraham.
For sure. But like, how do you know there's not like a lazy God? Like, like Genesis is right. God created the world in 6 days, and then on the seventh day and forever he rested. It rested. She rested. They rested.
I can't know all possible things don't exist, right? Like this, the more specific you make it, the more certain I can be that it doesn't exist, right?
Sure. I mean, I guess I feel like it's an unfalsifiable claim, and you can't prove a negative. So like,
right?
Yeah.
It's impossible, at least for me.
For sure. I mean, I'm not a theist. I'm also a pretty staunch atheist, but I guess I don't feel like I have the evidence to make a strong claim about a non-existence. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
the way they sell it is terrible, though. Like a single decider. Though I am a believer, like my idea of what God is for me is very different than the like, you know, grandpa friggin' decider of good and bad.
Right.
Same here.
Yeah, as like the wise philosopher
Like that's
Marilyn
just
Manson
such
said.
an unreasonable claim. No, yeah.
Yeah, just like Marilyn Manson said, you know, your own personal Jesus.
What is it?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's definitely a personal relationship with whatever it is. And I think like if it isn't, if there is anything greater, it's like a greater consciousness, not like a single type consciousness of like you know, in a person in the same way we think of as a person. I'm not even sure if we have just fully separate consciousnesses as humans.
Yeah,
The
been
collective unconscious.
trying.
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah, I've
trying to
also
find
smoked
a way
crack.
this whole time, and
Sorry.
it's one of the few things I've never done actually.
Right.
One of
I've
the main
smoked
things
cocaine,
that
though.
one of the main things that leads me to believe that there is a creator is that how did the very first particle come into existence? Either the universe is eternal, or a conscious mind had to will it into existence somehow. I don't see.
No, I
that
think there can
doesn't
be
seem
both.
logical.
I think there can be a physical elemental world and also a separate consciousness. I don't think it's like one or the other. I think it's both.
Wait, what?
Like that there like is physical world that exists outside of this greater being. It's not that this greater being just existed and then willed you know, stuff into existence.
Well, it could have happened in all kinds of ways. He could have did it through technology or just using his own mind, but that ain't. But I'm just saying that there had to be something that started it.
Why?
You can make the, you know, argument that there's
I
intelligent
don't make that
design,
assumption.
you know, and that there's like kind of like a blueprint on life. And
So okay, so you guys believe in the Big Bang?
No,
Like
I just don't
that was
understand
the
why it
beginning
can't
of
be
creation.
both, like actual universe
no.
and
Where you believe the universe is eternal?
No.
not
It
our
could be.
universe, but no particle like doesn't exist. It always is in some form.
Well,
The
kind
Big
of.
Bang could have happened as well.
That
I don't
the
believe in
universe
either
is
one.
constantly recycling through elements changing form.
Yeah,
I
but
believe in
nothing
the
ever
big
goes
purple
away, so
protoplasm.
technically it is eternal.
So that makes me think that there could easily be some hidden process we're unaware of, to where there is an immortal soul if everything is constantly recycled.
No, I think that's
Why wouldn't we
separate
be?
things.
It could
Why
be, but
wouldn't
you're
our
assuming
consciousness be?
complexity.
Yeah, I think they're two separate things. I
See,
think
this is
that
why
the world
Occam was wrong.
can be physical and the particles never be fully actually destroyed, but that physical soul is something completely separate, if at all, you know, there is. Not that
Well,
like because the physical world like
the
is
physical
cyclical,
world
that
could be
all of a sudden the soul is cyclical. Like I wouldn't put those two together in the same box like immediately like that.
So you think when you die, your soul goes to a different realm?
So I
To the
believe in like
spiritual realm?
literally like a hodgepodge of a whole bunch of shit. So if like I'm gonna sound like a fucking lunatic if I try to explain.
I mean, that's how I did it.
I also like crystals. Don't worry, hon. Or
No, I don't like crystals or anything. But so I believe in
She
like
likes pyramids.
I believe in like a holy entity, right? But that's not like a one guy. It's like it's not and that you can be rebirthed. Like you can be, I feel like it's like our soul is like on this planet and like we either live lives and we like keep screwing it up and we get further and further away from enlightenment or closer and closer towards enlightenment. And like that soul just is going to recycle a certain amount of times, and it gives you the opportunity to if you get to move on into heaven, which is perfection, which there's no bullshit like you get forgiven in my heaven. My heaven is perfect, and you can't let an imperfect being into a perfect realm and still have it be fucking perfect.
So
What
you
kind
think?
of ego,
So you think we're
maniacal
here?
narcissism is that?
So you think
So
we're
it's
here
a
to
test
refine our? You think we're here to refine our soul?
to refine our souls, our spiritual selves, our knowledge and wisdom, until we can really, like,
Then why
to we're
not give us
closer
the
and closer
benefit of our
towards
past
reaching.
experience?
Because
It's
then
because that gives us a better
it gives you
start
an
in the next
edge.
life.
Yeah,
An
I mean,
edge. It's called wisdom. It's called knowledge,
the
experience.
whole
Yes, yeah.
the
whole
whole
point.
the whole test is to see how you'll react when there are no rules.
Test.
Yeah,
What kind of psycho test? It's creation in that manner.
Well, either way,
Terrible. That's
and then
awful.
I don't think that there's hell either. I think that it's either fuck, I can't
Who
remember.
said it was a
Remember
test?
what is the middle thing?
She
The
said
middle one,
Purgatory.
purgatory. So it's either purgatory and like blackness, or it's you get into heaven. There's no like actual hell.
I think you're birth as a lower life form.
Oh, I don't think that. I think we have our human. The spirit is
And eventually
an
you can become a
illness
star
of
or a
human.
galaxy.
And I think we were made for selfish reasons, in that we are made in His image, and that's why we're shitty, because they're shitty. They're not this perfect, all great being. They're shitty, and that's why we're shitty, because we're made in His fucking image, in the image of this consciousness, which has shitty traits. It's just what it is. People want this beautiful, perfect, all forgiving thing, and no, it's like doesn't mean it's like a weird.
I have a simpler
scientist
explanation.
or something like that. What?
What's the simpler explanation? It just happened.
We made God.
No, I don't think that. I think we were made. And
Why?
they put themselves into us. They have spirit, and
Why?
we accidentally got spirit, but we weren't supposed to. We're only supposed to be a genetic animal.
Wait.
If
Oh,
we
wait.
were
Wait.
made,
How did you
it
feel about
wasn't
the?
by God. We made God.
Yeah. Or how did you feel about the movie Prometheus?
Now, let me find it.
I don't know. I guess I've spent so long since I saw that. I only saw it like when it first
For
came out.
sure.
I never watched it again.
Why do you think that we were
Wasn't
made?
that,
Like what?
I think we were made as a slave race, and that they put most of genetics, the clay of what was on the earth, and they injected themselves and gave the breath into the clay, which was the already genetic material they found on the U.S.
All right.
like Prometheus.
And we ended up we inherited the soul, which we were not supposed to. That's what I think. I know it sounds fucking crazy, but
I mean, no.
Hey,
It sounds like
I'm trying to
Scientology.
find the
It's not
video.
it's not any crazier than the fucking shit they teach on TV and on the the Christian channels on Sunday.
no, they do not believe in reincarnation and shit, or they
No.
think that they were made as for some
Sure they
special
do.
purpose and some
Reincarnation?
cause. That's not a freak
They believe in
genetic
reanimation,
accident.
which is even freakier if you ask me. Zombification and reanimation.
And
Yeah, that whole all the
cannibalism.
dead people rising is kind of weird. Cannibalism, yeah.
Eat
I've
of
always thought
my
the
flesh.
Ugh.
what is it? The
Transcendental.
Transmutation.
Oh,
No,
transmutation.
that gives people like
transubstan-
mad human disease and
Can't think
shit.
of what it's called. Transubstantiation or something.
Yeah. When the body of Christ literally turns into something you consume. It's Dracula,
I always thought
Right.
that was.
That sounds
I
like
always thought that was
cannibalism with
weird.
extra steps.
It's like, do you guys ever question what you're doing?
But it
here?
gives you
Why
eternal
are
life,
you
though,
eating
Jack.
his fucking body?
Because it's good.
Why?
Because it tastes
I
like
don't,
love.
I don't concern myself with why.
I just eat the
You can
bodies.
ask them why everything else.
Do I?
I mean, yeah, when she was saying about, what she believes,
Oh,
she
no,
kept
that was
saying,
Jack.
but why?
That
Huh?
was Jack.
Oh yeah, no, that's me. Sorry. I'm double teaming.
Oh,
Probably shouldn't be ganging up on people. I'm sorry. What was your question?
I'm not even looking. I'm trying to
I
find
might
the
want to
video.
know why I didn't qualify for a job, you know, but I don't worry about why humans exist. I don't think that's a prerequisite. That there has to be a purpose.
Hey, Denizen, are you on a computer? Or like, do you
No,
have like
no,
noise
I never
suppression
saw
on?
because I felt like there was a purpose. I saw it because I felt something deep within myself since I was really young. And like I was actually talking about this earlier. Like I know a lot of people that just like they talk about how they wish they felt that they had one of these like super magical biblical experiences, but that they just don't feel it, and like no matter how much they wish they had it, they don't have it, and I feel bad for people like that.
Has anybody had?
But that's why it's not because I was like I just on this journey, like I'm just curious why people exist.
Has
I was
anybody
just
ever
answering
had a
his question.
spiritual experience?
I have, yeah, multiple times.
Yeah, I love PCP.
Yeah, I've had spiritual experiences too, as I've heard spiritual people describe them. I've had
Yeah.
the same exact experience. I just don't assume Jesus or God at the end.
Oh yeah, no, wouldn't say that. My picture of that is not the same.
No, I didn't assume that. But it
Um,
definitely gave me a glimpse into something beyond this realm. It gave me the feeling that this wasn't a fundamental reality
When you did PCP?
in existence. No, I was completely sober.
Oh, okay.
It's
See,
happened
I've
like 3
actually
times. I've
tried
had
my
like 3
it didn't
spiritual
work, though.
experiences.
I've actually done PCP and acid and shrooms and I don't know. I think that it's all just perceptions of the same reality, I guess.
Huh.
Well, yeah, yeah, it's a defense mechanism because like if you try to imagine a world without you, it's really hard because like from what perspective are you imagining that world? If not your like lifeless body, like spirit floating through the sky, like you can't imagine a world without you, and so we make up reasons why we've always been here and why we're always going to be here.
No, I don't think you get forever.
Why can't you imagine it? We talk about it all the time. People spend their entire life thinking about it, scared they're going to die.
You'd have no imagination to imagine it with. You'd
Yeah,
be
but
gone.
you can imagine not having a point of view though.
Can you can you tell me about how you were as a person the 13.75 billion years before humans existed?
No, of course not.
Tell you how what?
What were you like thinking about? What were you like, for the 13.75 billion years before you?
Yeah, when you were like goo in a hot steaming bath of goo, what did that feel
I
like?
don't remember being goo. When was
Okay,
this?
but you're telling me you're gonna know how it's gonna be like to not feel after you're dead, but you can't tell me about it before you were alive, and like why is that? What like?
Near death experience don't give us any fucking idea because that shit was scary. I hope I don't care. I will admit that I'm fearful. I'm fearful that my soul doesn't go on. Like when I had my near death experience, it was like I was an eyeball.
I'm not fearful of
floating
it.
in blackness, and that's it. And you can like somewhat hear through the veil, but it was just muffled bullshit. And no matter how much you reach out and try to tell them that you're there, you can't yell loud enough. You can't reach out because your body is not connected anymore. And if that is it, that shit is scary as fuck. And I don't want no part of that.
Yeah. So like the weird thing is that
Have you
like
ever-
if you close your eyes for like 1 second and like feel that for a moment, that's what forever feels like. That's what 13.75 billion years felt like before you were born, and that's what it's gonna feel like after you're gone.
You're like conscious and you still have an eyeball, except for nothing else is there. There's no body, there's no nervous system. It's just like literally
do you
like
see and
only a
feel without-
vision out is crazy.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't know.
So
That's all I know is that's what I experienced, and if that is what death has to offer, that shit is scary. Oh, that shit was scary.
for sure. Well.
A lot of this, Sam, a lot of the stuff you were saying, this Alex Collier talked about back in the 90s. But he was talking about like how these there are all these different races of aliens or spiritual beings, and they're all throughout the galaxy. And
Did he do
they're
PCP?
all fighting over.
That's very different than what I experienced. That
Yeah, I
was
know
a little
it's
better.
different. Yeah, it is different,
It
but
wasn't like that.
there's some similar aspects. But he says what the big war is about is in this dimension. So there are souls that can exist in like all 11 dimensions or some shit, and only certain it's like they can create life, but they can't create life that actually has a soul and actually animate it. And so that's what the whole battle's about or something. It's pretty crazy. Let me find a good part.
Your bodies are the
Was he
effect
high on
of the
PCP for
cause,
this?
which is intent, moved by emotion,
totally
which
high.
creates physicality.
Okay.
No, he was high on
About as high as
PCP
you
when he
can
came
get.
up with it.
Okay.
He
During
might have had a
previous
little bit of weed
pastimes in
before
your
the
third
speech, but
density,
he's not going to take the
education of the
PCP.
soul took many incarnations of life and death of the physical body. Situations and reincarnations would reflect the system, it appears. All beings would transcend your physicalness in accordance with the degree of consciousness attained. Since it appears that your races, having no concept of the law of consistency, became very fragmented in extremes. Religions became divisions of beliefs, and conflicts among your races took place. The worship of belief systems and idolatry came into existence. Reincarnations have become history. And by this means, your races, Alex, and others than yours, have a probability of directly attaining your full essences.
Bro, what the fuck does any of that even mean? Like, have you ever heard of the soil microbiome? And do you know how much we don't know about that? Like, why the fuck do you care about anything this dude is talking about?
It seems like narcissism too. Like the whole I understand that if this guy were more enlightened and reached like this higher level of awareness or consciousness or whatever, it probably would sound like narcissism to a heathenist, Satan worshiping antichrist atheist like myself. But at the same time, just the presumption that you can escape your physicality. That's so.
What'd you say? A soiled microbiome?
Yeah.
It's so ableist, and from a guy who doesn't even have a hairline, I'm offended.
Yeah, that hair is kind of weird, man.
Soil microbiome. So it's like soil, like dirt. Yeah, no, there's the thing published recently. I don't know. I'm able to find this.
I'm so lazy.
Yeah, and if we could like stop focusing on this woo-woo fucking bullshit and start focusing on real reality, that'd be fucking great, man. We could accomplish. There's so much more for us to accomplish.
What have you accomplished?
To learn.
What have you accomplished?
People don't
today?
like hard work. It hurts their muscles.
What did you accomplish today, dude?
I mean, I made it to this panel, so there's an accomplishment.
Yeah, that was the height of my day. Was this fucking panel. But this is my day off, so I have an excuse.
Well, almost same, but I got called into work. Okay. Must be nice to have a day off, bro. Who worked more hours than me this week? Shut up. We know. No one cares. Got him.
Yeah, each one of us has our own like microbiome too.
Yeah. Your transient and gut flora. Yeah, no.
One's all
Just
dry,
I would
one's
argue
starving for water.
it has a lot more to do with how you feel and your overall health than, say, for example, I don't know, how tuned you are into the intergalactic spirit lord.
Right.
Yeah,
Like,
some people eating only meat, some people eating only plants.
True. And some people have FODMAPs, which is like a fructose oligosaccharides and whatever, some other shit. But yeah, it's a sensitivity. So like your large colon is where a lot of stuff gets fermented. And oftentimes, like depending on your response to pain, that can cause a lot of like bloating and stuff. And there's just some flavor of thing that isn't agreeing with you in like the normal diet. And if you just delete everything except for meat, you'll feel better. But it's not because you're eating only meat. Sorry.
Yeah, it's because you deleted everything.
Yeah.
What's up, nerd? How's it going, man?
You've also given your body like one thing to focus on too.
Right. Producing
it's-
ketones.
Damn, how long have I
Yeah.
been sleeping? 5 fucking hours.
That's weird. That didn't help me when I started like cutting down my diet to only a few foods. It like started making like a weird like allergic reaction because I was like consuming the food so much over a period of years, and like I eventually became like having allergens to certain foods because of that. And apparently that's normal.
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
So
that's
there's
pretty-
this thing in the
back,
developed
Connie.
world, is that like parasites aren't really like a big meme anymore. Like with most of the like safety and health.
Going on 9 hours and 20 seconds.
39 fucker. But
I
yeah.
used to laugh at people that stream this long. Like, how the fuck is that dude sitting there for 12 hours?
Not being a wuss. But yeah, like since we don't have parasites anymore, like mast cells is like what drives a lot of your like allergic reactions to stuff, which are used to fight like super big things, and they have nothing to do and have had nothing to do for like 100 fucking years. So they're like itching to go, and yeah, I don't know, allergies and autoimmune stuff is like, I don't know, there's a big
I got some like crazy rare autoimmune blood.
oh well, yeah, that
What do you think about the theory of fungi or some kind of microbes giving rise to consciousness in humans?
oh yeah,
Think it's
stoned
like-
ape theory. I love that theory. I think it's hilarious, and I support the fuck out of it.
Is that stoned ape theory? No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
Yeah, over a course of million years, over about a million years, the human brain case size like doubled in the archaeological record, which was like completely unheard of and untold of. But it's also during a receding ice age, where there would be a lot of like prairie opening, or like like prairie and fields opening up rather than or the
Animal
forests die
control.
back, and then there's more grassland. Which is a great place for like grazing animals to eat, who shit a lot, and psilocybe mushrooms grow very well on manure. And yeah, so the idea is that with the receding forests, more apes were flipping over cow shit to find bugs and found mushrooms instead, and ate mushrooms for a million years, I guess, and their brain size doubled.
the one I was.
Oh, for sure.
You know what else? Grasslands lend themselves to growing a lot.
Grass.
Is animals.
Mammals and yeah,
Animals, and then you-
they don't attribute
And then you
the
eat the
growth
animals,
to
which are
fungus,
made
they
out of brain
attribute it to
material, right?
protein.
Like animals are mostly just all like big fatty brain stuff and protein brain stuff. And then so all of a sudden man was like, these aminals are delicious.
Yeah, high calorie, especially for the amount.
And if he's also tripping on mushrooms at the same time, and maybe he's learning how to, make fire, and maybe a little bit of cannabis gets thrown in there, you never know. You might have yourself a little party. Primate party. Let's do it like it's, 2000 BC.
So the other competing
like it's
theory.
1999 BC. Sorry, I'm done.
No,
I'm
you're
done,
right.
Jack. I'm gonna mute myself for an hour for that.
No, it's fine. I love it. The other competing theory that's way less funny is called the throwing arm theory, and it's basically the idea that that's when we went from like knives and daggers to spears that we could throw, which greatly improved our efficiency while hunting. Which is kind of what you're saying, like more animals are growing there, and it's like, yeah, we also learned how to be a ranged damage dealer instead of having to like chase the bitches down. And
I
so
heard that
yeah,
on Joe Rogan like 10 years ago.
right. So yeah, like since we became so much more efficient at hunting, we had more time to sit around and think. But yeah, the throwing arm theory is the
And the
main
fat to
competitor
do
to
it.
the stoned ape theory, but one of them is way funnier. I think. Same reason I'm an atheist and believe in a 7,000-year-old Earth.
An atheist and believe in a 7,000-year-old.
I'm a secular
Did I hear
young
that
earther
correctly?
for the memes.
Just not a flat earther, right?
I
Just for the
mean,
memes.
no, I mean this. I don't really care to learn the science behind that to do that meme, but like,
Oh.
yeah, you know, I like telling people to go Google like the sun and tell me which one of those images are not AI. But yeah, just like the rhetorical memes is not to ruin the whole game. I just that's emotionally taxing is spouting stuff I don't believe in because it's funny.
That's a good point. I wonder what the sun really does look like.
The sun?
Right.
Yeah, if you could
We've
see
taken
it.
a few pictures of it, but most of the top Google image results are, you know, projections
And
and
I wonder,
animations.
like, without any light pollution whatsoever, what it looks like too might be different.
No, I mean,
Well,
I
I
think
couldn't say any light pollution whatsoever. That doesn't exist as far as I know. But without any of the Earth's light pollution, because the Earth glows like a mofo.
yeah, I mean mostly because it's like reflecting the sun shit though. Yeah, I mean just the amount of shit that happens from like the sun's rays going through the atmosphere is yeah.
So if
Right.
you could get out there far enough and look at the sun with your naked eye, I don't even know. Could you? Maybe you probably need a visor. Yeah, you need
No,
some kind
you
of protective
can't.
gear.
Well, yeah, I mean because
And
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
then I wonder what the sun would look like under all that stuff. You know?
Yeah.
All those
Well,
conditions.
don't we look at it when we like look when we're looking like at the solar eclipse that happened in April?
Yeah,
like,
kind of.
Well, no, you're looking at the moon.
You know, and you kind of
That's a good
You
approximation.
can see the plasma surrounding the sun.
yeah, to a degree. That's probably like one of the best you can while still being safe about it.
Oh, I mean, this is all cuck propaganda from CNN,
nice
but
to have a
NASA did
camera.
release a picture of the moon from or the sun from Saturn. Oh, wait.
Your eyes from the sun on here. Has released new high-definition images
A
taken
lot of
by
that
its
stuff is all
space-based
covered up,
telescope.
though.
Naming the project Thermonuclear Art, the footage was captured by the American Space Agency's Solar Dynamic Observatory. It snaps a photo of the sun every 12 seconds in 10 wavelengths of invisible ultraviolet light. Each
These are all
wavelength
fake.
helps highlight a
All
different
fake.
temperature
Invisible.
of solar material.
Ultraviolet light.
Yeah, so it's like when we look at nebulas. and
Yeah,
you see all the
so this
different
is not so this is taking the data from readings taken near the sun that are interpreted in such a way that our eyes can perceive them. So when we say it's a picture of the sun, like sure, yeah, like we can take a picture of a fucking
It's
electron,
like
all
a
right?
picture of a nebula. If we were
It's
actually
an
there, we'd
image
see it.
composite.
Yeah.
An image composite.
Well, based off of the, you know,
Usually it's
like
image
invisible wavelength interpretations, right? Like it's a heat map
That
of
wasn't the claim
radiation.
there.
Yeah.
Invisible to the human eye.
Yeah.
That wasn't the claim there, though. That claim was more akin to looking at something
That's
through an infrared
pictures.
camera.
Yeah, through infrared. They said
Yeah,
I mean, though, still, infrared is not
in a
visible.
different
Like
wavelength.
it's
visible with the
Yeah,
eye.
in a different wavelength.
yeah, infrared means below red, so like necessarily it means outside of the like the color perception of humans. You know, you have infrared and ultraviolet, which are on opposite ends of the.
Point about the claim though.
This is not a picture of the sun. Like if you went up and looked at the sun with your naked eye, like if you could survive like being this close to it, it wouldn't look like this.
No.
For sure, that's the
Well,
claim.
this definitely not. But if you back up a little bit, I think what it would look like is if you used an infrared camera to take a picture. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, like if you're far enough.
Go for
behind.
yeah, right there. The deep, right there. There you go.
For sure. I mean, I can't see
Right.
infrared, so
Each wavelength helps highlight a
But
different
they would probably be
temperature of
such
solar
big
material, and
pieces
each
of
So,
new high
so when I was a
Yeah.
kid, all they had was computer generated image from telemetry data and then interpreted. This is not what the sun would look like to you, fair, but the claim she's making is that it's actually an infrared photo taken very quickly over and over again and used in kind of like a motion picture fashion to show you what it would look like under infrared light. So again, this isn't what the sun would look like to us. I'd like to see what it would, but this is not the same thing as just the telemetry data.
Let me see if Parker Solar Probe has any visible. I don't even know if it has a visible. I'm sure it probably does have.
Well, I'm sure like the visible light spectrum, it's just like a white piece of paper, right? And like, you know, like it's putting out so much light that there's probably no meaningful, like not now that I think about it, when you're that close, just the amount of light there for your like dumb human brain, like you're just like, oh, it's just like I just can't see. Like, oh, I'm having a seizure, or I'm looking at the sun from 2 feet away.
Just blind.
How far out is outer space technically?
Is it out
you
of
mean the top of the,
like
the top of the
our
mesosphere
galaxy?
or the solar system?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's low
I
Earth
think
orbit,
they
and
consider
then
outer space being anywhere outside of our atmosphere and stuff.
Yeah, that's
right.
Is there high Earth orbit? I always hear about low Earth orbit. What the fuck is high Earth orbit?
So how far is that?
100 miles.
I don't know. I think it's like 1,600 feet or something. I can't remember.
35,000
like 160
kilometers.
miles or some
or
shit.
whatever. It's like something like I can't. Really? Or
35,000
kilometers? I would
miles
never
per
know
day.
in kilometers.
No, that 35,000 kilometers is where planes are at.
That seems
No, that's high Earth orbit
far
where
is the
satellites
moon?
are.
Man, I used to know all this shit.
That's way out of orbit though. The moon is way the fuck out.
No,
of
it's in our orbit. It's caught in our orbit. That's why it surrounds us. It's technically still in our
I
orbit.
mean, not
it's
our
just
orbit.
in our
I meant.
solar
I didn't
system.
mean orbit. I meant
Like
to
in
say.
our, like it's not in our like it's not
I meant to say
technically in outer space. I mean,
He meant to
I
say
meant to
atmosphere.
say atmosphere.
yeah.
Oh, okay. So, okay.
190,000
So actually,
kilometers.
technically, according to the world government, outer space starts
So like
100
a
kilometers
million-
up.
Oh yeah, there's a song like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
that makes sense.
Yeah. I said
So
one-
so I'm
160.
thinking I'm thinking like 1,000,000 kilometers out, and you're not going to be void of light pollution even from the Earth. But I think it would give you like a different perspective of the sun, but even then you would need to have some kind of protective gear. And so whatever that gear blocks out in order to protect your eyes, you know, I don't know if that's maybe a philosophical question at that point.
There's no way we can make a camera that's got friggin' like regular color that because it's.
I mean,
my aurora came near me. I couldn't see it with my naked eye, but with the camera, I could.
I mean, I feel like so like I don't know, like
It's still being
When the what came near
stopped
you?
when the aurora. So like, why can't you just use a regular camera to like look at it and then just view the footage so that it doesn't burn your eyes?
I mean, you
like,
can,
not
and it
have
looks
any kind of
exactly the fucking
screening on
same.
it or something. That's what I would imagine.
They have this from Reddit, so you know
know,
it's
as long
real.
as
So
it
it
has
has
some crazy
it
glare
has
shit.
it has instrumentation that can measure electric and magnetic fields, as well as the characteristics of ions and electrons. So basically, plasma and high energy ions. Well, that's the plasma. And the only camera on board the satellite or Whisper is the only camera on board the satellite and observes the solar corona.
Is that what we just watched? Was Whisper footage?
No, I don't think so. I think that was probably the fields and the sweep.
Well, it was an infrared camera shot, is what the claim was.
Yeah, that's what you're going to need to measure magnetic fields and shit.
No, infrared is heat, is it not? I'm pretty sure infrared is heat.
Yeah, it's light that is below the visible spectrum.
Light. I thought it was just heat. It had nothing to do with light. Like
No,
you can
I-
use
That's-
infrared.
so-
dark,
Light
and
so-
you can
It's radiation.
track people
Yeah, yeah.
with it tracks.
So we're
This-
talking about
they're the same
the
thing.
electromagnetic spectrum, which like UV
Yeah.
rays and infrared are both on. Which like part of that is light, a very small part of that, but like light that's smaller than light
Okay.
is heat, and bigger than that is
Well,
cancer.
as a matter of parlance, all electromagnetic energy is light. Visible light would be the small spectrum, which is colloquially referred to as light.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Gotcha.
I mean, that is true, but it still has
That's why
has heat
connect-
in it.
Based on her claim, it would have to be whisper, if anything. I don't even know if it's this probe at all. Because she was just saying it's just an infrared camera. I mean, you all have used infrared cameras before, right?
Yeah.
It's old technology.
No, I don't
It's
want to
kinda
see that much
stuff like
cum
you
in my
see-
room.
It's kind of like that's UV. It's kind of like that's ultraviolet. It's like what you see in those bad porch videos. You know, when someone rings the doorbell and their eyes are glowing and everything's black and white. That's infrared.
You can't see infrared.
No.
The camera can.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it can turn it into
It
something
has
that
to
looks,
be,
looks like a heat map or something, but like can't see infrared.
It can be interpreted. It translates it to the visible spectrum.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? Birds can see some part of the ultraviolet spectrum, and I wonder what that's like.
See, this has the temperature of each spectrum. So each spectrum is associated with the temperature.
Gotcha.
Or that's a color temperature. Or
This bottom one here is this is the frequency that it resonates at. The bottom one is the temperature of the object at which this radiation.
oh,
is
okay,
emitted.
gotcha.
Yeah, like Jupiter gives off light technically.
Yeah, not on its own. Is that a gas planet?
No, definitely not.
Gamma rays are the hottest. Radio waves are the coldest.
Earth is a big cold sponge.
It's because that's the bigger the wave. That's the size of the wave. That's why you need bigger antennas to capture bigger waves. That's what I was saying the other night when I was talking to Mike. There's probably waves out there that's so big, you need a fucking antenna bigger than the entire Earth to even detect it. Just because from the crest to the trough is bigger than the Earth. You could probably fit Earth right here. You're not gonna be able to detect a wave that big.
No. So like that's not like where that. I mean, so if you look at radio, it's like 10 to the third meters big. So that's like what? That's
Big as a
1,000
meter.
meters. So yeah, I mean, you can have waves that are longer than that, but like I think they become like meaningless.
I don't know. Or maybe we just can't detect it or translate it into anything, but it could still have some kind of physical effect on the world.
Or that HARP is doing it and they don't want you to know.
I think you mean them, with some parentheses. Ni
Protozoans.
Nishima.
That's more what I was talking about when I said giving rise to consciousness. There's some kind of theory that like back when we
PCP
were,
created
like, single
consciousness.
adults, we
Sorry, I don't know why I'm stuck on that.
got tangled up with some kind of conscious fungi or some shit. Nobody's ever heard that.
I mean, I've like heard that for sure. I don't know. Like, yeah, the Earth was seeded with alien mushrooms that we ate and magic. I mean, like that's just as like
Yeah,
that's
Stephen
just as
King wrote
likely
that.
as like Genesis 1. God breathed into the dirt that he found on a shoe to create a unique, fusion of body and spirit.
Sounds more like a metaphor for people grasping.
The fact that we have so many
Yeah,
creation
I don't
theories
know. I
tells me
wouldn't
there's
make
no
fun of
creator.
you no matter what you believed in. I defended the shit out of you, Jack.
Well,
The first thing a
Right.
creator would do is brag to his creation.
true.
Even if it was out of some kind of psychotic, false humility. It would be, look what I've given unto you type deal.
Right. I've
I
dated a
think
BPD
So,
girl before.
like,
I think it might start like
and God is such a dude. Like he's such a man. He's so egotistical and petty.
Sorry, I haven't even been paying attention in chat. Apparently somebody's messing with Jeff or some shit.
I mean, yeah, they're on account number 19.
Fucking ban all these fucking guys.
I don't even pay attention, chat.
I'm gonna laugh when you accidentally
That's
banned
weird
Jeff.
to hear you say.
Wait, who?
I didn't even know you paneled.
I think all women have BPD. A little bit.
Well, then no one has BPD. Like that's like kind of necessarily how that works, right?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, yeah.
I
No,
think
no, no.
just
So,
about.
so what happened is that the crazy in women is distributed way more evenly than it is in men. Like every woman is like 5% crazy. But like when it comes to men, you just have like normal, Hitler, normal.
Oh, kind of like how intelligence is distributed.
No.
Yeah, probably.
I think I'm just gonna start banning the name of any account that something's like Jeff's horny grandma or Mike's this or that.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy, I think, threshold.
Yeah, ban every
Yeah,
account with Gen X in front of
Yeah, I
it.
thought. I have to admit, I posted in my Discord earlier that I thought it was funny. I took a screenshot that you put Mike's troll account in the panelist description to represent when Mike was on the panel.
Oh, really?
It said Mike Sarone's basement glory
Yeah,
hole.
okay. I thought it was different when I did that.
And I was like, "That's funny."
That was the only comment in there. 'Cause I went
There's
looking.
obviously a pure heart, right? You have no knowledge of the lore here, apparently.
Well, no, I know they do the shit. I thought he might have been on. I honestly, when I questioned it in my mind, I was like, that's probably he's just on one of his troll accounts. I can't find this fucking.
Sometimes you have to go through the long way.
Trying to find this account to ban, but
Like through the Google or whatever.
what's up, Karma Bum? How goes it? 3x3 burger today. It's a big fucking burger.
Oh, wait. Do they speak fucking Chinese? That's cool. Or wait, what? Oh, whatever.
Oh, your private pal.
Karma Bun is saying what LA Spike said, but in English. The Ni Shenma whatever. I don't actually speak Chinese. I speak like 3 of these characters.
I'm just trying to ban these accounts. I can't find them for some reason.
Maybe you got them all.
From me now.
Well, they don't disappear.
yeah.
They just show that they're gone. You know, they just show
Yeah,
like
that's what I was
has been removed.
Well,
Okay,
sure, Zongwen. I know that one. Okay, that's cool, LA Spike.
Kane's on it. Grande cosa, mamacita.
Ariba, am I right?
God damn, 9.5 hours. What the fuck?
You can quit whenever you want, man.
Yeah, don't stay on our behalf.
No, you guys got to carry.
Huh?
You guys got to carry though. At least give me a topic or something.
What do you call the past 3 hours, Kane? What the fuck? You think I'm up here just like, like making jokes about, people's deceased ancestors because I want to?
No, we also have it. I think so at least.
No, you've been pretty good. I mean,
Yeah,
good
you've
faith
been.
about it all. I got no complaints. No, honestly, I mean, I like Mike and he's my friend and all, but I thought he was kind of out of line. He was just
Just out of line. Yeah,
constantly.
and that happens.
I listen. I love that stuff.
You
Like
could
if
have
people want to
been
roll around in the mud, I'm super here for it.
not personally.
That's like super
Yeah.
easy for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That ain't me. I mean, I'd rather have something approaching intellectual conversation and
Right.
decent faith. But
I mean, I also prefer that, but hey,
Conversation was good.
I'm too tired for that shit now. I mean, you didn't pop in until I'd already been streaming for like 7 hours.
right? Yeah. Listen, some of us
I
have
was pretty
jobs,
tired.
okay?
I hear you. What'd you do? Just go in and work like 4 hours or something?
Yeah. They just had. I work in quality, and like, yeah, I had to make sure, like, they were setting up a thing, and I had to make sure it was all good. Do like all the in process checks, and so yeah, I just they've been working on it for like 3 days. I just been giving them bad news all week, so it was cool to be able to be like, hey, it's almost good now.
So what's your job title?
uh, Quality technician, sure we'll call it that.
Quality technician for some kind of biolab, did you say?
No, I did not say.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, no. I work for an aluminum machining company now. I have done quality stuff for big pharma and other places.
Oh, okay. I thought you had mentioned something like that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
are you? So you set up, you supervise machine projects?
Yeah. I mean, I'm really good at
fabricate
developing.
parts?
Or no, I don't do that myself. I'm good at developing ways to test stuff that's very repeatable and reliable, and like that's able to be demonstrated, if that makes sense.
Like durability testing?
No, just like so like when you like drill into a piece of metal and you make like a thread that a screw is supposed to go into to like assemble that into something else. Like sometimes like you have some wiggle room there, and sometimes you don't. Like sometimes you're making something that's transporting a gas, and so that needs to be like it has to be a very specific size of thread. But in other words, or but if you're making like a bench or something, there's more wiggle room. So yeah,
So
like
you test the tolerance of parts?
yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm trying to be like too vague.
Is that for like completed projects or just like individual parts or tools? You
Yeah,
mentioned
I mean,
screw.
oh yeah. I mean, like yeah. I do a lot of like testing and calibrations. Like we also use calipers. You have to make sure that you have to make sure your calipers are working every day. So you have to make sure that what you're testing your calipers on is good, and like yeah. There's a lot of
Oh
like
yeah, we have a quality control team that tests our calipers every week, make sure they're in calibration. I mean,
right
not every week, every month.
for sure. I don't know if you share this, but are you in like an ISO 9001 facility?
Not that I'm aware of.
For sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever. There's different like rule sets for depending on the stuff that you make. Like like if you're making, like again, like benches versus like an airplane, there's more strictness in one direction than the other. So yeah, whatever. There's increasingly stringent restrictions on how you produce stuff and how often you test it and how accurate everything is. If that makes sense. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
good at
definitely.
that. It's just like a weird set of rules. And yeah, whatever.
Yeah, we're probably not part of that ISO 9001.
Yeah.
We're just making doors.
I gotcha. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's like like just mechanical stuff, and then there's like medical devices, and then there's like aerospace stuff, and there's like different tiers of whatever. If a door is
Oh yeah, that's just got to be calibrated to like the 100,000s.
right. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
for
I work
sure.
a lot with a robot that like it's called a coordinate measuring machine, or a CMM. But yeah, it's like a probe that like you have to constrain it and like make sure it doesn't wiggle at all, like while you poke and prod it to make sure that this angle is good, and but yeah, when you're
Is
making
it
like a
mechanical
hospital,
or some kind of laser?
It's mechanical. It's got like probes with like sensors on them, basically.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I
Like
work
a,
with
like
like
a regular caliper.
no. Yeah, like it's a full like 3D like robot arm that like kind of
What's it?
like. Okay.
Welcome to the Jack Darko show.
Right. Hey, I'm streaming right now over at Dr. Darko. You know, if you ever want to be bored to sleep by science.
Apparently, the left side mouse button moves my entire browser back and kicks me out of the channel.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
back.
That kind of sucks.
It's a sign to back.
I might have to remap that shit. First time I've hit it. What's it called?
What called or a CMM, but yeah, it's like a big, you know, like robot that can point at different angles. Like I don't know, like I don't know how to compare it to calibers. I used 2 different ones, and the bigger one it was like $300,000 used. So yeah, I don't know. It's not calipers. Like it's not, you know, like you program it to like poke and prod in certain ways to like find stuff and yeah. Also, be right back.
So we even got machines that do caliper work for you.
Oh yeah, I would say probably more accurately.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, sometimes you got to wiggle calipers around till you get a good solid lock to get a accurate reading. There's a lot of play in there.
Yeah, a machine can real time measure the pressure difference along the entire edge of any surface. May you live in interesting times.
Yeah, at work, man, we got all these machines and they have all kinds of, every tank usually that we have has some kind of pressure sensor in it. Shit's always fucking breaking. Got to replace them. But I think Jack sounds like he's got a pretty interesting job, you know, fabricating that kind of stuff. I think I might like making it better than fixing it. Yeah, I'm low energy as shit. Going on 10 hours. There's the visible spectrum for you right there.
That big X cross
one in the
looking
mid-
thing.
Yeah, the one in the middle.
Yeah.
But I think we've got our most interesting observations from different wavelengths.
I think you could see a lot more of the sun if you just dimmed that. And then if you dimmed it and removed Earth's light pollution, you would see even more.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, if you block out the corona, it lets you see a lot more. There's this one channel I like. I watch them all the time. Suspicious observers. This guy's pretty hip to what's going on with the sun. I haven't tuned in lately.
I don't know. Sounds like a sus channel.
A what?
A sus channel.
That's my observation.
You say a slush?
Sus.
Sus.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say I think he believes what he's saying.
Well, I mean, he just seems kind of suspicious.
Suspicious. Well, let's watch this video.
Yeah, I'd agree with that observation.
I haven't tuned in a while. Been too busy.
Good morning, folks. Today we're going to look at two planetary studies, one on Jupiter and the other on Uranus. We've also got one of the weirdest but most damning studies on atmospheric temperature I've seen in a long time. But let's begin, as always, with the last 24 hours on our star. We had a few more M-class solar flares, including one that released a CME just left of center disk. SOHO does show that one should miss the Earth. It was a busy end of the week geomagnetically, but now the storm is over and the planetary electrodynamics are returning to normal. The solar storm was at level 4 for about 18 hours, level 3 for about 6 more after that. The auroral data coming in is as astounding as it was back in May, but this storm was 10 times weaker. We'll be covering that in a special video in the coming days. Meanwhile, we're still watching the sunspots. They have already proven they can flare, so we'll have eyes on them today and tomorrow. Let's go to Jupiter, where a very cool viewing campaign was focused on the Great Red Spot and how it changes over short periods of time. Over the long term, it is slowly shrinking, but it also has pretty dramatic changes on the weeks to months time scales. Fantastic shots of that here. Up next, we're going to Uranus, where both Hubble and New Horizons simultaneously took shots of the planet. The main goal is to observers here. Tell me that doesn't make you ask if the dust content of the solar system, increasing due to the arrival of the galactic current sheet, isn't impacting the atmosphere in that way. I know it was the first thing that popped into my head. Top science article is this one. They found perhaps the silliest, but still very relevant reason for why atmospheric temperatures appear to be going up so much. In addition to everything else.
Hey. Yeah, you're right. Actually, nothing's getting warmer. Hurricane Milton didn't happen.
We've always had hurricanes, and I don't think anybody is denying that things are getting warmer.
Nope, no one's denying that the climate is changing.
Covered on that.
It's just we have nothing to do with it, right?
May be contributing to it a bit, but it's not the primary factor. They've known. I mean, if you look at ice core drillings, you can see the pretty cyclical weather patterns for the past million years, and it shows that on our current trajectory, we should get another 5 or 6 degrees hotter before the next ice age kicks in, and it starts getting colder. You know, if the cycles that we've observed at least 11 or 12 times over the past million years continue to hold.
Yeah, I don't quite think that's the case. I would want to see those.
Let me find this weather chart.
For sure.
We're in a mini ice age right now.
Yeah, you know, that's just
No.
why it's so warm.
A mini ice age?
Yeah. Don't you know we're actually like 10,000 years overdue for a or for a real ice age. So like to say that we're on a normal trajectory is kind of weird.
Nah, from what my understanding, it's projected to still get like 5 or 6 degrees hotter, and then it'll start swinging colder again. It's not going to get cold for a long time. It's still going to be this warm. You know, once it's got to come down as slow as it comes up, probably.
Okay, so just to be clear, like we already had like a 2-degree raise. So you're saying that that's gonna happen like 3x, and that'll be super fine, and nothing's gonna change.
Not 3 times. I said, huh?
So it's already raised 2 degrees.
Wait, how much have we had? Did you say?
We already missed that, like, you know, trying to stop like the 2.5 degree or whatever raise in the past like several decades, like I don't know, since the start of industrialization. And you're saying it's going to get another 5-ish degrees hotter than that. So yeah, that's like we've gone a third of the way.
Yeah, global mean, yeah.
Are you talking about like ground temperature or like what, or like I don't know what metric you're using. Like maybe it's a hyper specific one that like agrees with whatever narrative someone's trying to sell you. For sure. So is
it wasn't a narrative someone was trying to tell me. It's a conclusion I came to based off looking at scientific data.
I
Didn't hear
mean,
it from
so
anybody.
did you like go out on your own and find all that data, or did you like get it compiled, or did like
I went
groups of
and
people?
searched for the ice core data, and I looked at the graph, and that's what the graph said to me.
Okay. Okay.
I'll get it. Hold on. I'll play this while I'm looking. Shit.
Top. The degradation of the white paint put on increasing the absorption of solar radiation. You can't believe how much this has skewed the temperature readings. Basically, take almost half of the heating we're told has taken place and throw it in the trash from just this one problem. Folks, today is the garden and foraging event. My Q&A is afterwards. Also a link to my 40th birthday, and that sponsor stepped in and said the next several people who register using the promo code BENIS40 will get about 50% off their ticket. That's on October 19th. Links to those are below, and you can always go book a time to come see us at observerranch.com. Can't wait to meet more of this all again tomorrow, right here, right now.
So that guy does he still seem suspicious?
Yes, obviously.
Or is it worse now?
I mean, I don't know. It seems like a crank. Like, I don't know.
What do you think, Denson?
Also, why are
Seems
you
like a crank.
comparing the temperature of like millions and millions of years when humans haven't existed like during most of that time?
Because humans don't govern the earth, the climate of the earth.
Okay, so if humans go extinct because we, helped contribute to a radical shift in temperature,
They're gonna
like,
keep getting hotter.
okay.
They'll still keep getting hotter until the next ice age kicks in my opinion.
For sure, yeah, and it's just probably the end of the human race, and we should probably do nothing to do anything.
Why would that
about
be
We
the
should
end
do
of the human
something.
race? You think we can't survive the Earth being 5 degrees hotter? That sounds like
we should start pulling our cities away from coastlines. We should start building seawalls.
exactly. That's how
We
we
should
gotta
start
do.
building internal irrigation systems,
Mhm.
and changing the incentives in our economy. Not talking about like gas prices and outlawing beef and stupid faggotry like this that means nothing. If we took it seriously, we would actually do shit to prepare for what's coming. That's kind of an egocentric view to begin.
Shameless still here? I haven't heard her in a minute. I don't know if she dropped out.
It's still showing on my
the shadow.
still showing on my screen. So
And here's what I was talking about.
This is too sciencey for me. It's already above.
So this is the temperature fluctuations for the past million years or the past 800,000 years to present.
That tells me just from looking at it, and I'm no scientist. I'm literally just a dummy.
okay, so can you point to me on that graph like real
You're
quick?
fading out. I can't hear you. This ain't the same graph, but go ahead.
Sure. So can you point to me?
Point to what?
Like where humans started existing, or like the industrial age happened. So so that x-axis is in 1,000 years, right? Right.
100,000.
Cool. So where did the Industrial Revolution happen?
Like right here, probably.
Okay. So like
But
right
as
when
you
that
can see,
graph
long
started to.
before humans even
Yeah, sure. So like, yeah, it was
Long
warming.
before
Okay,
we
okay.
even
So
see
so
where all
again,
these
point to where the
very
Industrial
quick
Revolution happened.
cycles,
Point to me where.
Again, I missed it.
it gets cold, it gets hot. It's been up here. I mean, here's where it is now. It's been up to here. I'm not saying humans existed during that time, but what I'm saying is that the Earth is obviously going through predictable cycles, and they're using that knowledge. They know that we're
Sure.
in a
So
cycle,
how
and they're
long?
making you think you're the cause of it.
Okay,
And they got you
so okay,
scared. You're not gonna be
so
able to
how
survive
long
it.
are these cycles, and what causes these cycles? Like
I
that
don't know
point
exactly what
5
causes
up
it. Probably has,
up at the top there.
I
Like
would
what
say,
happened there?
man,
Was it like 100,000 volcanoes erupting? Was it a meteor hitting the Earth? Like how do we know? Like what do you mean by natural?
I was just
if
thinking we were like
I would
approaching the
tell you,
Holocene culturally,
it could
and
be,
not
yeah.
even like temperature wise. I was just thinking like I was looking back to the cycles of history and trying to use it as a predictive measure for the future. And I was thinking we're most comparable to a time which precedes the Holocene period, culturally speaking.
Yeah, it does seem like that's what I'm saying. We're gonna go. We're still not at this peak right here that we've observed several times in the past.
Okay,
And
why does
I
that?
think
Why
it's
why did
probably
those peaks
called.
happen?
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. You keep interrupting. It's called. I think it's caused from the Earth, the sun's progression throughout the galaxy.
Okay, and do you have any evidence
You know, as it moves
to that
lots of
fact?
different things
Like
happen.
if I Google all of these
No,
time periods, there's going to be
you
like
go
no
look.
theory
You
about
go
how
look at it
like.
on your own.
Okay,
You're
so
actually
you're just making
something is
shit up.
causing these predictable cycles. I don't know exactly.
Are these cycles
I'm
predictable?
not making this graph.
How long is each
They look pretty
cycle?
predictable. Every 100, it looks like about every 100,000 years there's a swing from the ice age to a warm period. Can you not see this fucking graph?
I can see that graph, but like what what are you
It's not
analyzing by
exactly
that?
the same every time.
So again, so like between
I think
7 and 6, there seems to be a cycle, like a little mini cycle in between, compared to the cycle from 5 to 6. So is the cycle from 5 to 7, or is the cycle from 5 to 6, or from 6 to 7, or like,
probably
can you
there's
explain
probably
any
several
of like
cycles going on.
and you're just mostly looking at the most
Population
recent ones.
explosions. It's population explosions.
It looks like it swung. It looks like it swung from a weaker cycle into a more extreme cycle right here.
Oh, it's going from right to
Based on
left.
what? Like how do you
Yeah,
know how much of a cycle
this
is extreme?
Oh yeah, because it's age from 0 to 800.
I'm not
so
saying
yeah.
I know everything, dude. Why don't you calm the fuck down? I'm just saying this is what I
So it
found.
does look like it's going from a more controlled to a more like fear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
You
swings
wouldn't admit
wildly,
that
and
there's
it's probably
there's an apparent correlation, not causation, but correlation between the CO2 and the temperature extremes too. Obviously, right? The charts are
Yeah, they
pretty.
do seem to stay pretty much in
in line.
mirror of
So
each other.
so if we've put out like a
Just about.
crazy amount of CO2 compared to most of the rest of human history,
I mean, have we though?
yes.
You would have to show me evidence that we released more
Okay, so
O2
again, point to me
than
on
just
this graph,
several,
real
massive
quick.
volcanic. Yeah.
Real quick. Point to me on this graph where the Industrial Revolution happened.
Yeah, I already showed you. It's probably somewhere here at the beginning. Just some.
Okay, for sure. And like, how steep is that line compared to others? And like, in what direction is it going? Like, is that
It's not very steep at all compared to this one.
compared to that one? But what about the rest of them?
And this one's pretty
Also,
steep.
like
This
how
one's
you
steep.
zoom in and out on these things really
Yeah,
changes the perspective of how
right.
like we're looking at a snippet of a snippet here.
I mean, we're looking at the past like almost million years and trying to draw conclusions from that, which is definitely like the
And
best way to do that. Like, just the untrained
well,
eye, just what.
I don't
Do
know
you
that
not
the
draw an
million.
overall conclusion? Do you not see cycles happening here? Do you not see?
I
a
don't
cycle?
know.
It looks like a heartbeat almost.
No,
You don't know.
I mean maybe,
What does
but
that
like that's not how I analyze
I mean,
data.
it
Is
looks
like
like a
just
wave to me.
okay. So I know
Okay.
this might be a crazy thought for you, but like I don't analyze data just like with my eyes,
See, this
like
is
on a graph and decide if it's.
incorporate this. He won't even allow this graph to enter his worldview. He's just rejecting it on ideological basis.
No, I'm rejecting it on like a
Well, I don't see
scientific
why.
basis. Like you're
This
interpreting
is this
this data like with nothing, like
This
based on your
this
feelings and your
this is
personal
also
thoughts.
supports his ideology.
This ain't my feelings, but it is.
This is your feelings. This is your feelings. You
This
feel
is
like there
taken
are
from
cycles.
atmospheric.
You
This
feel
is
like
taken
there
from
are cycles.
atmospheric data
You
taken
feel
from
like there are cycles.
Nah,
I don't
no,
feel
no,
like
bro, bro.
You
hold on,
feel
hold
like
on.
there are
I didn't know
cycles.
there were cycles
You
until
can
I saw this
question.
data.
Am I
I
even
see.
on this panel right now?
Huh?
Am I even on this panel right now?
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So
ahead, Bill.
listen,
Homo.
you can question the source. They might be more productive. But I mean, the fact that there's a cycle here on this graph and a correlation between CO2 levels and temperature, which is why this chart is widely used to support Jack's perspective on the climate. That's kind of obvious. It's in our face. That doesn't mean it proves anything. I
No, I'm
grant you
not
that.
saying
But
it did.
right, yeah, obviously. But that is right in your face. So I mean, do you question the legitimacy of this graph, or are you just trying to tell us we can't see what we can see here?
I think that's to you, Jack.
Or, I don't understand what you're asking. Like again.
Do you not see a correlation between CO2 levels and temperature?
Oh yeah. There seems to be some sort of relationship between those two things for sure.
Right, and there also seems to be some instability in temperature with peaks and valleys that repetitively occur over a million years, right?
Yes, but I think we would need to further investigate.
Doesn't
like
prove anything. We're not inferring anything. Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
agreed.
Yeah.
But we
So
can see what we can see, though, right?
Yes, I agree with you that I see some irregularities in temperature. I do not see a cycle. Like I do not see like a clean like sine wave here. Like this is very irregular. Like I don't know how yeah, there's no context for this graph. Like I don't know how to analyze like what
It follows a predictable pattern, though. They're
what
not
do you
all
mean?
equal.
Like what do you mean
There's,
predictable? Like
so
can you show me
Here,
an
I'll
equation
describe
that
it. I'll
predicts
describe it. I'll
It
describe it.
swings from cold to hot within 100 or 150,000 years every time.
every
And
time?
in between, there's a yes, over and over and for the last million years. And when it reaches the extreme, there's a steep and sharp decline to valleys. Then there's a slow raise in temperature with a consolidation and a variance up into a median, which also crashes and recovers and then reaches another extreme. That happens again and again and again and again, and then it starts happening differently.
I disagree with this
halfway, like in the
analysis.
last 500,000 years.
So if I'm looking at like 15.1, 19, 9, 5, and like 6, like all of those like drop off precipitously and then come back up and then go back down, whereas like some of them seem to just like fall straight down. So like I don't know how to explain like when there's a hump and when there's not a hump. Like unless we only give a fuck about like the maximum and minimum like every 100,000 years. If that's the only resolution of data that we give a fuck about is just like it's just up and down every 100,000 years. Yeah. Then like that's retarded. That's retarded and that's not useful information for me. And so like I don't like It
doesn't fit your worldview and you have to reject it.
No, it doesn't. No. It has nothing to do with fitting. It fits my worldview. If you can predict the temperature every 100,000 years, great for you. That information is fucking useless for me. Like I want to be able to like have a smoother equation for how to predict the temperature like on a day-to-day basis. Like every 100,000 years it goes up and down kind of sorta. That's not a useful model for me. That's retarded.
It's not kind of sort. It's predictable and about 400.
How predictable? How like okay, so like 325,000 years ago and 425,000 years ago, are those the same exact temperature?
Say it again.
325,000 and
See, now he has to start throwing these qualifying words in. The same exact. I never said they were exact.
No, you said predictable.
I said they are.
But how
is you said predictable
information? How is that not helpful information?
Because there's no context to this graph. There's zero context.
Useful information. How is it? You said if we could predict the temperature every 100,000 years, it would be useless to you. How is it not useful information to be able to predict extreme variances in temperature when they're going to happen?
What do you mean? I'm sorry, I'm not parsing this question correctly. Like I don't understand. Like It's like, oh, like every 100,000 years, it's gonna like reach a maximum and a minimum. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
correct. Yes, exactly.
That's like good
If we were
information
able
to
to
manipulate
predict,
people with.
yeah, if we were able to predict that we had extreme heat coming around this time, and that we also had extreme cold coming around another time,
it doesn't give
that
us.
is useful information to the human species.
Doesn't give us
Again,
what?
there's no context for this graph. Like we also just could be peaking. Like I don't know why it's.
Forget the graph. Take the graph off the screen. Maybe it's confusing him. It has nothing to do with my question. You said if we were able to predict the temperature, it would be fucking useless.
No, I'm talking about
I
if
don't
you
need to know
if you
what the
could only
temperature's gonna be
predict.
every 100,000 years. That's what you said.
Here. Let me restate my thing because maybe I think I worded it improperly. If your capacity for prediction is like, yeah, there's going to be a local minimum and a local maximum every 100,000 years ish. Like okay, like yes, like that is a data point, but that doesn't like that's pretty fucking useless for like how maximum is it going to be? Like how minimum is it going to be?
Well,
Like
we
like
can see here the extremes. A temperature anomaly of all the way up to what is that, +5 or -5?
it's +4 up
then,
top and -12 on the bottom.
Right,
Oh,
so those
sorry,
would
you're
be
talking.
your
Or
variances.
yeah, my bad. But yeah, again, so like this graph is like is covering 16 degrees. It seems to be like there seems to be a lot more like squiggles and stuff on the bottom than on the top, and like yeah, like again, but this is all like I to like
Yeah, we could.
to infer from this graph
interpreting the
that
graph
we
per
have
se.
no to infer from this graph that we have no impact on this process is
No, I didn't say
delusional
that.
to
I
me.
never said we have no
nobody's-
impact. I said
nobody
we're
says
not the
that.
primary cause.
Okay,
And this graph
so if you're
doesn't
gonna
have that
look
one
at this
way or the other.
graph
The
and
graph
infer that
is
we're not the
literally a
primary
data point.
cause of like like what's happening at our local maximum.
I never said this graph is
No.
the only reason I believe that. It's just one
Yeah,
piece of data above.
Okay, give me another piece of data then, because this is dog shit.
This is not dog shit.
This is dog shit. I would like your next point, please.
Nah.
Okay.
Because you're just piss on it. I really.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I don't like bad inferences. My bad.
We're screaming for 10 fucking hours and
Nobody
you're
made
nerding
that
out
inference,
over
bro.
a
He
fucking
made that
graph
inference.
that obviously shows
Payne made that
patterns.
inference.
He did not.
Yes, he did.
I was here.
Right.
Yes, he did. He was like, I looked at this graph, like all of the like global warming stuff seems to be a natural cycle of the Earth, and humans aren't actually really contributing that much to the climate change that we're experiencing. It's just the natural Earth cycle. I looked, at a graph for the past million years. At, like these are the words that he said.
That's not quite how I said it.
Not exactly. Sorry, you're right.
I'll tell you what I believe. What I'm saying is, I'll say it right, just exactly like I said it before, is that it's not been proven that climate change is the driving, or that man is the driving factor in the climate change that we're experiencing. I said that the Earth has been through many cycles of weather patterns, ice ages, and warming periods. And I said there is a graph of the Vostok ice drillings that lends weight to that theory, and it shows that the climate has been fluctuating on a fairly predictable pattern.
Okay, how are you
Like,
evaluating
million
like
years
how
since
much of an
before
impact
humans existed.
Okay, so how are you evaluating like how much of an impact humans are having?
Well, because humans didn't
Well, I'm not
exist.
doing that with this graph. That's
Okay.
not what this graph shows.
Okay. Sorry. Then I asked for the wrong graph, and that was my bad. Then.
This graph indicates that there are outside factors at work in the fluctuation of the climate.
Cool.
besides-
And I don't know what. Do you know what any of those outside factors are?
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
it's
you can
definitely
also
got
see a
something to
difference,
do-
by the way.
do with the path, huh?
You can see a difference once man shows up on the scene, so to speak. If you look back in this graph here, the stability
bit, maybe.
changes and it gets more extreme.
Where,
So
right here?
this graph, no, not modern human. Like and that the previous pattern also is somewhat
First of all, I
consistent
think
in
she dropped out.
comparison.
She's not here anymore.
Oh,
She's
yeah,
in the
she's
chat.
gone.
Oh,
Is she?
or
I don't. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I'm
I don't know if the chat was actually listening to us.
But you don't
Maybe
think
they're
that's useful
multitasking.
information at all to know? Okay, say this graph is true, and it shows that as the sun makes its journey throughout the galaxy, we make predictable revolutions. It gets close to certain things that feed more energy into the Earth system, into the sun. It gets more active, ejects more coronal mass ejections toward the Earth and shit. Heats it up on these predictable cycles. Say that is what's happening. You don't think having this pattern and being aware of it is useful in any way?
Not entirely useless, but with respect to evaluating whether or not humans are having an impact on these temperatures, no, I think this is completely fucking useless. I just dropped a graph in the side chat there.
The question I'm asking.
But it's useful. It's useful in 1,000 different other ways.
Yeah, you keep
maybe.
I'm not saying that humans aren't having an impact. I've said it several times. They're not the driving factor.
Yeah, for sure. And sorry. And to be very clear, I'm trying to argue that point.
It's not maybe helpful.
For sure. So what I'm trying to measure, or what I'm trying to get out of you here, is like for you to give me evidence that something else besides humans is the driving factor. And you're giving me like, well, like maybe the Earth does some weird things around the sun sometimes. But like, yeah. So if we look at this pattern over the past couple of thousand years, we can see like a rapid, upshoot.
I'd like to offer an answer to your question there.
Sure.
Yeah, on the previous graph we were looking at, it showed extreme differences in temperature that were cyclical before humans existed. I don't know, maybe my mic was too low before, but I've said that several times.
For sure. I reject the cyclical argument.
Okay, there's extreme differences in temperature occurring before humans existed on this graph, right?
Yes. Okay, yes. I will.
Really, 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 really extreme differences in temperature. Way more than what we're experiencing now when there were no humans.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, so that answers your question.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because it doesn't explain why there's this wide gap. Okay. So do you have an explanation for this wide gap other than like it's cyclical because it looks like it? Because I feel like it looks like it?
No, I don't need a specific explanation in order to demonstrate that it's not humans.
This is data. We might not fully understand the data.
Because humans didn't exist. I can see where humans didn't exist on this graph and still see extreme differences in temperature.
Let me try this something else. Did other stuff exist besides humans before humans?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, like, did maybe other things cause these fluctuations, and maybe it wasn't just like, the Earth's kind. Okay.
Besides humans.
Okay, so maybe these wild. Okay, so maybe these wild fluctuations in temperatures had a specific cause. Maybe they weren't all the same cause.
The sun.
Yeah.
Okay, the sun. Okay. So and you have evidence of that? Like you can demonstrate like how we've been able to measure how strong the sun is across like all fucking history.
I can see that you admitting that it could be something other than humans. That was my point the entire time.
Oh, no. No. I'm not conceding that to you. Like, no, it's humans that are mostly driving the cause. There's a boatload of evidence for that. But I would like you to show me like some data that demonstrates like, oh, actually, like we can see an increase in this type of radiation, which like is captured by like, whatever the fuck. Like again, like you're just like the sun.
Yeah.
Just okay. So the sun is acting different. Okay, how is the sun acting different?
I didn't say it's acting different.
Okay, so what is the sun doing to cause these wild fluctuations in temperature?
I think as it makes its way through different parts.
Why do you think that?
Dude, can I fucking speak?
No, because you've already given me this point, and I'm asking for like an actual like reason. Like I'm asking for a graph like this, but the sun.
So much.
don't know, man. It's weird because
Yeah, the
it's one
personal
of
attacks.
those.
Okay, cool. Okay, so just to be
It
clear to everyone
one
watching,
of those.
they don't have a fucking answer, which is why they're like, "Oh my god, dude, you're spurting out. Can I even like finish my thing? Like, I want to tell you about how I think the
Oh,
sun is
okay.
like kind of weeble wobbling as it goes through the galaxy because I am connected to my spiritual ancestors and I'm actually
You guys
like
shut
super
up, though.
actualized."
You're
He's just
literally
playing
doing what you're
whoever
describing right
his
now.
audience is or whatever. We're just having a conversation. I've been streaming for 10 hours. I'm not going to jump up and start pulling up all the evidence. Fuck that.
Yeah, because you don't have any. Like you pulled up this graph because you felt like it
Yeah,
was the
okay,
answer.
whatever.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
This-
I mean, if
this-
you're going to straight deny that these are repetitive cycles that are predictable, 450,000 years of the same 4 cycles, and then another 450 years of the same 4 cycles repeated, pretty much.
And what is that
verbatim.
cycle?
You
The
won't
cycle
even
is the
remember
sun?
the
Like there's
solar
no other
system, right?
explanation?
I don't know exactly what it is, and I know
Yeah,
some
okay.
people
So
who
so you don't know, but you know it's definitely not this thing that I
Well,
think it is.
You're
Who
just looking
said it's
pieces, dude.
definitely not?
You
He
don't look,
did.
you
You can
don't
shut
look,
up again.
you're not in good faith, dude, and you don't
It's
look very good for
definitely
your
not
eyes.
humans causing climate change. You're certain of that, Kane?
Uh
I
Kane
don't think
Kane
they're
has stated
climate.
that they're
I
not the
think they
driving factor for it.
Yeah, I stated that. I don't think
That
it's
it hasn't been proven. I would agree that it hasn't been proven.
It hasn't been proven, and I don't think they are. I
For
don't
sure.
think it will be.
But you have no other explanations for the data. Besides the sun is, like is doing its
For
thing.
what data?
You won't even address my data.
I did.
What
I
data
already
are you even
addressed
talking
that
about?
like you haven't contextualized this graph. You haven't explained why these peaks and valleys
I
happen.
deny. You said I deny that repetitive cycles are happening.
No, you
Can you
obviously don't deny that because you feel like like you look at this graph and you get this feeling in the cockles or maybe the subcockles of your heart
It's
that like there's a
feeling.
cycle.
Feeling. I'm using
It
my
is a
eyes
feeling.
The
and my
peaks repeating over and over
see a
again, and the
repetitive
valleys
cycle.
repeating over and over again. Or just that's a feeling.
Yes. Yes, that is a feeling.
Yeah.
That is not a statistical analysis. That's you just like, oh, like I feel like, this is pretty
I'm sorry.
consistent except for when it's not.
I guess if you mean,
I'm sorry,
the
dude. I don't
light
think you know what
from
the word
graph going
feelings
into
means.
my
Then.
eyeballs, and I can slightly feel that light touching my eyeballs, creating an image. Yeah, I can feel that, but if that's what you mean,
For
by
sure.
These-
Okay, so you're
just
not
using
engaging with the
loaded
data.
language right
Like
now 'cause
you don't.
lost your patience.
Jesus Christ.
No, like again, I'm not sitting here saying like, oh, you're just spurting out and like, wow, I've been streaming for so long, I can't actually answer any of these questions. You feel like there's a cycle. You
recall
feel like
saying
there's a
that.
natural cycle.
I don't feel any type of way about it at all.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because you can't
Yeah.
give me a statistical
No, I don't
analysis
care.
of this graph that demonstrates that like there is a predictable pattern to these cycles. You can't because it doesn't fucking exist.
I don't care if there's a predictable quality to it or not.
Okay, but you think that there's
I'm not
cycles
invested
and
at
but okay, so saying that there are cycles means that it's predictable that there are cycles.
No, I didn't say that there.
Okay.
No, I didn't say
Put
there were
your-
cycles.
Hold
I
this
think maybe you're
for
having a
second.
hard time determining which person you're talking
Okay, then
to on the
explain it to me
panel.
like I'm a
Hold
fucking
on.
retard.
Keeping our views.
I'll explain it to
keeping
you
our
then.
views separate.
Oh no,
No, you're gonna explain
Dennison,
what I was gonna say, but
Dennison,
go
please
ahead.
explain to me how. Okay, so there is no cycles on this graph, right? Like you agree with me
Talking
then?
and I'll explain. And
No, I don't.
at
You already
800,000
explained, Kane. I get it. You're
No, I'll
tired.
explain it better. I'm going to explain it better, even though I'm tired, because you're being a prick. All right, at 800,000 years ago, the lowest temperature that we reached was negative 8 Celsius, and then 800 or 700, then 50,000 years later, or 500,000 years later,
No,
it
50.
rose to 0
50.
degrees Celsius. And then another 50, it dropped down to negative 8 again. And then another 50,000 years later, almost, it popped back up to almost 0 degrees. And then roughly another.
Oh no.
500,000
It was well above -8. Like again, like you can't account for all these zigzags. You're like, well, it's like ish, kind of, sorta. Like again, like how do you evaluate? Like why? Like what shape would this graph have to be for you to not believe this? Like, can you draw that for me on paint? Like what it would look like for you to be like, oh, that's definitely not a cycle.
Let me say it a little differently. Every 500,000 years, there is a cycle completed. It goes from, or there's a half a cycle completed every 500,000 years. It goes from -8 to 0. -8 to 0, -8 to 0,
Okay,
-8
you're
to 0,
you're
-8 to
okay.
0, and
You're
then
you're
it
being
kicks
very
into a different
generous.
cycle right here. I am being generous, but it's still following the same guidelines. It is not exact.
Okay, so plus or minus what, like 20 or 30,000 years? A cycle is
That could be up
50,000 years plus or minus like 20 or 30,000 years. Like, please just tell me that. Like, you know, plus or minus like 50 or 60% ish.
I think that's pretty generous when you're talking about a million years.
Well, no. We're talking about 50,000 years. Like 50,000 year
Especially
cycles.
as like a just a first data point too, right? Like
You know, in 50 years,
it's not
when we
like
have
it
more
couldn't be. You
sensitive,
couldn't zoom in.
when we have more sensitive data in another 50 years and reanalyze these core samples, it could be 10 times closer. But you can obviously see it goes from -8 to 0 roughly, and then this second cycle kicks in around 450,000 years ago. That swings from
The second cycle? Okay, so there are multiple cycles
hold
going on here.
let me fucking finish. A little below -8 up to around 4. Instead of 0 where it was going for the last 400 years, it goes well above that to around 4 to 5 for the next 400,000 years. Can you not see that two simple cycles in that?
No, I think
Are you
you've moved the goalpost and talked about and brought in a second. Sorry. Yeah. Tried to swallow and breathe at the same time. But yeah, no. So now we've moved on from
graphs, man.
from a
That really-
from a 100,000 year cycle to a 50,000 year cycle plus or minus the second cycle.
I'm just a little heated because he keeps fucking pestering me. Like
Right,
Mike's
right, yeah,
pestering
yeah,
him.
like
Well, yeah, no. You're getting heated because you're wrong and you don't want to
Like,
admit it, which is cool.
if you
I don't
wanna,
have Shameless here to. I don't have
Nah.
Shameless here to take up for me. But you know, Denton had my back. That's all right. I mean, he can see that it's completely absurd to just outright dismiss this shit.
Oh, well, I'm glad,
There
you
was
know,
an emotional
hey, as long as someone else
response, too,
believes
and
in you,
made it
man.
personal. There was an emotional response too, and you made it personal. You're clearly heated, right? And so everybody else is reacting to your attitude, not to the disbelief. in the
Oh,
charts
so
or
the
anything like that.
projection, right? So the only reason he's upset is because I'm upset.
No, it's not
Yeah,
projection.
you're
No, it's
right.
not the. It's not the only reason.
transference.
Yeah, sorry.
Trying-
So both of you are very weak people who can't help but get upset if anyone else is upset.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Cool.
I'm very emotionally damaged. So when people talk over me and insult me like that, even though they're strangers and don't know me, and they scream over me and tell me I'm stupid, and then I'm seeing things and I'm delusional and things like this, yes, it tends to give me a bad taste in my mouth and it affects my behavior because I'm a very weak, stupid person.
Okay.
We're not all just superior.
You may
like
want to go to a
superior.
panel where not
Nothing
everybody
affects him.
where everybody else is as strong as you, right? And then you won't deal with these negative reactions.
You want to see how strong he is? Just bring up Trump. He'll get real strong for you.
You
His
can't
asshole,
gaslight me, bro. You know, it's
funny.
It's not gonna happen, right?
EBS
It might
circles
work
down,
for
amen.
you. Like maybe try it when I'm not on the panel. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's fine. I also get defensive when I'm wrong. It's really hard to like admit that you're wrong. But yeah.
What was I wrong about?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
you don't believe in cycles, but like you do. But like
You didn't
I
hear
guess.
anything I said.
Yeah, I don't know what your position is because it's like, there's a pattern going on here, but like but it's not predictable. There's no cycles.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, for sure. Sorry. Can you please
know what you're talking about.
elucidate to me your position then, real quick, please?
My position is that you don't give a fuck what I think. You're not.
No, I do.
interested
No,
in
I
hearing
do.
other
I'm
people.
I'm trying to figure out if you're
See, I'm
wrong
gonna
or
have to
not.
Turn you down because I'm not superior like you are, so I don't know how to have a conversation while someone's screaming in my ear. I'm weak, so I have to turn you down. I can't hear you interrupt me now.
Wow. Okay.
What was the question?
What is your belief on this
Oh,
then?
right,
Do you
right,
think
yeah.
that humans are the
You
main
don't care
driver
what
of
my
climate
position
change?
is. You're not interested in it. What you're interested in is some kind of weird digital dick measuring contest that I have no interest in whatsoever. You're not interested in sharing ideas or learning other people's perspectives or seeing where they're coming from.
Yeah, yep,
It's
yep.
all about
Just
say
the cope.
something so I can attack it from my political perspective.
You're just
I mean,
trying to make
you
a
can't
Destiny
even control
audience. It's
yourself.
obvious.
You're still interrupting me right now, and I can't hear you.
That was me. Sorry. Go ahead. My bad. I just said
That's my position, Jack. No offense, by the way, because I like you. So don't but that's where I'm at right now with this conversation. You think I want to debate carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, or whether or not people cause climate change? You think I want to debate that on the internet? No, man. I'd rather jerk off or eat a taco. But having an interesting conversation about what could be causing these things, what kind of solutions we can come to, how we can come together as a species, actual intellectual sharing of ideas, perspectives, things of this nature. Yeah, that gets me hard. But whatever this shit that you're into is not my vibe.
For sure. All right. So how do you feel like we should deal with climate refugees?
I already said earlier, move shit away from the shorelines and a couple other things, but you rolled right past that shit. You don't want to hear it.
Yeah, and internal aqueducts, and you bring up a good economic point. I think refugees are scapegoated, and I think universal basic income and housing for American citizens will go a long way towards integrating refugees into our society. America doesn't also need to take on the entire world's burden. Maybe we could take some Mexican or Central American refugees, and Mexico could take some Haitian and African refugees. Maybe we could cooperate globally instead of all existing in an artificial scarcity mindset. But that's maybe a conversation. I think my internet's fucked up or something.
Or no, it's mine too. I'm gonna blame Kane's internet because he's the one hosting.
Scapegoat me.
Yeah. It's funny and topical.
I was lagging pretty bad yesterday.
You have fiber?
Been too bad today till here recently, huh?
Yeah, or yeah, I guess probably
I'm
not.
wired.
For sure. I mean, do you have
I have Ethernet.
fiber, like the 1
I
gig
don't
up
have
and down?
fiber optics.
Gotcha.
I got 100 Mbps.
For sure. Yeah, there's a thing that's particularly important when streaming. It's called clock jitter, and it's like even if you only had like 20 megabits up, like if it's a consistent 20, it's better than like 60 sometimes and 0 other times. If that makes sense. Yeah.
I think I might need to look into something for clearing the memory on my web browser when I'm streaming for like fucking 10 hours. Because it locked up earlier and went all black. I was thinking it might be some kind of memory thing, but I can't really close it out.
So is Mexico gonna have a lot of climate refugees, or is it like we should take in all the Mexicans and then send all the Haitians to Mexico type thing?
The only reason I think we shouldn't take all the Mexicans, because I think the Mexicans are doing a better job than us right now in Mexico with their shit, and I'm rooting for them. So, make Mexico great again, in other words. But Central America, and then, of course, that includes half of Mexico is literally run by the cartels. When I say Mexico, I have to end the border much before the actual one, because Sinaloa has made other arrangements.
All right, so we want to make mobs great again. Or maybe I'm misinterpreting that.
Let's make drama great again.
Yeah,
drama great again.
Oh, never mind. The letters wrong.
Mexico has at least a more appreciation for freedom than we do right now, and I think that's going to help their economy over the next 15 to 20 years.
Okay. How?
Well, I think they'll become a competitive. I think Mexico will become competitive in the.
They're investing in a lot of fabrication plants down there.
Yeah, and I think semiconductors will be one of them.
They just moved a major plant there.
They beat the Asians at building fenders at one point. Yeah, if they can do it with super chips, then.
Well, they just got that new president, and I heard she's already got some plans in the works to bring in some chip manufacturing there.
And see, if the United States would stop sabotaging itself, we would look within to our own continent and see how it's in our best interest to encourage that.
Exactly.
Move our supply chains.
We should be building.
And we can let the Canucks in too, I mean, why not? in the spirit of we love your maple syrup. Keep your beer on your side of the border. Thanks.
See, Jack, you said you work at some type of fabrication plant, so that's we need a lot more of those here.
Oh yeah, we could start making shit in America again, and by America, that could mean El Salvador. Why not?
What's the problem with that?
Yeah.
I mean,
Especially
we call
if
it America
means
for
the
a
guy in
reason.
El Salvador gets healthcare too, and so do I.
What?
All right, UBI, and we're taking over North and South America. It's just America now.
Not gonna. Well, no, those are all the Americas.
I mean, yeah,
We're
all
all Americans.
Yeah, not Americans.
Even the El Salvadorians, they're my fellow Americans.
No. I think outsourcing some of our manufacturing allows us to specialize more, which I think is okay. Like I don't see like I mean, like being able to say that a car is entirely American
Specialize
made.
in what?
Like services and software and all the other shit that we're doing.
Yeah.
We can't do both.
Yeah.
We can't.
I mean,
make
no,
all
we
of our
can't.
parts here?
I mean, no, like like unless you because most Americans, like the level of education is increasing. Like there's less and less people who like want to go work on a like fucking line.
You think 95% of people are stupid? I forgot.
There's things that have value, and there's things we give value. And America has become a country of creating things that we give value and have no actual value. And at the same time, which is almost seems deliberate,
how's it going this
the
evening?
stuff that is actually valuable is
drama.
getting bought up by the Chinese.
Bilby, the panel was on drama tonight, but I've been streaming for like 10.5 hours. We've talked about drama. We've experienced drama. Drama's
The highs and the lows. It's almost cyclical.
Yeah, it was almost like that graph we saw. That 8 million year graph could respond to, or that 10 million year graph could
Third time's the charm.
respond to hours. Yeah, I'm about done. Jesus. Yeah, I don't see how I mean, if there was like plants that could only be made like certain specialized parts that could only be made in other parts of the world, I don't see the disadvantage to trying to learn to do that here.
Because most people don't want those jobs.
Are you saying people are too stupid to learn manufacturing jobs?
No, I'm saying the opposite of that.
People
Like
take whatever jobs
they don't want them.
well, sure, but again, like
don't want
that's also like that's. I mean, for one,
crazy.
if you're making that stuff in America, that means you have to pay an American to do it, and like that's necessarily going to like increase the cost of most of stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
But if people stop buying the majority of their goods from China, then they would have to raise their prices and shit. And it would even out in the end.
No, I mean like it would just make everything cost more and make everything more unaffordable. Which is bad.
But it would be a slow transition. It wouldn't just be like overnight, like everything's built here.
Sure. So like I don't care if it's I don't care if it's overnight or a slow transition. If your plan is to make everything cost more. So if your plan is to make everything cost more, I feel like that would be bad for the economy. People are going to start spending less because they won't have as much disposable income to spend on things because everything costs more. Unless you want like inflation to happen and like want yeah, like all like if we shift all of our manufacturing from, like 100%, like or if we switch all of our manufacturing to 100% made in America stuff, yeah, that's gonna make everything that is a product of that cost more.
I don't know a product of that, but your housing would be the same. Food might arguably be cheaper.
I mean, would it? Like, I think like shit like what like 60% of our food comes from Northern California. And if everything costs more and people are spending less, like that's gonna wildly change the value of the dollar.
Food comes from Northern California.
I'm pretty sure it. Yeah, it's like somewhere or like 40 to 60%. Like I'm.
I don't know about that.
Uh,
That sounds a bit
yeah,
out there.
for sure. Yeah, no, I mean, North Carolina grows a fuck ton of our food, and South California pumps in most of the water to grow that food.
Yeah, like we get a lot of our shit ton of our food from China, and I don't think that's in our best interest. And I would argue it's worth paying
No,
more for
definitely
too,
not.
even if it did
Why?
end up that
Or
way.
like what?
Yeah.
What I-
What's the intrinsic
what I can
like?
say-
Or yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because communities need to be more self-reliant.
I love one of the auto suggestions was how much of the U.S. food supply comes from California. Apparently, other people
You
have
said
asked the
grown,
question.
didn't you?
Yeah. Grown comes from sure. Both. I think valid question.
11%.
Oh, really? Thought it was way more
According
than
to a
that.
recent U.S. Census of Agriculture, the state generates 11% of the U.S. agricultural value.
That's
Oh,
less than China.
Yes, that's hardly 60%, like you
all right.
claim.
Well, shit. Yeah, I was way off. My bad. And what percentage is from China? Denizen?
It's claimed to be anywhere between the low estimate is 20 and the high estimate is 50 or more.
I mean, that seems high to me as well. Let me look that one up.
Less than 1% of the U.S. food supply comes from China. For a few specific items like apple juice, garlic, canned mandarin oranges, fish, and shrimp, China is a major supplier.
It says it's a significant source. Let me see. Less than 1%. Yeah, I thought the majority
Yeah,
of
nothing I'm
stuff
saying is saying that.
comes from our country, and then the other half comes from northern Europe, somewhere like Brussels or some shit. I'm not sure which one of those countries over there, but Denmark maybe. A couple of those countries over there, they grow a lot of food over there.
Okay, so China and Brazil are the fourth and fifth largest sources of agricultural imports, accounting for 3% and 2% of total imports, respectively. Yeah, China's 3%, Brazil is 2%.
Total imports.
Well, yeah,
Total
I mean,
imports. Food. It's a much higher percentage of
well,
food.
okay, sure. So we're sorry. So the number that we read off for California was 11% of the agricultural products. Pretty sure.
And I don't know what that percentage is, but it's
Okay,
it's
gotcha.
definitely more than 1%. The AI told me that it is 20%, but I don't necessarily believe the AI.
Right. Exactly. I mean, all we can do is go off of this information. How much stock you put in it is where's most of the U.S.
Oh, okay. Actually, I think I found a. There you go. So here's
Yeah,
past
like earlier,
20 years.
when we were talking about the defense industry, like BlackRock owns way more assets than Apple does. You know, like it's
Yeah, it's
makes
crazy.
Apple look like and that's just BlackRock. That's not even
Or owns more assets. Like, is that the same as
the
like
entire
I mean,
defense.
so what's BlackRock's stock valuation compared to Apple's? Yeah, I mean, I like owning more assets. Sure, like most
like
of
total cap.
or, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I think that's the more important metric.
it's like
I'd say the same. This is indicative of our relationship with China as well. Like what percentage of our real estate is owned by Chinese corporations? Do you know?
I don't know. I know there's a cap on it, but
And that rest of a world figure too is a problem, right?
that's a
Especially when
big
you look
lump
at
of shit.
Mexico.
yeah. But whatever. Point being is that like
You know,
a
we
very
should be
small sliver
cooperating
of
with our
that,
neighbors way
The
more.
rest of the world is usually the second biggest contributor. The
right?
rest of the world is the second largest, if not the first, in most
Yeah.
of them.
So like Mexico and Canada seem to be, I mean, pretty wild.
Yeah, and this is total imports though, right? Because I'm talking about food.
Oh, shit.
90% of the vitamin C consumed by Americans, 78% of the tilapia,
Oh no, sorry.
70%
So
of the apple juice,
sorry.
50% of the cod.
So this is the
43% of the
USDA.
processed
Yeah,
mushrooms,
sure. We can
22%
pick
of
out very
garlic.
specific products, and like narrow it
33%
by
of the
that.
vegetables, 55% of fruits, and 94% of seafood.
Sure. And
Yeah,
and
food.
we can.
I was deliberately narrowing it to food.
No,
That
no, no.
was my
You're
whole
narrowing
point,
it
was
to
food, just
random,
food.
like specific food items, like what percentage of our olive oil comes from
Because
China?
That's the only way you can add it up. It's the only way you can get
No.
any idea. What the
Okay, so
percentage is.
this graph is from the USDA, and it is top
That's
sources
total.
of. No, let me finish my fucking sentence. This is from the USDA. This is agricultural imports.
It doesn't say that.
I can send you the full article, but like literally right before it,
Okay.
it's saying
I'm just saying, don't say that on it.
for sure. So it's from the USDA. Like you can see that on the bottom, and yeah, it's an article about agricultural imports.
We discussed the articles.
From the USDA, and it's talking about agricultural imports the whole time, that it's just randomly throwing all imports whatsoever into it. I mean, I feel like I don't know.
Why it doesn't say agricultural in it?
Sure, it's a poorly labeled graph then, but like it's from an article from the USDA.
Yeah, it does say agricultural exports. I just want to make sure.
For sure. Yeah.
Well, this is a different graph though. The agricultural exports.
And it
This
says
one has
Mexico is
a lot-
Oh,
responsible
that's
for
destinations
23%.
of exports. Fuck me. Okay, yeah, never mind. Sorry. Okay, whatever. Or no, wait. I linked there's one. Yes. Sorry, that one.
Yeah. Okay,
Top sources of U.S. imports.
Yeah.
What was that 90% figure? Oh, never mind. You closed it.
Which one was it?
Right
Any
when you
idea?
were about to close the window, it said 90% of something to America. It just caught my eye because it was such a high number.
I don't think that was one of the ones he linked. So what was the point of that?
20 to 60% of our agricultural imports don't come from China.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Food.
We're both equally wrong.
So I think that's basically the most valid point. 85% or more comes from outside of the USA.
Right.
Which, I mean, how much land would it take to grow 100% of our food here? And do we have that amount of like fertile land available that we can responsibly farm?
We might have to make some changes, but I mean, we could do it. I'm pretty sure.
All right, so that means
We
nothing to
also
me,
Why do you
obviously.
think
also
85%
export
of
a
our
lot of
food
food.
came from the rest of the world?
It's been steadily increasing over the past, how many years was that? 50, 60 years? It's been steadily climbing. But
or I mean, that's the the dollar amount in billions. So I mean, we also have like more people, so it makes sense that our amount of importing
we
would
also
proportionally
we
increase
also
as we.
export a lot.
Yeah,
We export a fuck ton of corn.
yeah. Well, yeah, we grow the fuck out of some corn.
So I mean, if we would convert some of that corn farmland into actual fucking food,
How does one do that?
plant different seeds. Fuck you mean?
So you're just gonna torch all the people who've been growing, their homegrown
Fuck
family.
the corn industry, yeah. And the
Yeah, they're
families,
growing
yeah,
that
sure.
corn
We
for us to
we
make
give them a
fructose corn
UBI.
syrup. The only reason they're growing all that corn is to make fructose corn syrup. To
Yeah,
make
we could start subsidizing things that help us instead of the stuff that's killing us, and we could give
Exactly.
that to the farmers.
Make some actual positive changes.
I mean, listen, I don't think if we were able to hand
What's up?
How goes it?
Oh, it's going.
Is that no. Sorry, I thought you had a Jew flag in your background.
Why I have what?
I thought you had a Jew flag in your background.
No, that's
You mean an Israeli flag? You mean an Israeli flag?
No, it's a Dominican Republic flag.
Okay, yeah,
And-
okay. I'm like, that looks familiar.
And
Sorry.
then you got the next to it is that one right over there. That one is
The great
What?
country of window blind.
no.
Is
Got
that
him.
Haiti?
No, that's Honduras.
Oh, Honduras. Okay, sorry. I thought Honduras was. I saw like the blue stripes and the star. I was like, Honduras, Jewland, you know.
Right. And then that one
Oh.
right there
That was Dominican.
is that's Romania. And then those two is
There's Mexico.
Nope, that is Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
And then,
Nicaragua.
and then you got Dominican Republic.
Are those all the
What's with
countries
all the
that
flags?
you did service work in?
Yeah, most of them, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Very cool. Did
So
or-
yeah, oh yeah, we got. Well, you can't see it, but it's I got Kenya, and I don't have it hanging up, but I got a flag from Kenya as well.
You lived in Kenya?
No, I live in the United States, but I was there for a couple weeks for a mission trip. So, but you guys were talking about food, and we have the land to do it. We have the land to do it, but the problem is, what extent are you going to do it with, and are you going to allow? Are we gonna like the all cultures people that are like, oh, we can't continue harming the land because we gotta allow it to prosper. Well, that's true to extent, but if
Is it
we
no
want to,
till like a way to deal with that?
I guess. I mean,
Well, sure, but then you have a lot of land that you can't use. Like it's about I don't know what the land requirement would be to grow all of our own food here. I don't know if anyone has that number, but like to do that in a way, to do that in a responsible way where you're cycling through the 4 quadrants and whatever, raising cows to graze and chickens to eat the cow shit, and then planting crops with the
Right.
naturally fertilized shit. Like I mean, you're like 4xing that amount of land, right? And then
Correct.
you also need that amount of like farmers, or like people to work that land.
Yeah, we got that. We got that.
I don't know. I mean,
They're the people who eat the food. Yeah, we got that covered.
oh, okay. So
There's
forced
a lot of an
agricultural
increase in those
labor.
people come. Well,
Nobody's
no,
forced
they're
to
doing
do
it
They'll
now
do it on
willingly.
their own.
They're
I got plenty
already
of
starting
farmers,
to.
bro.
There's people leaving the cities and drones and going out and homesteading. It's
Yeah,
on the
The
rise.
city way is a failure.
Okay.
These things provide natural solutions for themselves.
Yeah, I don't
Big cities are resource sinkholes. We're the one. It's royal people that keep the cities alive.
Right.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so
Not
where is housing the most
built on
expensive?
Technology, it's some theory and shit.
Yeah. I
What
mean,
does an
City.
expensive house being? What does that have to do with who produces the most goods?
or no, it has to do with like where most people want to be, like where there's the most
Well,
demand.
Want
Doesn't mean they're smart. Doesn't mean they're making the correct choice.
and want is that's a stretch of the term, really. Honestly,
Well, I
A lot of
mean,
times they just have to be for certain jobs
yeah, you have to. Most people have to commute.
because
If
we've
they
outsourced
had a
all
choice,
of our
they would not.
factories.
They definitely would not if they had a choice.
so you think most software developers would rather be farmers?
I think most software developers would rather live out in the country and work remotely.
Yeah, and I think we have plenty of both either way. Enough to do both. Enough to sustain both fields.
Yeah. All right. Well, you can feel that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that. Every time you say anything to him, he says you
It's
can
a
feel
feel.
Well, yeah, because you think that
Yeah,
way.
all my shit is based on scientific fact and data.
Well, no,
Everything
it's
you say
not.
is about feeling.
No, it's not. It's based on your like thoughts and feelings and interpretations of it, right? Like you can't find a scientist who's like actually.
It's definitely based on my
You know that's true
interpretation.
for you too,
You're
right?
trying to, it's
You know
definitely
that's
an
true for you
interpretation.
too, right,
Nope.
Jack? You're not absolved of that.
No,
Okay,
no,
cool.
no,
Alright,
sure,
yeah,
but I can point to
yeah.
scientific consensus rather than like look at this graph and how do you feel about it.
Oh yeah, he went to scientific consensus. What I did was I actually pulled up a fucking graph that was actual science.
Okay, so you think you're doing more science than someone with like a degree in, you know, whatever the fuck who's actually interpreting the data? Like,
I never said more. Now you're comparing shit.
It's
All
an
I said
appeal
was
to
what I used
authority.
was actual scientific data.
yeah, it is an appeal to authority, but it's not a fallacious appeal to authority.
It was atmospheric
Scientists
readings.
are winning.
It was atmospheric readings obtained from ice core samples dating back 100,000 years, and you just completely dismissed it as if we didn't even know what we were looking at.
I didn't completely
denied the
dismiss it. I
reality.
said
Yeah.
that for you to
Yeah,
assert
there's
the
some
claim
gas
that
Denied
there
that
were
there
cycles.
cycles.
No, we weren't talking about, we weren't arguing over whether that graph existed. We were arguing over interpretations of that graph. You offered an
We were arguing
interpretation,
about
and I
whether or
was
not
like,
there
I
were
don't know if
cycles.
that's a fair interpretation. And you were like,
Whether
well,
or not
it's
you
just
could see
basic
the
common
repeats
sense.
of the same exact peaks and valleys over and over and over and over again for 1,000,000 years. You literally try to say it didn't happen. Even
We
when
said
I
it was a feeling.
conceded that you shouldn't infer anything from it and it doesn't prove anything, you still refuse to admit that it was right in front of your face.
Yep. He said it was a feeling.
That's absurd, man. That's when I knew you weren't having a conversation. You were just, in his parlance, spurting
What's up,
out.
Cody? Come on, some mamacita. You're both welcome to come up.
Yeah,
Although
just
I'll
because
probably
you
wrap it
like
up in
gesture vaguely at you know.
half hour or so. We're just watching Jack struggle with reality. He can't incorporate new data into his that opposes with his worldview.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to do gesture vaguely at like you see all these
He just
zigzags.
feeling.
Like I can see the pattern. I know how this works. Okay, like I'm looking at a million years worth of temperatures,
Just in
and I
case you
can
doubted whether or not he was gaslighting, he's doing it again for you now. Even if you can
gaslighting.
see that it,
That's
and
some
you can
very
infer nothing
emotional,
from it,
like feminine energy
it's
to like
just him
use the psych
remembering
terms.
because I can't talk over you. I
least
don't have that
straw man.
ability. I'm too weak and stupid. Remember? So, just in case you were wondering, if you concede there's no inference to be made and that it proves nothing, that's still not good enough for Jack to admit that there's cycles in the peaks and valleys on the
No, there's no.
Still not
There's
good
not.
enough. Don't believe your lying eyes. It's just random zigzags that don't end up right roughly in the same area, up and down over and over again for 1,000,000 years.
It means nothing. It's
Sure.
completely
Yep.
worthless.
There's
Worthless data.
zero a statistical analysis done to
But
see
Mr.
how
Science will have you
consistent that
believe
pattern
we're just
happens.
women. That's his scientific response. It's not a graph. It's not any data. He doesn't even question the source of the fucking graph. Had no source on it. You would think that would occur to Mr. Science over here, who's not in his feelings. You think the first thing he would have fucking noticed is that there was zero source on anywhere on the graph. It didn't even say where it came from or how it was
Yeah,
compiled.
it did. It said. Yeah, it
But
did.
he
It said
skipped right over
Vostok.
that into calling us
No.
women.
Nope, it
Come
didn't
on,
say
bro.
that on the graph.
You're
Kane had
projecting.
just
You're
given
literally
the
doing
context
thing
of like
you're
this is
describing
from
right
like
now in public.
ice core samples. You know, from the past
Vostok core samples.
for sure.
I
Yeah, I mean
mean,
he gave the context. I did take him in good
No
faith.
source on it.
Yeah, I wasn't lying.
For sure.
so the question
It
is,
didn't have
where
the.
did the graph
I
come
said it
from?
on the graph, or I wouldn't have pulled it up. Let me look.
That would have been my
I
first
thought it
question.
was
Yeah, no,
if
there
I
was no
were
source in the
skeptical.
graph.
But,
Yeah, that's
but
true.
I
Me
don't think
too.
he's coming from a mindset of skepticism. There's
That's the first
some
thing I
kind
No,
of
did.
it's called
emotional
it's called
attachment here. I don't know what it's
I'm
about.
coming from a place of good faith where like, you know, like I'm just going to, you know, like even if like this is true and this is valid, like what do you mean by this?
Are you talking to me?
I mean, you got to check your own data. Even if it's something you look up, you still got to check the source.
Sure.
Make sure, you know, I mean.
Yeah. For sure. I took your data in good faith.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm not faulting you for that.
That didn't seem like good faith.
Okay.
No, definitely not.
It didn't feel like
far
good
as
faith to
the,
you? I'm sorry about that.
No.
That's my fault probably.
And that definitely is just my
'Cause
feelings.
you weren't
For sure.
You weren't being good faith. You were
yeah.
trying to play up to your audience. 'cause
I
you,
know,
you
yeah.
turned around one time and started talking directly to them, saying, "See, they can't come with anything. They're
Bro,
just
I
making
have
shit
no
up.
audience. I'm talking to your audience,
not
okay? I'm talking to
Yeah, I'm
every
talking
like
to
to the people in
talking to
chat
your
that are
future
watching
audience.
your stream, okay?
You're talking to your future audience. You think you're gonna blow up and they're gonna come back and watch all these videos and shit?
Yeah, no, hopefully not, because it's painful.
Because we're so stupid. We're part of that 95% of dumbass humanity that you're smarter than.
Listen, it's like 60% top.
You said 95 the other day.
I said
I
I'm
said
smarter than
90, and you said
97% of
no,
people.
95.
But
Oh,
I
97.
but the reference that I used was, do you know how dumb the average person is? Well, half of them are dumber than that. Presuming that most people are above average, because we're, doing some selection bias here for people who, have the internet or in the developed world, have a generally, on average, a better access to education. So
Yeah, the people who are on the internet are, well, I mean, until recently, anyway. It's become popular now.
yeah.
Okay,
So you
I
see,
thought
yeah,
it
there is no
said
source.
Vostok over here on the side, but it doesn't.
No, it's more popular to act stupid and retarded on the internet versus smart. So people like to look towards, hey, look how stupid this person's acting, and they get a laugh out of it and they enjoy it. Versus
Well,
the
that
people,
was one aspect of it that we looked up earlier with the. I looked up why do they love drama on ChatGPT, and that was.
The AI nailed that shit. It can't do
What
math
was
when
it
you
you were
ask it
saying,
about
Bobby? I didn't mean to
GDP,
interrupt
but
you.
it nailed the feelings.
Oh shit! Are you also a fabber?
a what?
A fabricator or whatever? Listen, I didn't know what GD&T was until like
Moral
some months ago.
superiority as a coping mechanism. Is that what you were talking about, Bilby? Moral superiority as a coping mechanism.
I mean, I'm more or less talking about how the fact that more people like the fact that there's more people out there that act stupid or they don't know what they're talking about, but they want to make a ass out of themselves on the internet, even though they don't know what they're talking about.
There's a lot of those people, yeah.
I don't know. I subscribe to Hanlon's Razor, so. Sorry, that's the never attribute to malice what could be easily explained by stupidity.
Yeah, it's never. Yeah,
go with
only a
that.
Sith deals in absolutes.
Oh, Star Wars clue. Oh, got it.
I think
Okay.
malice is often the reason things happen.
Yeah. Malice and
Crazy
stupidity
not
tend to
to
go hand
consider
in
that.
hand a lot of times too.
Yeah.
These razors, man, I don't know. Like Occam was wrong. Hanlon sounds like he's a little bit of pushing. He's pushing the envelope.
I think
Right.
they were the ones trying to push conspiracies.
I can often attribute to malice what stupid people do. You kind of, they're almost predicting qualities.
You know, there's a famous quote from a movie. It's "Stupid does is, or stupid is as stupid does."
That movie was gay
Why?
I liked it.
because it sucked. Everything made before 2006 was bad.
Why do you say Forrest Gump is stupid?
Because stupid is as stupid does.
Strolling you.
I liked it. I
It's a
am
good
gay
movie.
and stupid though, so there's that.
Damn. Want to hang out?
We are right now.
Oh well. I mean, hang out. Wink nut.
With like penis and stuff.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was being too coy.
No, I already feel kind of gay when I touch my own penis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is true. If you like touching any dick, that's probably gay. I would agree.
I don't really like it that much, to be honest with you. It's kind of gay. I'm only like 2% gay.
Oh, for sure. Do you watch porn
Why
with
would
flaccid
straight
men
men
then, or?
Talking about. I don't quite understand.
I don't like to watch porn with men in it really that much.
For sure. But like when you watch
I
it
don't
with
like-
men in it, do you like them flaccid?
I don't like them at all. I would prefer they were erased from the scene somehow digitally.
That's why we have POV
So
stuff.
governments have committed murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation, forcible transfer of the population, imprisonment, and other severe deprivation.
Yeah, but that
things
was
like
back then,
starving,
bro. They're
food
better now.
torture. All that shit seems pretty malicious to me.
Yeah, but that was back then. That was
But I
back in the
mean,
day
whatever.
when
There's never any
government was
malicious-
young. It's not a kid anymore. It wishes
Just
it were
food-
a kid again, but it's not.
It's
Oops,
still
we
happening
actually made a
today. So what do you
we
mean?
accidentally made a stupid
Nah,
decision.
Nah,
that
it's
starved
not
a million
happening
people.
today, buddy. They're good to us
That's
now.
malicious.
They make
Oh.
sure we get clean Chinese food.
Oh,
from
okay,
Brazil.
whatever. So then why are we billions of dollars in debt?
In order to make a Tom, you gotta crack a few Craigs. Spending stimulates the economy.
Bilby, we have the
Oh.
Did you
same
know that?
mic.
Keynes taught you that, didn't he?
I mean, I don't know about you, but
Oh,
I
my
don't
bad.
like
I forgot I
paying.
was still in fucking everybody talking over me at once mode. Yeah, that's more reasonable. Jesus, sorry about that, guys. I forgot. My bad. Good.
I don't know about you, but I don't like paying $3 or $4 a gallon of gas. You know,
Stop driving.
stop driving.
Problem solved.
Well, if I didn't drive, it would take me an hour or more to pedal my pedal bike to work, and I don't feel like leaving that early to.
Sounds like a
That's not
personal
that bad.
problem. I get up at 4 a.m. to not pedal anything. I just walk to work, and it takes me 3 hours, and I still show up an hour late every day.
Well, that's pretty bad.
Fuck 'em, I walk to work. Stop whining.
I mean, I guess
Hey,
I
how
could
come you're
walk.
not sub to Denizen X?
'Cause
What's
he's
up with
not
that?
gay. He's 0% gay, and he
that's a-
can't
I
hang.
thought I was.
That's a
but
good
dang
point,
it.
actually. he actually got me with that one.
I get everybody mixed up. I got you right now, though.
Okay. I have to go. This has been a lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
Most of the time.
Good shit.
But
Except
yeah.
for the estrogen filled spurgouts, it was all right.
I like those too,
Shit, I mean, I was wore out when you got here, so I was already tired, so I wasn't really up for a debate.
Right. Well, next time I have 2.5 pages of notes on optimistic nihilism. So
Okay, is that what you want to debate?
yeah, I mean that's what you wanted to debate earlier. So I sat down and wrote
I feel
notes.
like
and-
I feel like I'm an optimist, and that I agree a lot with Nietzsche on, the predicament we find ourselves in. I don't know I don't try to categorize myself. I'm more of an absurdist, I think.
Yeah.
But,
I read that line too. But yeah, Nietzsche described like 3 flavors of nihilism, like a naive nihilist, an optimistic nihilist, and another one. Not that really matters, but yeah, I don't know. If I had to sum up my worldview in 2 words, it would be that probably. But
Oh, you're on this list now.
for sure.
But hold up, before you go, what's his name's live?
Yeah, I know he's talking to people.
You want.
It's fine.
You know what? Picture your ideal friend.
What's his name?
First of all, get an idea
Ariak.
of what that person is like and who they are. And then decide,
He's
do
a
I
little
actually
too
want this
emotional
person
for
as a
me.
friend? Then go
Yeah.
out and try and find what
No,
that
he put
person is.
Teriak. Yeah, no, he put out a video about how like vegetables are poison and trying to kill you.
I'm bored of it. I don't want it.
And yeah,
on The Sims.
I'm gonna start
How
your book.
are
What are you talking about on the sim?
how are vegetables poisonous? First off,
Listen, he has a whole thing, but yeah, his argument sucks. But yeah, he basically, he thinks that seed oils and soy is bad, so therefore, like, broccoli and fruits are also bad. And yeah, they're just
So he's
so
retarded.
yeah. So like, big food is poisoning you to keep you sick because they're in cahoots with big pharma to sell you drugs you don't need. And it's all just for money and
Well, yeah, all that stuff is true, but broccoli's still good for you.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean, he is saying that broccoli is bad for you because of those reasons. So yeah, I don't know. There's maybe a better.
And the broccoli you get at the supermarket isn't very nutritious, comparatively speaking.
Chop
And then, of course, it
broccoli.
also depends what you measure, right? Like, I think we're going to find out that a lot of the, what do you call them? Are they micronutrients?
Yeah. Your minerals and
like
vitamins.
flavonoids and things like that are going to be more important than the vitamins and minerals that we presume are, the holy grail. We're kind of learning that now.
For sure. Me.
I mean, anything you grow yourself, it is going to be more healthy for you than you get at the store, because everything at the store is pre-picked, like right, not even before it's ripe. It's ripening as it goes to the store. So,
yeah,
I tell you, the best apples I ever had was in Seattle at the food market, because it literally was grown there and came in that morning. So, and they picked them early that morning. So, or last night, the night before. But still, it was the best apples I ever had.
Well, yeah, I mean, but like the difference between that and like shelf-stable apple juice imported from China, like, or rather, a factory-farmed apple in America versus like an imported apple versus a homegrown apple, like those are all. There's a wide spectrum of shit there, right? But
that's another thing. They got injected with all these preservatives and shit, so they could last being shipped all around the world several times and shit, instead of just.
Well, like
finding
most
shit
like
local.
Whole Foods aren't that way. There's like, it's mostly like the like hyper palatable ultra processed foods that are like that. But yeah, they're also
That's
very.
true. A lot of out of season fruits and shit. You can't normally just have apples all year round, or bananas or whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like they're imported from other countries where the season is ripe to grow those. But yeah, I mean, again, like
they're sold artificially ripe too. You can
I
tell
had-
by the quality and the taste.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like I had bananas from a banana stock. I think I was in Honduras or one of the countries I was at, and it was so good. And then I had bananas back here in the States, and I'm like, oh man, these are horrible.
wait, did you have PCP before either of those?
What?
PCP. It's a drug. You can smoke it. Makes you feel good.
Heat them up. Yeah.
And use them.
Your
If
food
don't
is only
catch
going to
something
be
on
as
fire,
nutritional as the soil
don't
it
be
came
like some
from,
people
and
and
that's
bring
I don't smoke, so I don't do any drugs or anything like that. So no.
He's being retarded.
Listen, I'm just really stuck on this PCP thing. Okay, PCP is pretty dope. I mean, it's so good it'll ruin your fucking life.
I think you're the one that has the PCP fascination.
I mean,
Don't worry about
I
who's
loved
smoking
it.
and who's not.
Yeah, I mean, you've
Yeah,
never
I
tried it,
said
so you
that,
really
man.
can't comment.
I thought it was
Sorry.
fucking great.
I can't comment.
Yeah, well, PCP
Well, I
is
think PCP is awesome, but I don't know if you can do it a lot. I think it it'll kill you or something, right?
What does it make you feel like?
a superhero.
Well, I hallucinated and created a dream world.
You created it?
Yeah,
Actively?
I was sitting in my chair, and then I just kind of put my head back, and it felt like my head wrapped around my spine and melted into the wall behind me. And
I
then
used to
I
do that.
just saw like claymation fairnesses, and Tom Cruise was there. I think because Mission Impossible was on in the hotel room at the time.
Okay.
I used to do that
I'm
shit
leaving.
smoking a joint.
Don't die. Be safe.
That's
All
some
right, man.
good weed, man.
Peace out, Darko. Good shit, bro.
Yeah.
Peace.
Stop by.
These people are crazy. Okay. don't know if you're still here, Liliana, but thanks. Sorry, you got banned everywhere. You're a little mean, but I'm a little mean, so you know, I get it. But yeah, I'll be back later this week. Talk about seed oils. Yo, what up? Listen, I have to go, or my wife is gonna stab me. Real talk. But yeah, probably be back tomorrow or the day after. Well, one of the two, that's for sure. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Be safe. I love you.